Josh and Tad. All right. Hey, now I'm fucking with it.
Hey Taz,
What up?
you see my avatar.
Yeah, what is that, bro? I ain't even noticed, bro. What the fuck is that, bro? Fuck is that?
Hey, you know the nigga Al Capone that be in the chat trolling, right?
Yeah.
Bro, why he jumped on the panel today? That's really him.
Hmm.
That's that's really that's really him. Hey! I say we cooked this nigga for about an hour and a half, bro.
I'm gonna wait till he fuck up.
This nigga look like death, bro. Hey, when we saw that,
So, we live.
Yeah, I mean, I'm up here. I don't
All
know if
right.
you
So
live
yeah,
or
so
not.
let's get back to it. So when you look
man.
at the etymology of the word indigenous as MJ,
Well, yeah.
Evans,
To make it plain, Taz was actually right in the sense
always.
of the pan actually meaning all before the Greek god panic. I mean, Pan was actually created, so it
Okay.
really means all. I mean, that's the origin of the word. But when you read about the Greek god, it's talking about god of nature, sex, and fertility, and all this other shit. But yeah. So you get the all before you get the Greek god Pan. You get the all first.
Okay, I have to look into that.
But they both
Yeah.
real.
Well, I mean, but my thing is, do you operate because it's everything about Greek gods for you?
No, no. I
And
just
well, the
it's
reason I
just
say
certain things.
that,
It's just certain things I don't mess with. I don't mess with nothing Greek. I try not to my knowledge.
you mess with the word indigenous, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't really call myself anything. But
But
if
you
y'all
did.
was
You just did.
right, because y'all asked me a question, I'm not walking around here saying I'm this and I'm that.
But
I
you
don't. I don't. I
identify
don't really.
by
I don't really care what no outsider call me.
So what would
no,
you call
but you
yourself?
identify by it, correct?
Josh. Josh. No, I don't. Because I don't have to. I really like outside of these conscious conversations. People not walking around the world having to identify themselves. Let's be real.
But
So
Yeah,
I'm
I
not.
agree with that.
then
So I'm
why
not.
did
I'm
you
not walking
mention
around
it
here saying
though?
because you asked me. You asked me what would I identify myself as.
Do you identify black as white or white?
If I'm talking, if I'll be black, I'll be indigenous, I'll be African American. We
Would you be
all.
white? Would you be white?
No, I wouldn't be white, but
Why not? White get the best benefits, right? Ain't that what you saying? Black has no political power. White has great political power. Wouldn't you call yourself white if that's your intention?
that's not my intention. But I don't really, you know what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
I'm
you
not.
banging on black because it don't got political power.
I'm
That's your
not
point.
banging. I'm not banging on black. I'm not banging on black.
Bro,
Okay.
but you were just
Well, you're
saying
not
earlier,
calling yourself black because it
right?
doesn't have political power. Why wouldn't you call yourself white? Isn't that the greatest political power
Because
here in America?
to be honest with you, it's not even about political power to me. It's about
Oh shit!
it's
So
no.
why bring it up?
Listen. Because
That's
listen,
So
right.
why? So why? So what you got against black then? If it's not about
the fact,
political power, what else?
the fact that I know my ancestors. I don't care. We go back to Africa. We were way more advanced to be around here calling ourselves a damn color. That's
Oh
insulting.
shit!
That's insulting. It's stupid. We were around here
Now,
calling ourselves a color.
now it's a color. Do you think we calling
It is a
ourselves?
color.
Okay,
What is it?
yes, yes, black is a color. But do you think that's why we're calling ourselves black because we think we're the color black?
No, I really think y'all calling yourself black because the white man introduced it.
Okay,
Remember,
bet the white man introduced it, and
I
then
ain't gonna
we
lie, you about to
embraced
get
it.
this work tonight, bro.
Okay, the white man introduced it. We
Yep.
embraced it. We made black power. We had programs. We had strength. It diminished, but that's us. You can't respect that.
Damn right I respect it. And not only do I respect it, I'm with it. I'm with it.
When
Like
you're
just
around black people.
now, like if you was to say right now, hey man, I got this RBG, whatever. Bro, I'm there. I'm there. I'm not one of those. I'm a different type of. I don't even consider myself woke. Because woke people be too extreme with shit. They have no grounding to real reality. See, I still go outside. You know what I'm saying? So I'm used to having conversations with niggas who don't give a damn about none of this stuff. You know, so I know how to separate myself. They call me Farrakhan in my hood. I'm not even NOI. You know what I'm saying? But you know, so I'm
why they doing that.
hey, me neither.
You know how they call your ass deacon and reverend and shit because you the nigga talking all that positive shit.
Yeah, that don't sound good, Sharif.
Right. Hey, but they know what it is, though. You know what I'm saying? They know when Josh come around, shit. You know. But now, not to get too far away from the point, I'm not against black. It may sound like that because I know we got the Moors.
So what are you standing on, bro?
I'm standing I'm standing on that there's another layer of knowing ourselves, and it's called Indigenous, Aboriginal, whatever you want to call it, our American history.
No, it's not whatever I want to call it, nigga. It's what are you gonna call it?
It's
indigenous. You can't tell me it's another layer to it and then say whatever I want to call it.
You know, because some people call it different stuff. Some people call it
what do you call it? What are you calling it?
I call it Indigenous American, or just simply American.
So you call it the Greek word?
I mean, if it's
remedial ass nigga,
is it Greek?
Yes, indigenous is a Greek word.
Oh, well.
But if you want to be closer to who our true selves is, then wouldn't you have to get away from the American word as well? Because
I mean, I'm Choctaw by blood. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, so, you still ain't showed that.
I'm just letting you know, Taz just killed you, bro.
No, see, this is the thing. See, hold on. Let me show Taz this. Guess what, Taz? You right. Just like I told Annie yesterday. Look, I'm up here to learn. And
my name is A9. Stop.
Hey, bro, I'm Southern. Man.
Hey, you know we finna call your ass Aiden. What's his name? What's his name, big bro?
Hey, I'm Southern, man. That's why I just called you champ from the first. Like I don't even try to get it to the tongue. I know what I can't say. But now, look, I don't
say non.
A nun, okay, a nun.
I'm indigenous man.
Hey, he's right. It's
He said
a nun.
That nigga sick.
Oh no.
But nah, though, man. I'm not against the black whatever. I just was like, I just wanted to understand. I wasn't even trying to debunk. I just wanted to understand why do because I don't talk to a lot of real deal Pan-African brothers. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to know why are people, you know what I'm saying, calling themselves that when it's tied to some Greek stuff. But I got because I didn't know that the word all came before the God. I have to look into that. Because from my understanding, the Greeks got most of their words from the gods. But I don't
know. Master teachers. I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna run into that. As long as you got master teachers that you just trust their information. Not saying that you don't check behind the information. But when you have master teachers, you don't check behind 100% of that information.
I do.
Not 100%.
That's why derived from Greek and Latin. And that's
you can't ignore that, bro.
Away from Greek words.
I ain't ignoring nothing. I said he right. You know what I'm saying? He right.
I dare you to look up Young.
But
that's probably some bullshit.
Hey, but they still don't take away my point that when you do say certain words that are connected to certain things, you can be saying something and and venerating something at the same time.
So like when you call yourself Young Josh, is you calling yourself a young childish ass kid?
Nah.
Play the music again, Swab.
But that's the
yeah, man, you can't deny that, bro.
I'm calling myself a young man.
Yeah, you got some work to do, buddy. Yeah, man. Hey, fire your master teacher.
No, because we talk about a lot of stuff that I would really like coming up with.
Where your master teachers at, bro?
Man, shout out to Bobby. Shout out.
Oh shit!
Echo. Hold on, mic check. Is that me?
Mic check. I don't hear no echo. Is it an echo out there, y'all?
Mic. Hold on, I'm gonna put my headphones real quick.
That nigga said Bobby Hemmett. That motherfucking microphone said, "Wow." Mic check.
I'm good. Hey, no, this is the thing. I deal with Bobby Hemmett with metaphysics. All right. See, a lot of people don't really understand metaphysics. So I understand why they feel the way they do about Bobby Hemmett. Now, I don't believe everything. I understand some aspects of it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe everything nobody says.
Shit in completion, dude.
I mean, I'm still working, bro. The thing. Trust me. If you religious, right? You're a Hebrew, right?
I ain't religious, nigga.
But you're a Hebrew, right?
Don't bring that shit to me. I'm gonna fuck you up.
I'm just saying. So I'm just saying, like, so I used to be a Hebrew. That's why my name Joshua Isaiah Bays, man. I grew up in a certain line of thought. You know what I'm saying? But that's where you will see more so
One West type.
Hell nah.
What you was Messianic or Torah only?
Man, I was just me. I don't do all those. I keep telling y'all I don't do all those.
Yeah. Once again,
I don't do all those divided. No, I don't do all that. I say what I am.
Like you watched it on the internet and was like, "This some cool shit."
No, I read my Bible. You know what I'm saying? In search of trying to find out what my name meant at an early age. I started like people ask me when you become conscious. Now, I've been conscious my whole life.
Man, I don't care. How old was you when you know? I don't even care, bro.
About like 12, 13 years old.
You was a 12. You made the conscious choice to be an Israelite at 12.
Goddamn right. It's unbelievable.
Lying ass nigga, man.
Bro, my name.
Where you from, bro? Where did you get the doctrine from?
What you mean the doctrine?
Because where I'm from, I had never heard or seen no Israelite.
I mean, the doctrine is the same as the Bible.
What? You know what I'm saying? What city you from? What city you from is what I'm asking.
I'm from Memphis.
The doctrine is the same as the Bible. Are you serious? When you
they both use
get that nigga.
First of all, the Bible is embedded with Arabic, Greekology, a whole lot. It depends.
Hold on. Before we get into this,
let me finish.
Do not the Israelites use the Bible?
Bro, do you not hear that queen, that black queen talking? Shut your mouth.
Go ahead, nigga. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is your argument is pointless because all of the things that you're referencing for your so-called sources goes back to all of the same people that you're trying to say we shouldn't identify with.
That's why I'm not an Israelite.
Depending on which doctrine you use, regardless of if you're an Israelite, a Christian, if you just straight up reading the Bible, all of that doctrine and stuff still descends from either Greekology or Arabic teachings or Jewish teachings or certain things. So from that, I feel that's what I'm trying to ask you. When everything right now that we're surrounded with was created by these people, are you speaking different, tribal languages, or you identifying certain things in context with other people? That's what I'm trying to ask you. Other than that, what you're arguing doesn't make sense.
I'll be honest with you. I was asking the question of how I found out about the Israelite. I wasn't really even trying to make
the Bible. I'm not, like I said, the Bible, you can't use that as a source. If
that's how I found out about the Israelites, I'm not saying it's a valid source, but if somebody asks me how did I found out about the Israelites, and I say the Bible, how is that a debate?
It's actually a debate because the Bible was man-made and written. It has.
Sister, I agree with you.
Well, let me. You ask me how it can be a debate. You asked me how it could be a debate. Israelites and all of this stuff, they use different books. They got blue letter. They got all type of different things that they go so they can read stuff into what they consider to be context. So how can you limitize yourself to one Bible? And you don't know the author of the Bible. You don't know where it came from. You don't know if they're speaking Latin or if they're speaking Greekology. If they got
Sister Nanda, I love you. But please stop talking to me like I'm religious. I'm on your side with this.
That's what I'm saying. You asked me how could it be an argument or a debate with the Bible.
Okay.
I'm explaining to you why there's so many different denominations and all of that. It's impossible to use that as a sourceful thing, period. There's contradictions in the Bible, missing books of the Bible. People have actually written things the way that they wanted things to be seen in the Bible. So unless you really scratching beneath the surface and find out where even the Bibles originate from, your argument is pointless.
I'm not arguing nothing about the Bible. Shit, this on Annie right there. I'm not here to defend no Bible. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I thought you said you'd be reading it.
No, I used to. Like I went. I
thought you just said you'd be reading it like now. Like
no, hell no.
Name or some shit. What you just said?
No. Okay, thank you for asking it again. My name's Joshua Isaiah, and that's always been my name. And I'm the type. I'm an Aquarius, man. So I always like to deep dive into behind the scenes and shit. So I was trying to figure out what do my name mean. So in the quest of me figuring out what does my name mean, I ran into that type of information, and I got tied to it. I stayed in it because I grew up in the church. You know what I'm saying? Like most of all black people did. So my mama left the church because she became quote unquote woke, but she didn't ever push that on her children. So I started going to church on my own at 13, walking to church, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So long story short, that was my stint with religion, Christianity. Or
where did you pick up this native shit at, though?
Oh, my bad, Taz.
No, go ahead. I'll wait till y'all done with
say something. You do realize that the names we carry today are actually from the slave masters. These are not our real names.
What you mean by names?
Like you're saying, you researched your name. What would
my mama named me Joshua
This
Isaiah.
is what I'm saying. I understand all of that, but your mama was handed down those names generationally by the slaveholders. Because your name, if you was an African or you was in one of these tribes, I don't see no Mandinkas or Shantis or Somalians named no damn Joshua.
Hold on. Why you ain't got a Choctaw name?
So let's get
that
out right there. Hold on. Let's get that out right there. So the names and researching your name is only going to lead you back to the plantations you came from or the plantations that was created before that.
Hey, well, pull up my last name. Pull up my last name and show me what plantation I come from.
Let me just finish my point. What was your last name, Isaiah? Let me look it up.
No, Bays.
B-A-Y-S.
B-A-Y-S. I never met an African or anybody that was indigenous.
But it's a bunch of white folks with that name.
Austrian.
Let me look it up for you.
It's a bunch of white folks.
Hey, guess what? I'll take them. Look, we came through all
that. Name sound Austrian.
Man, we came through all that. We came through all that and drop seeds.
Okay, actually, your last name is
Man, that was quick as hell.
Gaelic word, and it means bean. You told me to look it up, so let me get to you.
Bean, like he dropped the bean.
Hold on, that's right.
Hold on, young bean.
Somebody earlier told me that it means short and fat. So I guess beans are short and fat. So.
Young bean.
So how did you find that in the Bible?
Find what in the Bible?
I'll pause.
Find what in the Bible?
You asked me to look up your last name. I just gave it to you, and you're Irish. Your last name is an Irish last name.
Okay.
How were you able to identify that with the Bible?
I guarantee you go down a little bit more.
You were a Hebrew because you did research on your name. You've been walking with the Bible since you was 13. I have a very great memory, so I hear what you're saying. Then you go off into telling me to look up your last name. And I did that when I tried to tell you that these are all slaveholders' names. And if I'm not mistaken, if you say you're indigenous, then you're not damn Irish. So how is that last name identifying who you are as a person?
Okay. Salute.
Dead body. He said salute. Play that music, Swell.
That nigga said salute.
Yeah. Hold on. No, I'm not scrambling. I'm just trying to make sure I got the floor because, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
let's get it, bro. Let's get it because I'm on your head,
bro. So look. I never said I was a Hebrew, and I don't believe when I said I was a Hebrew Israelite that I don't believe Hebrew Israelites are some real things in real life. I was talking about the religious context that I was following.
Wait, say that again.
I said I don't believe that Hebrew Israelites are real people in real life. I believe they only exist in the Bible.
I'm gonna line y'all up.
Don't be disrespectful.
Go ahead, sis.
I'm sorry, Sister Nandy.
Because you be speaking facts too, sis. Go ahead, because I'm gonna get them after you. Go right ahead.
I'm just saying, you don't have to be disrespectful, okay? Like
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful.
No, because what you just said about Hebrew Israelites, don't be disrespectful, okay? Whether you don't believe it or not, you don't have to go there.
Go where? Saying I don't believe it.
And see, this is the thing. Now, I got something to say about that because I agree with that totally. And me and Anon has been back and forth, and there has a lot of that descends from Arabs or it descends from Jews. So when you look,
but you ain't never said it don't exist. You just say we ain't them.
Culturally, oral tradition, yeah. But then it wasn't identified until we saw it in the Bible. But when you go back and look at the actual people that are practicing the Hebrew or the Israelite, because there's actually some differences in those as well, then you have to go back to the Jewish and the Arabic people. This is where this come from. And we've already talked about that because you went to the Levant people and we found out that they were Arabic. So with that being said,
I just think it's a horrible argument. I'm gonna give you that smoke though. I'm gonna let you get a little bit more comfortable.
I have to agree with that. Like I said, that's why I said the African thing. It's the same thing with the African thing now. Culturally, or certain things are like they saying from where they come from. But then when you dig down into those different people and you go to start talking about DNA, like something you said, and you got certain blood types that are in you, especially when we was all mixed up during the slave trade.
Even when you say we was all mixed up,
yes.
So are you saying then? I'm trying not to get you. I'm trying to let you stay on Josh. So when you say we was all mixed up, you trying to tell us then there's no way for me to trace my patrilineal genetic heritage?
Actually, you might get mad about this, but no, when you're looking at the slave trades, the majority of the people that were being stolen were women, and they were castrating the men so that the Arabic men or the Jewish men could.
You talking about the Arab slave trade? I'm talking about the transatlantic.
Let me finish. See, we can't. That's the problem with our people. You can't just limitize slavery to the transatlantic slave trade. That is the last slave trade to come about.
I agree.
You don't go back into all of the slave trades to actually see where all of this so-called DNA comes from.
All right, y'all step aside, bro. Let's do it then.
You can't do that. You can't just whitewash.
I'm going to show you what you can't do.
I finally want to smoke with Taz, man. It's like
I'm just saying.
I just play.
I'm over here. I'm still here.
All I'm just saying is you cannot take away the very. How can you take away the very first slave trade and not want to acknowledge?
And nobody take it away.
But then if we don't,
here's the problem.
Then if we don't, then we can talk about the Somalian women.
When we start to talk about how most of us will prove our heritage or how we connected to this, then we start to go into DNA. That's where you start to run, and that's where you start to die. Because if you're going to tell me, fall back. Because if you're going to tell me then there's no way for me to prove that I got a genetic connection to these people, then that's why I asked you directly about patrilineal heritage. And that's why I'm asking, because you say we was all mixed up and was intermingled. So then that means my DNA can't lead me to nobody. Are you saying that my DNA cannot trace back to who I'm most genetically connected to in Africa? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
But you're not connecting yourself back.
No, answer my question, please.
I'm answering your question. You're not connecting yourself back to Africa. And I'm going to say this again.
I do. Did you see me show my DNA earlier?
Can I finish?
Did you see me show my DNA earlier?
You asked me to answer the question. And Nundy trying to, you know what, after the judges and everybody talking to me, I've been trying to keep it respectful. So we can dialogue without all the bull crap. Now, let me say this because I know it hurts. But when you talk about the Somalian women that was actually taken in the beginning of the Arabic slave trade, and these Arabs actually had a thought that, hold on, we're going to castrate the men and we're going to implant our seeds in these women so we can make people that look like them be able to invade them. How can you tell me you are clearly being able to identify whatever genetics you have back to African villages? Did you actually identify yourself back to Mandinkan or being a Congo, or were you from Somalia? What part of Africa is showing in the so-called Hebrew culture?
Amazing. Let's get it. Amazing. Let's get
it.
Amazing. Let's get it. So my most close genetic heritage to Africa would be the Limba. And actually, when we start to dig into this, then we get the Limba by way of Yoruba. I can show you Bantu. I can show you Mandinka. And so when we get this, then we deal with the oral history and the oral tradition of these people, which the majority of them are claiming to have connection to Israelite heritage. But let's go even deeper. Let's go even deeper, right? Let's go even deeper. Since you say that there's no way that I'm connected to these people. Now, you talked about these Arabs coming and castrating men. If they castrated those men, that means that I'm not genetic offspring of those men if those men didn't have children before they got castrated. But if they did have children before that, then now you would have to show me where those children ended up. And I'm going to start to talk to you now because we're going to start to move into things like the Songhai Empire. We'll move into North Africa with the Berbers. We'll move into East Africa with the Limba. We'll deal with the Elephantine. We'll deal with the Elephantine Jews. We'll deal with all of this, right? Now, I will take you to task on all of this and ragdoll you on all of this information because I clearly see that you don't understand it.
I'm going to answer your question and I'm going to let somebody else look it up. Can somebody just simply type in the genetics of Hebrews and see what comes up?
See, now let's do this.
No. Hold on.
Let's do what you just did. No, let's do what you just did.
You just talked about your genetics. So we're going to do it simple.
So how do I trace those genetics?
Please go.
No, you're intelligent. How do I trace those genetics?
Where the genetics are.
How do I trace those genetics? Or do you want to straw man me to death all night?
Now we got a straw man.
You want to debate or you want to straw man?
It said that you want to
debate or do you want to straw man?
That you keep identifying yourself with the straw man.
Right? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because what you're trying to say is, watch.
So let me ask you a question. So
no, don't ask me no question. Learn. Don't ask me no question. Sit down and learn and get taught. Sit down and learn and get taught.
So Hebrews are not Jews or Arabs.
What you keep trying to say
Jews or Arabs. That's a simple yes or no question.
Ma'am, sit down and listen. Because what you keep trying to say is that I'm trying to identify myself by a genetic heritage. And what I'm saying is, listen to me. What I'm saying is I'm connected to people genetically who have the claim of being Israelite. There is a
claim. Stop right there.
Now what? Let's deal with the claim. Let's deal with the claim. Hold on. All I'm saying is let's deal with the claim. Let's deal with the claim.
Where is the proof? A claim? I claim I should be motherfucking rich, but am I rich? Fuck no. A claim is not validated information. Where the fuck is the proof? Can you
got the proof.
That?
I got the proof. Do you want it, or do you want?
And then I want somebody on this panel to look up what is the genetics of an Hebrew.
I did, but I'm not trying to get into it. I'll wait till you know what I'm saying.
That's all I want somebody to do. Please share this, because I ain't got. That's crazy.
You finished talking? Bet.
Sure.
So
go
now,
right ahead.
So now, when we start to talk about this, like I keep telling you, now you bringing up straw mans.
Hey, that's why he talking. I'm sorry.
That's why you got to keep running, right? Because what you gonna do then is
straw man turn really heavy. But
I thought I asked you was you finished.
You a straw man.
I thought I asked you was you finished.
I'm just saying.
I thought I asked you was you finished. Do you need to keep talking?
I sure do. Go right ahead.
Keep going then.
Don't get that bass in your voice with me, but go ahead.
Keep going then.
It sound good when you loud.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But
So now back to the point. So now back to the point, ma'am. Do you want to keep talking or do you want to let me talk?
Go ahead, so I can bust your head. I'm gonna be
appreciate you. So now what you need to come up to do is show me, disprove that the Limba are not Israelites. I'll wait. Prove to me that the Limba. No, I'm not talking to you, Blue. I'll give you this work when you want it. Don't jump in and help her. Don't jump in and help her. Show me now.
You answered your own question.
Show me now that the Limba is claiming to be Israelite.
No, show me that they're not.
That DNA. Okay, hold on.
Show me that they're not. Prove to me that they're not.
I'm gonna show you, because what you worship and what you follow is two different things.
I didn't ask you about all that. I said prove that the Limba. I said prove that the Limba.
Twist that conversation.
Prove that the Limba are not Israelites.
Okay. Limba tribe in Southern Africa has Jewish roots. Genetic testings reveal. Are you not a Jew? Let me post it up for everybody so they can see it.
Hold on. So you saying Jews are not Israelites?
No, say nothing.
You just proved my point. You just proved my point.
It doesn't say anything about Israelites. It says, let me repeat it.
Oh, you're a dummy. Oh, you're a dummy. Okay.
The Limba tribe.
I just realized that you're not smart.
Southern Africa has Jewish roots. DNA.
Real quick.
I like how Solar just
genetics.
Hey, real quick. I want to do this.
Hold on, we're gonna put it in here.
Hold on, Sister Nanny. I want to apologize to Sister Nanny. I did look at the video. It wasn't my intention to go at you that hard. I didn't know that I was doing that. I really wanted to use that as an example to get on the other guys for kind of egging you on. So I'll take the video down and I apologize to you, sister. Now bust that nigga in the head.
Okay, thank you, Solar. I'm finna smack him because I don't know what you talking about. This oral prep. Shit, orally, I think I should be the richest person in the world, but that don't mean nothing. Suave, I'm finna shout
appreciate you, Commissioner. Goodbye.
I'm finna shout my screen because I ain't finna go back.
Bye-bye.
And they look just like you two, A9. They look just like you.
How you know what I look like?
You an Arab or a Jew. That's called a mixed mud.
How you know what I look like?
That's what that is. You claim to being a mixed mud. You like a money fish. Everything in you.
Yeah,
Can you share my screen? Can you share my screen?
I take all that. You proving my point though.
Can you share my screen, Suave?
I'll point out you proving my point.
Okay, I'm sure I'm gonna prove my point.
You must not have read the article she just read.
What you see, anonymous, Hebrew, Jew.
I see
so those Israelites.
You said the Limba tribe. What is the Limba tribe? I see
Limba tribe in Southern Africa has.
And what is your favorite word you like to use?
I said Limba tribe in South Africa has Jewish roots. Genetic tests reveal.
So how the hell are you a Hebrew? You just went back to the Limba tribe to try to say that they're Hebrew. Now because they worship your culture. No, you're stupid because you don't want to identify with what you really is.
Oh, you
mixed up Jew.
That's fine. But what you just admitted though was that I am.
Admit anything.
You watch this. I'm gonna tell you the two things you just admitted.
What they doing with yarmulkes on their head?
Fall back. I'll answer all of that. That's great. But what I'm gonna tell you the two things you just admitted. One, You admitted that, okay, Anon, you're related to these people. 2, these people have genetic connection to what you would consider to be quote unquote Jewish people. So once we get to that point, you're dead. There's nothing
That's
else
how
to
we
talk
know
about.
that's some
Once we
bullshit,
get to
bro.
that point, you're dead. See, what you don't want to identify as with is the truth. You following the first slave cultures that was actually put in your brain, which is the Arabs and the Jews. They had a hand in all of this and manipulating tactics. I see what they mean by brainwashing the Negro. You are Jewish. And you still following Arabic shit, which means both of those are mixed up. That's why I call you Arab Jew brews.
Yeah,
Arab Jew brews.
all of that
Show
shit
y'all
sound good.
something else about the Arab.
All of that shit sound good.
Wait
What
a
you
minute.
just
Let me
proved
show you
was-
something
what
else
you just
about the
proved was-
Arab Jews.
What you
And
just
I
proved
remember
was
Swab
there's a
asked
genetic
me.
connection.
I
What you
remember
just
Swab.
There ain't-
No, what
what's
they're
the-
proving.
what's
Did
the
you or
genetic
did you not
connection?
just prove that they have a genetic connection? Yes
But
or
it
no?
What's the
says
genetic
Jews.
connection
It
Is
says
there a
between white
genetic?
Jews
I don't care
and
how they.
Africans?
I don't care what they. I don't care what they label
Why
it
does
as.
it not say
You want to
the
call me a
tribe of
Hebrew?
South Africa
You
has
want to call me a Hebrew?
Why
You
does it
want to
not
call
say
me a Hebrew?
root?
Watch this.
It says Jewish root,
You want to call me a
not
Hebrew?
Hebrew root.
You want to
How
call
can
me a
you be
Hebrew?
pushing something
You
and you
want to
don't know
call
what
me a
they're talking
Hebrew?
about?
You have to create a straw man because now you just got your ass whooped like you always do with the
Oh,
very
that's not
article that
a
you pulled up.
that's so let's deal with this article.
I got something else for him since we can sum it up.
Are
'Cause like I said,
are
he's
those
smart.
are they are what's their connection? They connected to the white Jews?
They connected to multiple Jews.
That's what that source was talking about.
Do y'all see this title up here that I just posted? Do y'all see this? What is what?
What is an Arab Jew?
And that's exactly what you is.
Okay, that's
exactly
amazing.
what you is.
Thank you.
And that's the genetic evidence. The genetic evidence shows what you really are.
Thank you.
Just like the Moors and all of these other people who thought they were somewhere with Christopher Columbus and all of that, they created people looking just like us to manipulate our minds, to mind fuck us with religion and false teachings in order for us to follow their ass like cults and stay on the damn plantation. And that's what makes me mad when it comes down to these freaking religions, because all of this shit comes from Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, polytheism, and all of that bullshit is combined in one. It's
Right, so
only
let's go ahead and set this up.
cult like followings and
Hey, miss me with the bullshit. Let's set
there's
the
no
debate.
genetics showing
Let's
where
set the
there's no
debate.
Hebrew.
Let's set the debate.
You don't want that smoke, A9, because you will not be chumped.
I'm sitting here right now
You
giving
will
you.
not be chumped this year.
I'm
You will be
giving you-
embarrassed.
Are you this stupid? It don't
Are
look.
you that stupid
Are
that
the
you don't even
Limba,
know
are you
that you're
telling
wrong?
me
I could lose.
that
I
the
could lose.
Limba
I could lose
and
to
white
everybody.
Jews are
I could
brothers?
lose to everybody on this
Man,
I
get
panel.
that
told you
shit
your
out of here.
arrogance
Hey,
gonna
hold
get
on.
you in
Stop
trouble.
talking. Stop
Your
talking.
arrogance is gonna get you in
Stop
trouble. Now I've
talking.
been trying
Stop
to find
talking.
that, but
I'm
you
trying to
really
help
don't want that fucking
I'm
smoke,
trying to
ain't
teach
none.
you. I'm
You
trying to
hope
teach
you
you.
be loud with everybody
I'm
else,
trying
but
to
not
teach
that
you,
one.
man.
I'm
I'm trying
that
to
one.
teach you.
And
I'm
you
trying to
can't
teach
get
you.
mad because you's a
I'm
mixed
trying to
up
teach you.
mullet, and I'm
I'm
embarrassing your
trying to
ass.
teach you. I'm
With
trying
your
to teach you.
own sources. You
I'm
talking
trying to
about the
teach
Limba
you.
tribe, you
I'm
talking
trying
about
to
the
teach you.
Levites, and everything that you actually using as sources is going into Arabs and fucking Jews.
Yawn.
So I don't want to hear that. Do you want that smoke?
I'm clearly asking for the debate. Don't
What's
mute
the
out.
debate?
I got a debate coming up. When you want to
What's
do it?
the
After that
debate title?
What you want to debate? If you a Jew or not? Because I'll smash your head with it.
So the debate is this: do any blacks in America are any blacks in America Israelites? Because you're saying we not.
You can call yourself what you want to, but where's the bloodline of Israelites? You always throwing around
Right, so
the word
let's take the debate.
and shit
Let's
and
take the
DNA.
debate.
But it's showing that your DNA and your genetics
Then
is
you
going
should
back
have
to
an
Jews
easy
and
time
Arabs.
with that debate.
And some of y'all mix the fuck up as
Then you
Arab
should
too.
have an easy time with that debate. Why we still yelling? I gave you the
Fine
debate.
with me, I ain't even got nothing else to say.
Bet. We ain't nothing else to talk about.
Right. So now we can get back to young Josh and trying to figure out how he came across this Indian doctrine. So what happened? One day you seen a meme and decided you was Native American?
No, I always knew that.
I always knew how. Wait. Slow down. I thought you knew you was an Israelite.
I mean, let me correct myself. I always heard that through my family.
You always heard you was an Indian.
Yes.
Right. So okay. So how did you come to the realization that you were? What brought it home for you?
Well, you know, once you get information, you grow with it. So
right. So we saying you got it from your family. Then what was the next level of information?
See, I just got to clarify because they just didn't tell me I was Indian. Like I actually went around, met my elders, and they told us about our history. Then later on, I continued my journey. Like I became an Israelite, Islam, Kemetic science, and I actually studied history and stuff. And when the history started matching up to what, like when I studied the migrations and all that stuff, and it started matching up to what my some of my
migrations of who?
The early migrations before the first dynasty. The people who Elijah Muhammad called.
Wait, hey, bro, you can't take me. I ain't going back that far with you. That's these niggas. Hey, stay your ass right here. We're not going back to the 15 nothings. So stay here. Stay right here. Okay, so we need to figure out how you know you a Choctaw.
Okay.
How do you know that?
Okay.
What is that based on?
So since we can't go back to history, I'll just say legal documents.
No. I'm saying you got like 150 years.
150 years?
Yeah, you can go back to like 1870.
Well, I have legal documents for my family from the 1800s.
Okay, that says what?
Choctaw by blood.
Choctaw by blood. Now, is that slave or what are we talking about?
No, they're just legal. What you mean slave? This ain't got nothing to do with
you know the Choctaw was slave owners, right? Notorious slave owners, slave catchers, everything. It was the white man bitches. You ain't know that?
Yeah, I understand that. Correct. Yeah.
So I mean, do you think that you can just throw it in the bag? Like, yeah, you know, we Choctaw, so we're not slave owners, slave catchers. What does, you know what I'm saying? Where else does your lineage take you to?
Okay, so once people start really researching American and indigenous American history, you will see that we fell under many names. The Choctaw is what. That's why when y'all asked me what I call myself, I didn't say Choctaw. Y'all noticed it because I know that the Choctaw are a newer mixed people of what we were.
Newer based on what do you mean newer?
Okay, when the Spaniards came over and all that mixing and stuff started going on.
No, see that's what, bruh. You're not talking about, bruh. Don't hit me when the Spaniards came over. I mean, tell me what you mean. When did they become the new Choctaw?
I'm telling you that.
When the Spaniards came over?
Yes, and we started intermingling.
It didn't have nothing to do with they motherfucking ass getting kicked out by the Chickasaw. Nigga, I do this shit. You just talking, nigga.
Bro, the
Chickasaw kicked them out, and that's where the fucking Choctaw came from.
Fam, slow down. The Chickasaw and the Choctaw are two separate people, two separate groups of the same people.
How did that happen?
Because they divided once we started becoming more modern and we started falling up under these foreigners.
Right. They kicked them out.
But guess what? Both of them was fighting for the white man. Both of them.
Right. We know. Which is why we're trying to figure out why you're claiming to be them.
No, I'm claiming that because I come from that heritage. Like,
right, you come from a heritage of slave catchers and slave owners.
Look, I'll let you talk, fam.
I mean, I'm letting you talk. I'm just trying to make sure we following one another.
Right. Okay, so look, once you realize that if like the further you go back, you will get to the original name of those people. But because when it comes to me claiming what I need to claim and do all this, I can't go use that name. So by default, I would say I am Choctaw by blood to do whatever I need to do. But if I'm just telling you what I'm indigenous American, because I really don't care about none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I don't care about none of these titles, none of this shit. But you know what I'm saying?
What do you care about, bro?
Sorry, Josh.
What's up?
Did you ever do a test to see if you have any American Indian blood in you?
What you mean, because a DNA test?
Because it might be in your family, that doesn't mean you were passed down that blood or that DNA. You know that, correct?
Hold on. Say that again. Just because it's not in my family, if the DNA is in my family, how can it skip me?
Just because someone in your family might be Choctaw or they might have a certain percentage in it, have you ever checked your DNA to see if you have any percentage in it?
Right, because you're not Choctaw. I mean, you could say somebody else in your family was Choctaw, but you wasn't born on no fucking reservation.
Right. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm Cherokee and Blackfoot on both sides of my parents, both grandparents, grandfather and grandmother.
Salute.
But I know that my great grandmother was born on an Indian reservation for the Cherokee, which were big African slave owners. So when I did my DNA test and it popped up, I do have that lineage, but that's why I'm asking, have you ever checked to see if you have it? Because you just
And then in
claiming it.
2013, for the record, they expelled all black tribe members. 2013.
Exactly, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They did expel. So that's why I was asking. You can't claim something when they don't claim you. And
who don't claim me?
Do they claim you?
The Choctaws?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Hell no, they don't claim that nigga.
I don't want or need them to. They
but you claiming them?
The Choctaws.
What type of false flag and shit is you on?
Listen, y'all. The Choctaws and Cherokees you see today are not really those people.
Why ain't they? The American government recognizes them as those people, so they are those people.
Of course they are. We talking about the American government here.
Right. So how are you saying you're somebody that they're saying you're not?
They're being claimed. They're being identified. They're being identified as that people. Whether or not if they was their original people,
identified by way of what?
Because
North America, North Africa.
Here's my thing, dog. Like I think all y'all Indian ass niggas need to click up and go fight them white motherfuckers instead of trolling pro-black spaces and where black people be. Y'all need to go fight them white motherfuckers and get y'all land back because they stumped y'all out, took y'all identity, take y'all land, and left y'all over here crying with us, my nigga. I wish y'all niggas would go ahead and get y'all motherfucking reservations back from them people who living on them, my nigga.
Hey, guess what though? You don't have to fight. Ain't no fighting necessary.
But it is. I mean, the same way they murked y'all and took y'all shit, y'all have to do the same thing back.
It was a sister that just came up here that got everything. I ain't gonna say everything, but she got her family stuff.
Was it just the Choctaw that was slave catchers, or was it Creeks too?
It was all of them.
It wasn't all of them. Choctaw, Cherokee.
Yes.
All of them became coons.
No, not all of them. I don't have no documentation on all 5 tribes being slave owners. Just the main 2 was them 2. Now, if you got something else on that, I'll take it. But
no, I'm not saying slave owner. I'm saying all of them became sellouts. Over time,
that's a different term, though, fam.
Right.
That's a different term, like because sellouts can apply.
I want to deal with the sellouts. I want to deal specifically with who had slaves.
Okay.
Was the Creeks involved in that?
I've never heard of the Creeks being involved, but again, I wouldn't know for sure because that's not who I researched. I checked, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it's just those main 2 was the top 2 that were completely involved, slave catchers, slave owners, having babies, the whole 9, which is why I don't like the conversation anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's almost like the white man conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you putting anybody who is subjected to slavery into this thing where you're claiming you're them now? You might as well say you white then.
Because you believe the quote unquote them are white people. You got to switch your perspective. You got to switch your perspective. That's why.
What? Whoa! Slow down, bro. Tell me what you mean.
Okay,
that's why you jump right out the window.
because if you say I'm trying to be them, that implies that they came first.
Right? No, that implies our understanding of them is known today. We have an understanding today, and so if you're operating within their paradigm today, you're trying to be them. I'm not talking about in the past, bro. You wouldn't.
Okay. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying, but I don't agree. You know what I'm saying? But I can't. I don't understand how somebody trying to get their American heritage or understand their American heritage, fully understanding that they do have African heritage.
You was born with a social security card and a birth certificate, nigga. That's your heritage, nigga.
I was born on the colonization. We all was born on the colonization.
If you're saying that
when they're wrong, do what the Romans do.
If you're saying that you belong to this tribe, they're not Americans. They were here first.
Right.
So which one are you? Are you American or are you a part of that tribe?
What? So y'all kind of confusing the questions. Okay, we can play semantics.
You're confusing yourself because
where did the tribe
America start? When did America start?
See, we can't even, and this is like, it kind of that's why I don't even talk about it, because this is what happens to the conversation. And when the conversation happens, it's more unrealistic.
I mean, it's a lot of questions coming, like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not the type of person, well, I'll shut the fuck up. Honestly, like I don't really care to sit up here and sound like I know this and know that. I would literally shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? But
you saying you can't handle the heat.
Man, I'm up here. I've been up here for what?
That don't mean you can handle the heat.
This not even heat to me. Might have been a real life situation.
It is because you talking about I just shut up.
No, I will.
I'm not trying to be combative. If you think that, I apologize. I was just asking, you know, who do you identify as? Do you identify as an American, or do you identify?
Why do y'all feel like? Why do y'all feel like all quote unquote black people just have to identify with something? How come I just can't identify as Josh and know my history?
Because nigga, you should have said that instead of talking that Indian shit, nigga. I've been saying that
all day. Y'all the ones just popped up.
Nah, bro, I heard that Indian shit, nigga.
When somebody asked me,
if somebody asked me that shit all the time, I ain't never made no claim on no Indian shit, nigga.
Why I asked you is because
they've been trying to put me in an Indian box for months, nigga.
I know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because like the older generation, y'all used to hearing people saying, "Oh, I look like this because I got Indian blood." That's not where I'm coming from.
Let me tell you what you did, bro. When you start talking to me, you put me in a Pan-African box, dog. You just automatically assumed I was Pan-African, and I just wore it.
I apologize for that then. You know what I'm saying?
It don't bother me because, in my opinion, we all black, so we need to know all the doctrines.
Right.
So it don't bother me. What I don't get is the rejection of the doctrine, yet not even really knowing your own doctrine, claiming to be Choctaw.
See, this is the thing, though. I don't want to look as far as all these historical doctrines. I learn them, but I'm not really trying to engulf. Like I said earlier, really, we are a new people. So if we was to not off the debate,
new since when?
Shit, since we became so mixed up and lost.
Since when? Give me a year, a time frame, an era.
I would say since the transatlantic slave trade, or since the slave trade.
That's not new, fam. I mean, goddamn, what the fuck?
No, I'm not saying that.
Come on, man, y'all niggas be killing up 500 years ago, bro.
Listen, I'm not saying the Indians. I'm not saying the Indians are new people. I'm saying all of us on this panel, all of our children, all of our parents,
since 500 years ago, fam,
are a new people. So I don't care if we call ourselves Indians, Pan-Indian. Well, I'm not paying nothing, but African Indians, whatever. But don't think just because I'm here today saying I'm this, now I gotta practice some shit that happened thousands of years ago.
Hey Josh, what makes us a new people, bro?
The fact that we didn't lost everything, the fact that we'd have been mixed up, misplaced, all that stuff. We might as well just consider ourselves a new people and form a new culture, but that'd be too much work.
Salute. I am a Choctaw. I'm a Choctaw by blood, and I'm also a tribal member of a black Choctaw tribe that still exists. A lot of our black tribes, they merged, and they still exist, and they've always been state recognized. Now, and I have, you know, all my documented history.
Oh, it's about Mississippi.
Yeah, I'm from Mississippi, exactly.
All right, I'm listening. I hear you.
All right, and you were right. In terms of the history, that Choctaw and Chickasaw, they're Creek Indians. They're from the Creek Nation. In fact, Cherokee, all of us are from the Creek Nation. We're all Creek. Every time that we migrate, we change, you know, like we identify as something different, you know, as something different.
From that region,
right, nations, bands, clans, etc. And so, you know, like it, you know, we're the Creek are descendants of the Mayans. We migrated from Mexico during the 1500s when the Spanish came in and they started to colonize. We migrated up,
correct,
and over. So, you know, it is, and you know, if you know anything about Mesoamerican history or even Paleo-American or the woodland culture, you know, you got to go way back. The original, and I agree with the terminology, Indian and indigenous and all of that. But, you know, the only thing is, you know, and we still have our Indian allocated land as well. And what I'm saying is a lot of times that we have to use that terminology in order to, you know, be able to regain benefits or document ourselves according to history.
Exactly.
But
the same way y'all say African.
We never called ourselves like Indian or indigenous. We had, tribal names in our indigenous language. So, that's one thing. Just like people say Choctaw and it's not Choctaw, it's Chata. Just like people say Chickasaw and it's not Chickasaw. With the W, it's Chickasaw.
Yeah, I don't respect that shit like that. But to say it in a sense like, because see, here's my thing. People who use it, they try to weaponize it. If that's your family heritage, like I don't think nobody should try to take that from you. The problem is trying to weaponize it and make it like, oh, I'm a better person. I got more of a claim, or I'm more black, or you're less American. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit is just I don't understand why people can't take it and use it for their own personal, which is what it is. It's your family, it's your heritage, it's your lineage. But then when you come out here to the collective of black people, you're dealing with black folks now. All that shit should have to your understanding of your family shouldn't play a role in how you deal with other black people. That shit kills me.
This is what I said yesterday. That's why I told Solar that yesterday when he tried to mix it up like I ain't want to be black. Now that's exactly what I said. I said when I'm out with the bros, when I'm out with my people, I'm not around here saying I'm this and I'm that. I would say I'm black. That don't mean I'm faking black or nothing. Because I come from something where niggas don't give a damn about none of this. So I'm not. Go ahead.
And let me clarify as well. I'm not Aboriginal. I'm not of the Aboriginal train of thought. Train of thought. Like my information came, from my history, my genealogy records, and my tribe. Okay, so I don't subscribe to what you call the internet Aboriginals or whatever. I'm not that. They have like some of the information I might be able to agree with, but some not. But to me, a lot of the Aboriginals don't manually trace their history or don't really get into, their history. They just look at, general history and they want to claim the legacy. And that's not how it works. You have to be able to, document and identify yourself. And that's why we have to use them terms. You have to be able to document and identify yourself historically. So I don't agree with that. And you're right. I want all of us black people, it doesn't matter how you identify, to make it. I think we all need to collectively work on doing something as, black Americans, to better our economic stance, to change the conditions in our community and and etc. So I don't, subscribe to that. And all people who, are Indian or whatever, or indigenous or whatever, don't, subscribe to that same frame of thought. Like I believe the slave trade happens. I know that there are some Africans here, so I don't try to tell anybody else who they are, because, everybody is different and everybody needs to research their family tree. But one thing that we all have in common is that, we're black, we're in America, and, we have EU, melanin, and we're carbon-based people. So just based on that, we can work together.
All right. Yep. Well, I appreciate that, sister, because I know you more like where I'm trying to get to. I just found out I just confirmed and got all my documents earlier this year. And I didn't get them just to get on the internet and be like, hey, I know this. Now I got that shit for my personal, like I told them, I wasn't even trying to come up here and be the spokesperson for the Aboriginal or indigenous community. I was asked about it and y'all start going in, but it's cool. I'm with everything. But
and Josh, they're right though. You have to drop those master teachers, because you have something better than a lot of those master teachers, and a lot of times what they're teaching you is steering you wrong.
Right. My master teachers don't have nothing to do with my indigenous, but
right.
I'm just
separated, because like a lot of the Aboriginals are trying to, free York.
Okay.
So like don't the thing is you're mixing information, because I to be honest with you, I sort of merged together the Aboriginal community, and then when I realized that there it wasn't about them tracing their family genealogy or getting down to the real root and the truth, that it was about, you know, you got, you know, you have Nubian Israelites, you have Nubian Moors. I even had one guy that came in there and he was trying to say that we were Ethiopian. You know, it's about, you know, people trying to form a nation or something, and you can't form a nation, and an individual can't be sovereign. You can only a tribe can be sovereign, like, you know, tribes or states. You know, so you can't, you know, you can't be an individual that's sovereign, because sovereignty means it's a government, and everybody has to be governed by something, or, you know, by something.
Well,
so, you know, I pulled out of that, you know, because it just got to, you know, like it got to, you know, and, you know, and we see that people will fight for, you know, what they believe in. That's why I'm not here to tell anybody who they are. And, you know, like, I'm gonna respect who you say you are or whatever, you know, just don't disrespect me and my legacy either.
Right. Because like I said, like from time immemorial, we all existed. Even if you think you African or whatever, it was once upon a time where Africans and indigenous Americans both existed on this landmass at the same time. History only gonna repeat itself. It's about what we gonna do. Are we gonna learn from the past lessons, or we gonna continue to bicker and argue? So I know this is the debate league, so I ain't trying to stop the vibe, but you know.
And on the slavery thing too, like what I've found is that it doesn't matter what continent or, you know, what country, you know, there were black slave masters everywhere. You know, like it might not have been the same form of slavery, but, you know, like there were, you know, black people selling black people, or black people enslaving, you know, black people. Even in America, a lot of the slave masters that are listed that you see, they are black slave masters.
Facts. She's speaking facts.
Yeah, I never knew why that was a point of contention, though.
And that's simply just because the way I look at it, at the time it was a business, and to use it today, a lot of times is only used to diminish the point. So I get it, but we only hear it today when somebody's trying to benefit white people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, as a point of reference and knowing history, I don't think it's a problem with us knowing it, but we do got to understand the only time that's said is when somebody's trying to defend some white slave owners.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to.
I know. I'm just saying that ain't something we generally talk about, because.
But I think it is.
That's what Candace Owens is saying, nigga.
I think we should talk about it.
I would just say that. You know,
I believe we all up here already know the atrocities that the white man did. All right, so when are we gonna talk about what the hell we did to each other? Because the shit we did to each other, but when we do that, that's when we advance to the next part of our evolution and solution finding.
I don't think we should ever talk about things we did to each other in a time when we weren't alive.
When it's people out here thinking that the white man did everything, I think is important.
Well, we have the documented proof of the white man doing a lot more than we have doing to each other, though. It's a difference.
But let me say, hold on.
Let me say one thing, Josh. I agree with this because that's why I say history is important for us to discuss, because the first people to sell their people into slavery, regardless of if they were captured in wars or whatever, was the black man. Right. And we continuously forget about that. Anthony Johnson, a black man who took his own brother to court and actually made the first life sentence of what they call slavery. So we do have to address those things, and I think that's where we get biased at. All our skin folks is not our kin folks. They might be black,
I'm biased,
you know, as far as their color, you know. And then we talk about the white man slave trade, but the white man was the last one to trade us in slavery. Why we don't talk about the Arabs and the Jews?
Because none of them ain't popping right now. You know what I'm saying? Like none of them ain't popping right now. I can see if they have, like I say, like I think we got to deal with what's necessary at some point, right, as opposed to just sitting around pontificating about what was slavery. It's like, okay, but out of all that history, look who came out on top. Look where we are now. Can we deal with that?
But a lot of these people that we see, Taz, that you think is white people, it's not. Arabs and Jews still running everything. They still behind the system. They still behind the plantations. Slavery has just been camouflaged because we don't look beyond what they give us. Everybody wants to be limited to just what they see in front of them. You still have to go back and do research. And
I don't diminish
the white man is
like
like a
that.
nigga to the
I think
Jew.
that's an insult to like Harriet Tubman and many others who were actually slaves. For me to say I'm enslaved today, that's an insult to actual people who were enslaved.
And it's weak. Like, no disrespect, but I would never. I like people think I don't believe in white privilege.
So because they not whooping our behinds with billy clubs, and we not, there's different levels of slavery.
I mean, I've been to the penitentiary before, though, fam. Like, I know it. Like, my freedom is different when you ain't had it before. Like I done not been free.
We don't have no freedom, and we don't own shit. We ain't control.
And see, and that's what I can't say that though. I know that's been taught to us, but I've not been free before. See what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, I'm free to the motherfucker. Like, wait a minute. Like, if somebody take away your freedom, you'll get more of an understanding of why it's like, well, nah, I can't say I'm not free. I understand where you're coming from, and I don't diminish your argument completely, but I think we got to be careful of stepping on the toes of people who were not free ever.
And we got to be careful what we tell these babies. And I know what I'm saying. Don't be around here telling babies that they enslaved and a white man more supreme than them. There's other ways to say that and still be able to have them be confident as they grow up in this world.
I think white supremacy still is a good term to use. I just think it's used in a way where it's not well defined. Because if most of the police officers, most of the teachers, most of the mayors, all the governors, most of the presidents, okay, dog, that's white supremacy, nigga.
But look,
you know what I'm saying? Nobody's meaning as an individual though, and so I just think we got to be defining it more. But I mean, the supremacy is about the system; it's not about individual white people.
Right. This is exactly what I'm about to say. Because when you go back in time, like I tell people, go research pre-dynastic Kemet and research. Make sure you look into the early Egyptians and the Greeks. You're gonna see that the quote unquote supremacy has always been multiracial or multi-ethnical. It's never been one white. It's never been one white group. It's never been one black group. Hey, they all working together. The Asians over there, they getting they oppress. The Arabs, whatever. Everybody oppressing their own respective lands.
Suave, can you share my screen, please?
Suave over there probably eating.
Well, look, let me read this, because I just read it on our live panel just earlier tonight. Since we on a topic of white supremacy, right? This is what it says. It says most white supremacists do not belong to organized hate groups, but rather participate in the white supremacist movement as unaffiliated individuals. I'm gonna read that again for you. It says most white.
What are you reading? What is it?
This is an article with hate in their hearts, the state of white supremacy in the United States for law enforcement.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let me finish what I was doing real quick. And then I ain't gonna be long. But I think this is very important to what you just said, Taz. Because a lot of we don't read this type of information for real. So it goes past us and beyond us. But let me get back to where I was at real quick. Okay, here we go. It says most white supremacists do not belong to organized hate groups, but rather participate in the white supremacist movement as unaffiliated individuals. Thus, the size of white supremacist movement is considerably greater than just the members of hate groups. Now, this is what's important right here. This is very key. Among white supremacist groups, gangs are becoming increasingly important. Why would they say that?
Because gangs have always been tribal. Like when you look in Chicago, you don't, like most people think that you just have black gangs. No, you have Italian, you have Some of the stuff that I don't
research the Thuggies.
But hold on.
The original
Shit, it's more Latin Kings than anything, man.
Don't get triggered with the word gangs, right?
Okay.
And then refer back to other people because we're talking about white supremacy. Right? We ain't talking about them having issues with the Italians and the Jews and the Japanese, and no, we know. Come on now.
Hey, so what did they call them before they called them gangs? What were they called?
My God, what's good with you guys?
Gangs, bro. That's not the point.
Top Cats. What up, Top Cat?
What's up with it, Ted? Peace to the family.
Man, I need that creek breakdown.
Let me get to the point, bro. Among white supremacist groups, gangs are becoming increasingly important. The point is, we been killing each other. The things that they've been really focused on, the things that they can't do no more without having an eye on. You see what I'm saying? Getting exposed. So to say gangs are becoming increasingly important is very important for them. The fact that they don't have to raise a gun, they don't have to mount up and come snatch us up and do all these other crazy shit. They can just kick back, let us do their job. But we don't pay no attention to this because never one of us read this outside of me bringing it to us right now.
I mean, I probably could have said that though. Like, I probably could have.
Bro, I don't want to hear that shit, Josh. You didn't say it. So
I think what
I'm saying is,
nigga said I probably could have said that shit.
That's obvious. That's obvious.
Man, listen.
I think if we was actually integrated, I think black on black crime would be way down.
I think people gonna kill who around them. Like,
bro, stop thinking, bro, because your thinking, man, is just all over the place, bro.
Bro, you an Israelite, push.
But there are a lot of things.
You think a lot, man, and your thought process is just not reality.
Bro, you came up here
and just shot that out there like a punchline.
You came up here and read a whole article just to tell us that
I didn't read the whole article.
That the white man used gangs.
That was one paragraph that I read, not a whole article.
Okay, and you wasted your time to tell us that the white man is using gangs. Who didn't know that?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Who didn't know that?
Did you?
Yes, nigga. It's obvious.
Since when?
The fact that
since when have they been using gangs?
The fact that no gangs are not on the domestic terrorist list.
The fact that no gangs is what?
Are on the domestic terrorist list.
Are you
really? The fact that some gangs, I ain't gonna name the sick because I don't want to disrespect nobody, but there are actually a gang with an LLC.
Bro, I don't want to have a conversation with you at all, bro.
I'm just telling you how I knew it was obvious.
That's cool. I look, your thought process is not the type of conversation or the thought process I definitely want to do.
Hey, I feel insulted by Hebrew Israelite telling me that.
Let me jump in real quick. They're using a lot of different influences because when we say gangs right now, typically they're using the music industry. You know, the music industry is causing a lot of black genocides. So, you know, like they use a lot of different forms of creating like self-hatred. And, you know, creating, making us go against each other and creating territory. So, you know, there are a lot of influences and things of this nature. Just like
I don't think it's self-hatred,
right.
though.
You're absolutely right.
I think it's about, I don't think it's necessarily self-hatred. I think we are fighting over the same dollar.
But
especially in the spaces that we in.
You about to switch it up, bro, because it ain't even about the dollar. Because, see, they said that the gangs are most important. They didn't say entertainment. They didn't say the rap industry. They didn't say the drug industry. They said gangs, fam. Now I know we attach to all of those different industries, but in the strength that they said that, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. You saying they said most important. Okay.
So all I'm saying is this, man. It's the reason that they saying it because the supremacy aspect of it is to kill us off, bro, so that they can make way for their children. In other words, stop us from procreating.
I've been hearing they've been trying to kill us off, man, my whole life, bro. That's about 3 decades. I don't believe you can kill black people off.
Can I give you an example?
I'm bringing a source.
I understand what you're doing,
bro. That's
all. I understand what you're doing. I was just responding. Like I don't. My thing. I don't think. I'm not saying they're not trying to, But me hearing this my whole life, I'm only seeing more and more black people being born. How the hell and when the hell are they gonna finish the goddamn job?
But
it don't even look like they started.
Let me use an example. Okay, so in Chicago, if you keep up with the drill rap industry, right? Okay, basically, they had a war, and it's still pretty much, going to this day. And what you have is not even necessarily a gang against gang, because they're mixed up. They're sets
It's
now.
definitely gang against gang.
No, it's not the Bloods, Crips, Vices. It's the Offsets. It's these little bitty. It's the ones that don't even respect their OGs.
There's nothing little about them.
Well, I'm talking about the young. I'm talking about the younger. It's the younger dudes who don't really. They outlaw. Put it like that. They outlaw.
Bro. No. Okay, these niggas grow up in these neighborhoods. They pass that shit down to the next generation of young niggas, and they all keep repping the same shit, but they are not. They are not letting this shit go, bro. And then when niggas fall out, they go join the other set. You got renegade sets now with GDs running with BDs, running with Mickey Cobras. Like it's kind of the bad part about what happened with Chicago was that everybody just got thrown around in different places, and then a bunch of people got thrown together, and it's never changed. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't never left their neighborhoods.
I agree, and that's
what
I meant.
OGs locked up too.
That's what I meant.
Ain't no more OGs, bro. Everybody OG. Everybody OG, man. I used to live on 63rd, nigga, right, literally right down the street from Ashland. I go down there and get my weeds, kick it with a few niggas for a minute. But when it comes to that Chicago shit, bro, I just think niggas got to realize, bro, niggas they're not leaving their neighborhoods. This my hood. I'm here forever. This our shit. We here. Right. Don't come through here. Don't fuck with us.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, it was niggas, bro, on the block, even in Dago, that never seen the beach. Never seen the mall, nothing, bro.
But nigga told me he ain't never go downtown. Nigga, you live in Chicago, nigga. How the fuck you ain't never go downtown, nigga? What the fuck is wrong with you? Because I'm out of towner, bro. So everything's amazing to me, but niggas telling me they don't have no interest in going downtown. Ain't been to no White Sox game. Fuck the city, nigga. I'm right here. I'm in the hood, bro.
Self-imprisonment, bro.
And and it's territorial. It's to the point where they make everything territorial, like the music industry, because you got the BDs that don't want to let the GDs in. You know what I'm saying? So it's going way beyond just the streets or just basic hustling of the streets. It's even in the music industry now.
Yeah,
I mean, people done lost lives. And that's just the thing. Once you lose somebody to somebody else, it's kind of hard to kind of get in between that.
I'm going through that today. No cap. Go ahead, Nandy.
No, I was just saying her and Taz is right. And she's speaking about GDs and stuff. The last OG that was on the streets was OG KK, Kevin Clayton. They got arrested down here in Atlanta, Georgia, right after that little shit that we had going on up in Stone Mountain. So he's right, and right now it's a bunch of renegades, it's a false setters.
Yep.
People out here pretending about what they know about this situation, and when it comes to gang banging, and it's just all over the place.
Right.
So no, gangs is not structured like they used to be, and like she said. Even beginning of the time, though, that's what started the banging against each other. The gangs was originally created for us to go against people like the Spook Riders and the KKKs and stuff like that. But then you had some people that conveniently wanted to go through some stuff like this and somebody got killed. And now we got the Bloods and the Crips against each other. And all this crazy shit.
Yeah, it's like, how do you transfer that energy? Because they catching motherfuckers coming out to jail in Chicago, man. They hit that nigga 64 times out in front of the jail. Now,
I ain't gonna lie, Chicago just different.
You willing to do some shit like that, bro? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, it's a lot more motherfuckers that need that type of work. If you willing to pull up to the jail and hit a nigga 64 times, nigga, y'all the type of soldiers that's supposed to be doing some other shit. Because them niggas ain't got caught, okay? So there's plenty more shit them niggas need to be doing.
You making a lot of sense, Taz, because a lot of them coming up with the bond money. They buying the niggas out just to kill them.
Yeah.
And he wasn't that wasn't the first one that got caught outside the jail.
Right.
First one.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah.
one of the sisters saying, that money and the energy, because like I said, I was affiliated with gangs and involved in all of that stuff. It can be going towards some positive. Actually, if somebody really takes it and structures it, considering they're willing to go through whatever and die for anything the right way, like Brother Taz and the sisters saying, we'll have a mighty fucking army.
Right.
And we have to look at the money we have to look at the money that they're making, because a lot of times, I talk to a lot, because like I'm from Mississippi, and a lot of people from Chicago are from Mississippi. I have a lot of family in Chicago, and it's like this. So I have an interest in, helping, and I try to talk to a lot of them and tell them that you got to look at how much money the music industry is making, because when they sign an artist, a lot of times they put insurance on that artist, and and they let them sit there and build up their little category and catalog of music, and depending on what their contract states, they may or not, their family may or may not get any money, after something happens to them. But
like
the music industry is going to get, they're going to get the insurance off of that person's death. They're going to get their catalog so they can continue to make residuals off of that person's music. And
I mean, but
you know what? Well, I mean,
I think though.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, sis. No. You go ahead.
That sister is making a valid point, because even companies are doing it. I've seen a lot of stuff with Walmart. Employees dying off and stuff. Their families found out Walmart got $2 and $3 million worth of insurance policies on these people. So
most companies do that. They big corporation puts out life insurance policies on their employees, and when, let's say, a significant other pass away, and their spouse will find out later on that there was a larger insurance policy that the corporation had on their on their significant other, and they can't even touch it.
Right. That's so true.
Even when you're looking at the music industry, though, it's a game, because even if you're talking about Sony, Sony can sign you for $5 million, but yet they got the power to make 250 to 500 million off of you. You know what I mean? That and that's something that you can't really compete with.
I got it.
Because
dead or alive.
The fact
dead or alive.
Yeah, dead or alive.
And the feds,
you know what I mean?
The feds got their hands all in this stuff too. Don't forget the feds. The feds be around. The feds be around here. Like the feds be around here infiltrating gang wars and starting gang wars. Y'all can't sleep on it.
And something else that sister saying, a lot of these people, like she said, it's something else underhand in the situation. A lot of these people, I look at people like Whitney Houston and her daughter, Michael Jackson, all these different people, they worth more dead than alive as well, because they done confiscated other stuff from these people in these industries. So y'all making some valid points when it comes to the music industry. People don't own their masters. They, production and distribution, they taking control of that. And then once they get all of this, like she said, out of inside contract, backside contracts that they have on these people, they end up murdering them. And have y'all noticed just in the last couple of years, how many rappers, let's forget everything else, rappers that has just been murdered or dying, and I don't really think it's all the gangbang stuff that's trying to part of us. Well, what y'all think about
not all of these niggas?
Not all of it.
They be in some street shit though, man. I'm telling you, man. It's like motherfuckers was saying, like with Duck, for example, because they just grabbed his killers or whatever today. Like, they was kind of saying that about him, and he was just blowing up, and the GDs was finally getting some shine in Chicago and shit. And like I always thought it was like, the other side, the BDs, the old block niggas and shit, because they don't want them niggas to come up. They do not want them GDs to come up at all. And I think they was willing to risk anything to do it. I just think a lot of times that's what it is, man. These niggas on street shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so like that just means a lot of these rappers are like, I don't think you need a big COINTELPRO conspiracy. These niggas out here.
But what I was saying,
at the same,
you're right. But what I was saying with that though is they don't stop them from doing a lot. They know a lot of the music that the lyrics or the music, diss and dead ops. They know that that's dangerous. The music industry. And it's like, why don't y'all hold them to greater standards? Because they will let allowing artists to come out here and diss another set's dead op, knowing
Well,
that
them
it's
niggas
about to
ain't. But
cause.
see, but check me out though. Listen to this, because I kind of broke that down myself and made it understandable. Now listen, whether or not the label get involved is irrelevant because the nigga can make the song and put it on YouTube. Once he gets some action from YouTube and people start hitting it and hitting him, telling him they like that shit, the label only sees that person is getting some traction, i.e. motherfuckers like Driller, 757, and some of the other Chicago rappers. They not hot on a level where they getting signed to a major deal, just like Duck was. If you remember, when Duck signed his first deals, it was just some short shit. Make a song, if we can do something with it, then we'll buy it from you. But he didn't have an original all-out deal where everything he made money off of. So they recognize the game now, them Chicago rappers, and they ain't signing bullshit deals. But initially, they was just signing deals because a motherfucker like your song and you can get paid from it. So they'll sign a deal.
But they
you know
do
what I'm saying? I would question why would you not?
But they do
But
got
what
artists.
I would say,
sorry.
I think it depends. I think where a label gets involved, it just depends on who playing with their money. You know what I mean? And I think that's where it ends up, where you can see a label involved. I think it would be outside of some street shit. It'd be more so on some, you ain't either, just something ain't right behind the scenes with them in the label.
Man, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I seen Yo Gotti and Dolph run a whole play on the city of Memphis with this fake beef, raising the murder rate. Niggas they got they little foot soldiers shooting each other, but when they come to the city, they getting protected by the police. So I didn't see it play out of my. So yeah, some of it be street shit.
I done been dropped off by the police though, bro, on 3 different occasions, bro. I done been dropped off by the police in the opposite sex.
Ooh,
in the middle of the night, bro.
Exactly.
Like on everything I love.
I'm glad you brought that up because I see people in the chat. They really using their brains when they say blow up police precincts. Let me say this.
Oh, y'all better be careful. Hold on.
Whoa.
Because nobody
I ain't trying to be labeled no black identity extremist.
Let me just address it. Nobody said anything about shooting up police stations. They said someone got shot in front of a police station. That's not what we're saying. But let's go back in history a little bit.
Let's go back to last year. Shit.
Yeah. People who think like that, and I see that this is why our people can't get nowhere because they ain't willing to stand for or die for shit. They don't want to shed no blood. And let me say this. If the Black Liberation Army, Mutulu Shakur, the Weathermen Underground, and a number of other organizations felt like in some type of way strategically outnumbering the government, let's say it that way, wasn't something that we needed, then I don't understand how we would win this fight. If the governmental system, including the police officers, because they're the ones who whooping everybody's ass now, all up on the streets, killing people and shit unjustifiably. I'm trying to figure out who's defending their police station.
Can I ask a question? How can we do anything with the government? Y'all kind of know what I'm saying. I ain't trying to. Hold on. Let me finish my question.
Can. But that's where my non-participation argument comes into play.
How can we do it when people still need the government? There's a lot of black people still rely on the government.
We don't need shit from them. If we sit up here,
I don't.
This is what I'm saying. We got a panel.
The government needs you, bro. What does the government have?
Right.
No, I'm not saying I do, but there are.
So what I'm saying is,
go ahead.
We got a panel full of people right now, very educated, willing to stand for their people. But when it comes to talking about separating from the government, because see, I use this as an example all the time. When the COVID-19 came out and Donald Trump told niggas to stay in the house, they couldn't go to work, they couldn't do shit, you follow directions. Well, the government went damn near bankrupt because they had to open it back up. You know the real reason why they opened this system back up? Because they realized that we are the ones that make their system.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's not true.
Yes, we are, because let me explain something to you.
No, that's not how stuff opened back up.
Why did it open back up, Taz?
The white people start protesting in Michigan, then they start protesting all over. By mid-May, the Breonna Taylor story came out. by the end of May, George Floyd had got choked out. The motherfucking protest started and the quarantine was over.
Now, let me tell you why the protest started. Because, see, you got to get to the source. They was protesting because their businesses was going out. People was losing money. They didn't have nobody to come flip them burgers. They didn't have nobody to clean up the house.
That's too good. See, y'all be doing too much, man.
You have to pay. See, this is what I'm saying. like when me and you went back and forth about Willie Lynch. I know Willie Lynch is false. I know it's a letter and it was false and all of that. What I'm saying is this, though. Systematically, this is how these people think. If you ask yourself, how does the white man have so much power? One is because they control everything that we so-called have to go to them for. You got to go to them for a job. You got to go to them for housing. You got to go to them for every single thing. If we take that power out of their hand and reconstruct ourselves according to how we see fit, we even inflate the money. Because they are keeping up with assets and resources. They governing oil, they governing gold and silver. And here we is out here working for fiat currency, buying the gold, buying the silver, buying the vehicles. The power structure is in the resources and the things that they control. But if we just go keep working for them and going in punching their clock, like a lot of these places shut down because they didn't have no employees. A lot of people still didn't go back to work after they opened up. See, when you're looking at politics, the government was losing money. They was giving out trillions of dollars to have to make sure people were eating. They was making sure people was getting food stamps, and wasn't nobody working for that money to circulate. Black people got smart and started sitting on their shit. A lot of black people turned thousands of dollars into tissue. When they start realizing now they got food shortages. Now the grocery stores is running out of tissue and all of this stuff. If we pay attention and strategically use that fiat currency against them and take back all of the resources and sit on our ass for about 3 days, I guarantee you their system would be no more.
So you're gonna use the
3
days. You're gonna use the government dollar to take down the government.
What I'm saying. Let me break it down to you. That's just like right now, if you got $5 million in your house, the average Negro, they're going to buy them a Bugatti. They're going to buy some junk. When a white person got $5 million, they finna take over this land. Or they finna go over here and buy all the oil. Or they gonna corner all the resources, the gold and all of that shit. And they give y'all asses Wall Street and niggas think they doing something by investing in stocks. Pay attention to that. But if the resources back in the hands of the people that it belongs to, the gold that's ours, the oil that's ours, if we take some type of initiative, first of all, to secure our shit. And that's the biggest problem that I have with people. You would rather go deal with the white man than to stand on your own damn team. If you ask me, that's being lazy. That's being fucking lazy. I heard somebody say, I don't want to pick tomatoes. I ain't going back to that. Are you fucking serious? White women they got gardens everywhere. They do the shit for a hobby. They care about what their children are eating. They're not spending money. The currency.
Yeah, I don't look to white people as my leaders, though.
Right.
Yeah, I don't either. But right now, you got to understand they got the power. Hell no, they're not our leaders. They can never teach us how to be us. But if they have the power structure and a system behind them that's backing this shit, when it comes to controlling voting, controlling the resources, we still segregate.
Can I say something?
I'm almost finished.
Okay.
We still segregated. A lot of niggas think we not. But if you look at the areas of where you live in, you got all the black people living in one place and you got all the white people somewhere else. They even systematically have a way of when they dealing with real estate to still segregate niggas. So if we not thinking outside the box and feel like we can't overcome none of the shit that we dealing with, then you just gonna be somebody who's still stuck in the system and one of they niggas.
Right. Hey, this is what I feel. I'm gonna make it quick. I feel like everything you said is true, but I feel like that's kind of unrealistic. I think the most realistic thing is for all black people to move into one region and do what we got to do. Because as long as we scattered out all across the nation, it'll never be possible to do anything. When we
don't mean to cut you off, Josh, but that's unrealistic. All black people.
Not really. Not if you pay attention to what's going on now. A lot of people from New York trying to move down south.
That would be crazy. It's not unrealistic to corner your resources because niggas just need to quit being fucking lazy. And I have to admit to that. Quit being lazy. When you talking about barter and trading, because that's what the fuck they do on Wall Street. They going out here, you know what they doing, telling us to come and recycle our gold. Bring our televisions back to them. And you know what they doing? Breaking that shit down, getting all the resources and reselling it to us at a quadruple price. And it's unrealistic to think that all black people, just because we in one region, we gonna get along. We got black on black crime out here. You got people killing each other. You got black police whooping our ass.
I didn't say get along.
No, what you trying to say? So what the hell? All black people in one region is gonna prove if you don't have shit to stand on. What? Okay, just say today. All the black people get up right now and say, fuck it, we're gonna follow Josh. We're gonna go right over here in the region of where Josh wants us to go. You ain't got no food, you ain't got no water, you ain't got no shelter, you don't have no plan, and you ain't coming up with no purpose of why the fuck we should do it. But how can you sit there and use that as something to be foundational for us to be able to build as a people?
So you mean to tell me if a lot of people go to Mississippi, right? A lot of black people, and Mississippi just become the most populated state full of black people. It's a lot of Mississippians with land that's growing vegetables and all that. You don't think we can get some popping? No. That's impossible. That's impossible.
If all the black people moved to Mississippi at this point, we would just be the next place that they would just bomb and blow us out of smithereens, okay?
But that could be possible either way, though.
And see, not even that. You got a lot of capitalistic, chauvinistic, wannabe white Negroes out here right now.
Wild in the night, man.
Let me jump in here because y'all speaking my language.
Let me just get this out. Just because we got Negroes. Now, let me tell you something, because I hear a lot of people say, stop black. Hold on, Josh. Because you've been talking a lot of rhetoric. Learn something from the grown folks. Learn something from the grown folks.
That's why I'm over.
We got a whole lot of black businesses right now. And if I go in there, like, let me use this as soul vegetarian down here. I want to eat beef. I want to eat elk. But when I go in there, you know how much a little bowl of macaroni and cheese is? $10 down. So now I got a family to feed. I got 5 children, just say that. I got grandparents and all that. Church's chicken right next door giving me 40 green ass pieces of chicken for $5.99. And I'm getting a couple macaroni that ain't gonna fill me up and sold vegetarian for $10.99. Somebody needs to pay attention to this shit. We got capitalistic Negroes out here. So just because all the black people are in one spot doesn't mean we're not gonna have some serious capitalism going on. And if you ask me, it's gonna be worse. It's gonna be worse because
I didn't say that though.
I can say that because see, this is what I'm saying. You trying to look at things.
No, I said I didn't say it wasn't gonna be worse. I'm saying we had the power to get them niggas up out of there though.
No, not necessarily.
No.
See what you gotta understand. Okay, go ahead, Blue. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me help you out. I want to jump in here.
Get down and lay down because we our own police and everything.
No, it ain't about that though, bro. Because when we talk about capitalism, the problem that's gonna always plague us is you have to have somebody to capitalize on. So people who come here, the dream ain't just about gold. The dream is that they know they're gonna be able to capitalize off of us. Why? Because they have resources back home and we don't. So they can come here and the cotton. And I'll tell you, bro. My dad had shit. He was getting the shirts for 10 cents a piece, bro. But the Chinese was selling the T-shirts to the other Chinese for like 3 and 4 cents, bro. That's way different. Different.
But I'm not mad at it though. I'm not mad at other people looking out for their people.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
We need to look out for our people.
Let me ask you a question, Josh. Have you ever read the so-called United States Constitution? Have you ever read that?
Yes, I have.
So what does it say that currency is? What is currency?
Oh no, I don't remember it.
Oh, okay. Let me explain. Gold, silver, oil. That's what currency is.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about
because our people don't really get up into politics. They deal with politics. They give us politics in our community. So when we're dealing with politics, I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
That brings me to my point. You're exactly right. I agree wholeheartedly with everything that basically most are saying. We need to get more into politics. Just like for one thing, we still have some old, outdated laws on the books, like the 3/5 of a human that needs to be removed. In a lot of these states, we still have old, antiquated laws that need to be removed. I contacted Karen Bass during the George Floyd time, and I had to educate her. I said, we don't have a we do not have we don't have an anti-hate bill specifically for Black people. The one hate bill that we had was only for federal places. You know, so there's a lot, like, that's why we need to understand politically, because why can they do the things that they're doing? Because a lot of the stuff that they're doing falls within the law. So, you know, we have to, you know, get more, we have to get more knowledgeable about, you know, the law. And then we have to press these people. Just don't go vote somebody into office and don't put that pressure behind them. Put that pressure behind them. Look, we need you to, especially if they have another term to serve, you know, we need you to do X, Y, Z by this time, or we're not going to put you into office. So yes, collectively, you know, us getting together and we voting on issue, voting.
Can I ask the adults a question?
I just want to say something. I'm sorry, Josh, because so she on the something, but let me say this. Voting is structured. The electoral colleges and all of this was created because our people been trying to fight for voting for years. That's why I tell people the civil rights movement didn't do a damn thing, because our votes actually don't even exist in their system, and that's something we got to pay attention to.
They just stole the election.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. Let me finish. Hold on.
Okay, local.
Even locally, let me tell you something. These governments are all in the bed together. They are actually, you know, in cahoots with the Queen and all of this shit. It gets deeper than what people want to talk about. But this all stuff has been constructed. If the governmental system has been critiqued and designed to destroy my people, nothing we do inside their system is going to make a difference. The laws, I hear what you're saying. Why the reason why I'm talking about the Constitution is because I want people to understand how they teach themselves. They teaching their other white people what to value, what to hold on to, how to build generational wealth through their wordings and the way that they write certain things. That don't include us, because, you know, when we go to the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, that shit ain't never been acknowledged, and it never will be. We still slaves. I don't care what nobody thinks. But if you look at what they are collecting all of the same things, and a lot of the shit was stolen from our people. They stealing oil. They in the Congo stealing the resources in order to build their cell phones. We got to get some fucking security, and we got to get the heart to start taking back what's rightfully ours. That's just like if I'm playing chess. Man, I'm playing chess with a brother, and I take his queen. Just because he crying about the shit, because he voting and writing some type of document saying that I should give it back, fuck him. This is the game we playing. Life is like a game of chess. So you can't look at it as thinking that their system is going to do anything for us. And even though we got blacks that's in these systems, whether it's locally or it's globally, these are their token niggers. A lot of these I'm already picked. I'm finna be quick, Blue. A lot of
you good.
Already handpicked, like Mel Kasim Reed. I could use some for this out.
I can't agree with that.
This person in Atlanta, Georgia, was one of the people that was out there with us because I was around the same age as him, looking for the missing and murdered children. He was 11, 12 years old, leading a search team. Then this motherfucker becomes the mayor. All of these people are in bed with each other, including the black people that are in their system. Those are sound bowls.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
This is what I'm telling you. Let me break it down. Yes, all of them. Anytime that you would sign a contract with a governmental system and you sign an oath to follow certain shit, and you already know that these things are leading back to enslave or oppress my people, you are a sellout, cooning ass Uncle Tom Sambo.
Let me say one thing real quick. I'm from Memphis. It's predominantly so-called black people here, and we had this mayor named Mayor Harrington. Y'all can look this man up. I'm telling you, this was the realest nigga. And you can ask anybody. Y'all might say, "Man, you young, you know what you're talking about." Find another elder person that's from Memphis. They would tell you. And if you have the numbers, it's hard for them to rig shit when you like in a predominantly black area. Ain't no way they can say your vote don't matter when y'all the only people voting.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. What do you know about the electoral colleges, and what do you know about the actual board members?
I ain't talking about president's election.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Then first of all, the Federal Reserve Chairman is who decides who the president is, not our votes.
No, I don't agree with the president. I'm talking about locally.
Finish. We talking from the top to the bottom, because I hear a lot of people pushing this locally shit.
I'm only speaking for Memphis because we're predominantly black.
At your state laws, if you look at your state laws, because you got state constitutions, the state constitutions actually are identical to the United States Constitution.
Not necessarily.
Every state constitution is the
Not
same.
no, it's not.
Really?
Every state
Show me
doesn't
one.
operate
No,
the
it's
same.
not.
Mississippi is
Right.
a sovereign state, so
Right.
we follow to the beat of our own.
See, I'm not talking about unincorporated states. We're talking about incorporated states, and we're talking about voting as a whole. And when you got incorporated states, which majority of them are incorporated, whether you can see it visibly or not, because they're still getting federal funding, they're still getting all type of grants and all this stuff from the government. So some type of way, somewhere, there's an underlying contract between the government and these people. And you talk about black people in office. Well, let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you something, sister.
Let me just give a question out, and then I'm gonna mute my mic because I have been talking.
Who's the question directed to?
Whoever wants to answer it, right?
Okay.
We got a lot of black people that's been in offices, what we call so-called John Hanson, our first black president. What the fuck have black people gained from that? I'll mute my mic.
Well, wait a minute. I'm gonna ask the sister something. Have you ever wrote any legislation? You done any lobbying work?
Who, me? I have.
Thank you.
No, I haven't, because I don't believe it.
Wait a minute. Then how can you criticize something when you never even been a part of it?
Because I study the government as a whole, and if this government was designed in order to keep slaves on plantations and keep us actually,
Who on this platform is a slave?
Let me
Who's on this platform is a slave, y'all?
Let me say this: if you feel like slavery ended in 400 years, then the mind is a terrible thing.
That's why people need to get their documents.
No. Wait a minute. If you are a slave, if you are a
what
slave,
is your birth certificate, your cuffs number, and your social security number for? What are those numbers for?
you trying to hotep?
Nah, it ain't about hotep. It's about what's documented. See, this is what you got.
No. You doing that
go back to 1954. Take yourself back to 1954 and figure out why they started using birth certificates if it wasn't important. Why did they start utilizing?
Because it's for health. No, it's for health reasons.
Health reasons? Oh, let me mute.
Yeah. If you actually read the law on why their birth certificates is to track down who is married to who, what the union between what this man and woman have done in order to so that Billy Bob won't fuck Marianne and having a child that is deformed. That's part of the reason why there is a birth certificate.
Birth certificates are not for them to keep up.
Oh yeah,
Number. How are they able to see how much you make every year? How are they able to see what you own by your social security number? It is a way to.
It's a social security.
When
you go to work
and your birth certificate.
When you go to work,
what you make? Why do they need to keep track of
when you go to work?
Hold on, because the conversation is becoming minute.
Right. Yeah. It's one of these conspiracy theories talking.
Hold on, because you came in here for a reason, so I want to deal with.
So let me ask you a question: you don't feel that black people are being still sold on the stock market today? Yes or no?
All humans are. Everybody with a social security card.
No, I'm talking to the brother who jumped up here trying to check me about the birth certificate.
Well, let me mute. I'm muting.
Everybody is. What you talking
about?
about?
Well, then we still being sold. How the fuck we ain't still slaves? Let me mute.
I said,
what the fuck type shit is that?
No, but you the one talking about though. You don't believe in this. You calling everybody.
Hell no, because all of that shit.
No.
First of all, all of that shit.
No, ma'am.
How much money we got?
You was the one.
A lot of
everybody cool.
They will tell you why the fuck they started using.
You was the one who's calling everybody.
Keep it civilized. Stay civilized, y'all.
Through the black markets, just like they do.
You got on here calling
apples and motherfucking oranges. They sell it too.
You call everybody.
They don't own us.
Why you yelling, man? Why you yelling, man?
Because you came up here with the baritone voice.
Why you yelling, man?
Why you yelling? There real quick. Can I throw this out there?
You see, no, ma'am. Hold on. Why you calling everybody a call if they're trying to do something?
Bro, I want to ask you something. Please.
Let's keep the conversation flowing, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We having a good conversation.
Are you saying that we should be controlling our local politics?
Who you asking?
You.
We should be in local politics. But do you realize?
Okay, cool.
Hold on. Do you realize?
Okay, cool.
Hold on. Do you realize?
No. That's great. That's great.
Realize, hold on.
Okay, that's cool.
Finish. Can I finish my point?
Okay.
Do you realize though, in some locations, you don't have to have a law degree to be a judge in certain local judges.
Judges biased as hell. I know you didn't come up here with that.
Okay.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you a question. Hold on, Blue. Let me just read them. Let me just ask them a question. I don't give a fuck if they have degrees or not, because technically lawyers, judges, and all that shit are foreign fucking agents. They're only able to give advice. So let me stop. Let me stop you right there.
They belong to the Roman Empire.
Let me finish.
They do.
I don't give a damn about them going to college. I see you really are not politically educated about what really goes on behind the scenes. And every last one of those people, whether they're local or globally, in the fucking offices, excuse me, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. They all have to sign a fucking oath. When they take them offices, they have to sign an oath of office in order to follow what the fuck the white man telling them. So how are we controlling anything?
Do you have
the loyalty is to the system? The loyalty is not to the people. It's to the fucking system.
If you want to understand
do you have the copies of these so-called oaths that these?
Let me pull it up for you. That's why you need to learn how to read. Let me pull it up.
No, because please tell me where you got this from.
That's common sense. First of all, let me tell you something. I have sued a lot of fucking police officers and shit down here in Atlanta.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, stop. Hold on a second. You asked me why Let me answer the question. And when you go to court systems, the first thing that they have to do is produce their oath of office, what part of office that they're working in. Those documents have to be produced federally in order to get something done. So I'm trying to figure out, how can you sit here and say that an oath of office of an officer, or which is an officer of any government office, is not to be signed when you're a judge, a DA, a public pretender, all of that shit. And the Bar Association ain't nothing but a coffee drinking club. Them motherfuckers ain't got no damn licenses. There's no license in order for you to be an attorney. There's a license for you to capitalize off of giving advice, but it definitely is not one for being an attorney. Can't tell me that.
Ma'am, watch this, y'all. But how can you sue? Wait, hold on. How can you sue anybody?
Because if they're breaking certain oaths, you can.
Ma'am, how can you sue anybody with foreign agents? You just sit there.
First of all, wait a minute. I never stop.
You were suing somebody. You sued some police officers.
Let me say what I got to say.
But 10 minutes ago, you just said.
Let me answer the fucking question.
Or government.
Let me answer the fucking question. Let me explain something.
No.
How the fuck you gonna get the answer? You gonna tell me
you try to put a round peg in this hole, man.
So let me answer the question.
Excuse me,
sir. I don't need no fucking attorney or no lawyer to go in a courtroom with me. I have the right to file lawsuits on my fucking own against
you want him long?
Hold on a second. Let me talk. You asked the question. Now, if you want to go in there with a foreign agent, because that just means you incompetent. You don't understand shit about the system. You don't understand shit about the law, and you need somebody to talk for your ass. I don't need that. So I can go and file lawsuits directly. If I'm in a car accident, I don't need a motherfucking attorney to do that. I can go directly to the insurance company and file my own claims through federal court, state court, and any other motherfucking court. I don't need a lawyer or an attorney. Only people who are
but those, but you said insurance claims, right? Well, wait a minute.
Any type of, you can actually do. Sir, you can actually hold on therefore, criminal charges. You can actually remove your case out of the hands of the public pretenders. Have you ever heard of withdrawing your signature? Have you ever heard of actually studying your own shit? Was the warrant signed? Was the documents validated? Was these officers fucking
I have done that, man.
Understand that? So what the fuck?
I have done that, man. But how can you trust the system when you file a lawsuit? I'm glad somebody in the chat room said that. How you file a lawsuit when you don't trust the system?
Let me explain. This is the thing.
No.
When you are going after
how can you file a lawsuit in the same system that you?
When I can finish answering the damn question without you being redundant, saying the same shit.
I know y'all think I'm slow because I have a speech impediment. That's why I don't
even know who you are, brother. So if somebody thinking you slow, your mouth need to be closer to your ears because I don't even know you. I don't judge people by how they talk. Because if you hear how I talk, I get dirty.
Yeah. But ma'am, though, you call everybody.
Hold on, because the conversation then left local politics.
Right. Yeah, we want to
far.
We want to move forward.
And the conversation, the point was that how do we get around capitalizing off of black people?
Capitalize off
in the capitalistic system.
Because you can't get away from capitalism.
When we don't own any basic necessities. So go ahead.
Well, we do own. When y'all get through, I want to answer that question he asked me, because he ain't gonna get away like that. I'm sorry, sis.
Go ahead, throw an answer.
No, I want to jump into this conversation real quick.
Hold on.
I want to say
the Sister Q, I was going to talk. Say something real quick,
brother.
Okay.
And I want to say first, peace to the room. Because I think this is a very good topic myself. I was in here a couple of days ago, and I'm also from Mississippi, but I'm currently in Ohio right now. I'm from the Delta, about 2 hours south of Memphis. I spent a lot of time in Memphis. I pretty much was raised and born in Mississippi, Greenville, Arcola, Washington County. Yeah. So the question is how do we sit up there and I guess circumvent capitalism when we don't have any real assets? Is that what the question is?
Oh yeah, you from Mississippi.
That's what somebody asked.
All right. How do we come up without coming up off of how? Basically, right. My argument is that right now we are already capitalizing off of black people, and we see where that gets us.
Well, I think to start off, I think first of all, people have to realize what capitalism really is.
Facts.
And what capitalism is basically one group or one powerful group or whatever that sits there and exploits another group. That's the way this system works. So somebody has to be on the bottom. That don't mean that we have to stay there.
Facts.
And the only way that I see that we're gonna get up out of that hole is we're gonna have to go back to the Black Panther social system. Because I think that's our natural system. Now, being from Mississippi, what you see is, there is the largest population of black people down there. But what you see is this entrepreneurial, conservative, religious mind frame down there. So what you get is I always made this example with the North and the South of the United States. I always said that the North the North is like Athens and down South is like Sparta. Because everything down there is about violence and physicalness. You know what I'm saying? Like you can sit up there and you can talk to these people, about certain things. And when they get emotional about it, next thing you know, here comes the violence. It's not just, talk, figure it out. Eventually somebody will get their ass whooped over the most, pettiest thing. And that's what I keep trying to explain to people is that you basically got two mind frames in the world. You have these people who sit up there and they have this mind frame of being business owner, landlords, or whatever you want to call them. And then you have these people who, they're content with life. They don't want to sit up there and be in the rat race. They don't want to be in the meritocracy.
Right.
So they just want to live. They want to be content. They want to enjoy their family. They want to be able to go and see the things that they want to see. So when I sit up here and I hear a lot of, because lately in the conscious community, I guess we can still say that nowadays. I'm not even for sure.
No, they do.
But what you still see is you see a lot of black people that come out and they're very conservative. And I think you don't have to be an entrepreneur and be a conservative. You don't have to be religious, and you don't have to sit up there and be a grimy business owner. But for some reason, especially up north, that scam is like non-stop.
Hey, so brother, are you saying that black people should just capitalize off other black people?
No, I'm not saying that because you see it a lot of cases where a black business will not make it or become that prominent if he only stayed within his one group.
Facts. That's
you can even see that in rap music. Like there's a lot of black underground rap artists that are, very rich, but they not bumped on a regular by everyday black people. They bumped mostly by Canadians and whites. Look at Tech Nine. Tech Nine is one of the most richest underground rappers out there, but how many black people actually say that they bumped Tech Nine all like that?
I don't.
Right.
Exactly.
No matter what part of the country I go to, white folks bumping.
But I wanted to say this real quick. And we're not totally resource free. We're not resourceless. We have resources. A lot of times we don't use them. And the first thing we have to start, like earlier, y'all were saying, somebody was saying that we all get in the same place. No, when we're looking at unifying, we're looking at that way too big. How about starting with your family first? Because we are trying to create generational wealth, right?
And you are true about that. So but the thing that I don't understand is that when it comes to black people trying to be entrepreneurs, they try to sit up there and just like always listen to Damian Dash talk about the culture vulture thing. And I always say, well, why would you get mad for the young rap artists for going outside of the race to find investors in their music when the 90s rappers that made it big, the Snoop Dogg's, the David Banners, they did not get back to the young crowd like that. David Banner had an artist named David Banner had an artist named Mr. Marcus. Mr. Marcus never made a CD. And David Banner ran in Atlanta.
I know David Banner. I know David Banner's family because David Banner is from Mississippi. And
yeah, he's from Jackson, pretty much.
Right, and a lot of Mississippi artists were complaining or have complained that David Banner did not reach back to a lot of the local artists here.
But they don't say that same thing about Big Crit for some reason. And Big Crit, I haven't seen him reach back into Mississippi like that neither. But one thing that I have seen, I've seen those artists sit up there and be able to come up lately in Memphis and in the Mississippi area. But what I see is other black people. I see other black people sitting up there shooting these young people down.
David Banner. You know what I mean? He ain't never made it to that status of David Banner. Big Crit ain't even made it to it.
I think Big Crit problem is that they never knew how to market Big Crit. They didn't know if they wanted to market Big Crit as a Southern pimp artist.
He signed with Def Jam. Def Jam is you go there, you're gonna get bodied. Like nobody makes it out of Def Jam these days.
I would probably believe that.
That's why you got Fredo Bang trying to get out of there. But go ahead. I don't want to make this a music thing. Go ahead.
But I sit up there and I tie it to music a lot because, they make it seem like, and I'm not for sure what the statistics really are, but they make it seem like most of the wealth that black people have, especially down south, is coming from the entertainment business or sports.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they never it's always emphasis on the struggle. And the thing is that I have this theory that I like to call the frat boy theory, where I don't understand why we continue on. Like, if I sit up there and I make it through the system and I become big, then why would my mind tell me to make it harder on that younger generation to get through by hazing them instead of making it easier for them to get through?
There you go. And that's why we have to start. First of all, like once again, generational wealth, we need to start with our own individual families. And I don't mean every member of your family. I mean those that are willing. Because the thing is, you want to be able to pass that wealth on from generation to generation. So, like instead of people looking at it so broad, like, like all of us need to get together. No, that's going to be unrealistic. Start with your family and start a business and keep building. And then I guarantee, like, some of the family members who may not be willing, once they see you're successful, they're going to want to, formulate or start something, or they're going to want to jump in. So, if every Black person started with their families, then we would get somewhere.
But one of the things that I have to sit up there and really put out there too is that one of the things that I don't understand is if we call ourselves as trying to sit up there and build a society or a group or a race or whatever the word would be, what other standards that we are going to sit up there and put out there? Is it cool to sit up there and become successful and forget where you come from, and there's no consequences that come with that? Because what I mostly see is nowadays, this argument. The argument is pretty much, is it cool for me to sit up there and do something unethical as long as it's not illegal?
Oh, no, no, especially when it's a crime against your own people.
Right. And it seems like that's the type of mind frame that most truly capitalist pigs, because that's what I have to call them when they do that. That's the mind frame that they seem to always have, is that I can do whatever I want to as long as I don't break the law.
Hey, can I ask a question though? Okay, throughout history, we always seen migrations, right? So y'all don't believe, y'all paying attention to the gentrification and stuff and the rise of rent prices and all this stuff that's going on like out west in California, up north, and like the New York.
Oh, it's not just there; it's in Kentucky and everywhere else too.
Right, but it's more so. It's much cheaper to live down south. So y'all don't see nothing in history that can point to a migration of Black people returning back down south. If I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. But
the thing that I didn't like down south is the simple fact that the Black people that are in politics down south are just as corrupt as the white people that are in politics down south.
Oh yes, it's very corrupt down south.
You know what I'm saying? And the thing that I always tell people is down south, they keep it like that because they like it like that. And it ain't just the white people, it's the Black people too. You know what the main phone call I get from down south all the time is lately, since I done got out the joint in the last 3.5 years? The main call I get is headshots, Swiss cheese. That's all you hear about is people that I've had a lot of people lately that have started calling me from Memphis lately that I ain't spoke to in 15, 20, 25 years from high school and stuff like that. And they're looking for ways out of Memphis right now because they don't want to. If they end up leaving home, they probably sat up there and they stopped in Memphis, they stopped in Birmingham, they stopped in Atlanta, or either Texas, or either they went down to New Orleans or Florida. I traveled all over the world, all over the country my whole life. My dad's Mexican. He was a migrant worker. You know what I'm saying? I chopped cotton in the 90s. I picked cotton in the 90s, and I see older Black people from Detroit and from Chicago and Cleveland and Toledo and Dayton. And these people know nothing about that farm life, But it's still an area where that comes from. Because see, up here, like especially in Detroit, that's where the conservative, the Black nationalist train of thought comes from Marcus Garvey. Down south is left over from slavery. It's basically people being so prideful that they don't want to sit up there and call you boss. That's where that's where I think that entrepreneur thing from down south really comes from.
I'm not mad at that. I wouldn't know what I'm saying. If you can be your own boss, by all means, try that.
And I'm not gonna. You're right about certain types of mentalities. Just like you're right about, just like in Jackson, we have they go with family names. So one of the popular names is Lumumba. And they put his son in office and he's nothing like his dad. And they put his son in office for 2 years and his son hadn't done anything. And you know, and when it comes down to us voting for Black politicians, a lot of times that's what it is name recognition, because people are not looking at the issues that they're standing on. And then once again, we're putting these people in office and we're not pressuring them about, you know, like we hired them and we're not making them do their job for us. And
that is true. But one of the things that back in Mississippi that I have to sit up there and focus on, you have to go back to the original thing, and that is education. And what I sit up there and I what I don't see in a lot of these conscious channels that I dive in and I watch and stuff like that, I don't see a lot of political conversations. And one of the things that I don't understand is why, especially down south in Mississippi in the Black community, why these people are not pushing the progressive side of the Democratic Party upon everybody and educating them about.
Can I speak for? So I'm a young man in the South, so I ain't trying to speak. Hold on.
Wait, let me just throw this in
here
real quick. Go ahead. Because of the church influence, you know, like,
and I believe that
we're not influenced by the church.
And you know,
I would agree with that when it comes down south.
Pastor influences our thoughts. I see that every day. But if we could pull our people away from that religious thought or that religious frame of thinking and thinking more like separating religion from politics, first of all, then, you know, like we would be more progressive, because we have been. You know,
and you know what supports that? And you know what supports that?
A lot of my generation don't deal with religion, and we are more politically. We becoming more politically intelligent. If you pay attention to the last election, you had a lot of young Black people trying to come out talk about they was conservative and stuff. So it's starting to change. You know what I'm saying?
I will agree with that. I will agree with that.
I agree with the sister, because if you look at it, they have mixed up Black nationalism, religion, and all this extra shit all in one. Mm-hmm. This Michael King syndrome in the South. This the Michael King syndrome. Niggas want to march. They want to hold hands. They feel like turning the other cheek is everything, because God or Jesus or Allah is gonna do something about it. You know, it makes me mad because a lot of people get mad because I go into that Bible. But was God not a killer?
See, I think my generation is ready for y'all. My generation is ready for people like y'all.
I'm asking the question. Was God not a killer? See, when God got mad,
yes, so God was a killer. But
I mean, I
love it how though you try to frame debates. You try to frame the narrative. Yes, God had killed, but also God also say, listen, you're gonna have to, you know, I'm the one who's supposed to kill.
You cut me out right in the middle of my system. But since you want to get on that, it's also a such thing called ecclesiastics. It's a time and fucking place for everything.
Right. The time to love.
If you want to get into the Bible and get into the scriptures of what God did, because y'all said God wrote the book, right?
It's the book of life.
I'm really trying to dive into the book because I mean, they really don't hold any weight.
That's not me.
They mostly just the religion is just a system of control, and then those books they're just guides. That's all they are. You know what I'm saying? But you can't sit up there and you can't. It's okay to sit up there and have the spiritual side.
The truth hurts.
But the thing is that when you see people displaying the conservative ideas and the Black nationalist ideas, and you really sit there and you think about it, you really shouldn't even understand why is there even a spiritual side to their greed, because how can you sit up there and say that there's some kind of spiritual thing or some kind of social thing going on when all you concerned with is just what you got going on?
Built on God, and this is the land of the free, the home of the brave, all this old fake ass bullshit. Well, I'm just
that's true, and that's what ends up happening is that's the truth. That's the truth. Is that it's just all an illusion. It's just something put out there to sit up there and get you to sit up there and agree with it.
Motherfucking rhetoric, but you don't do no research. Even the goddamn KKK said they killing in the name of motherfucking God.
I think the other guy was
I'm just saying, hold on, Josh.
All right, go ahead.
Because he just keep coming at me with all this fuckery.
Well, let me not get shot. I'm going on me.
The reason why Martin Luther King, but y'all know him as Michael fucking King, was a cooning ass nigga. You out here singing motherfucking "We Shall Overcome" and old Negro hymns and shit while he got all the goddamn security and all the rest of the people getting all the ass whoopings. He up in
that's the reason why I go back to the original statement. Like, if we're building a society, then what are the standards supposed to be?
They made it a motherfucking. They made it a purpose to impose the Islam shit and the Christianity shit on us in order to sit us down like fucking slaves. Even Michael King said he led his people to slaughter with all of this fake ass bullshit when we should have been fighting, when we should have been taking back what the fuck is rightfully ours. And I'm sick of motherfuckers talking about the civil rights movement. All them motherfuckers was doing was the same shit they was doing in 1941, trying to fight to vote in a biased ass fucking system. So don't sit here and tell me about the cooning and the goddamn moonshining and the bootlicking ass tongues down here.
Okay. So let's sit up there and dive into that idea of sitting up there going to war. Now, if we sat up there, let's sit up there and dive into that conversation of going into war with the white man.
Your ass coming up here with all this goddamn cooning.
Let's talk about going to war with the white man.
That's what religion did, because your God feels like they got us in our mind thinking God said if we kill something, it's a sin. Let's talk about the fucking 10 Commandments.
Let's go, man.
Thou shalt not kill. How many of my motherfucking people they done kill? Thou shalt not commit adultery. How many motherfuckers they done commit adultery raping my sisters? Thou shalt not be covering against thy neighbor. Them motherfuckers was worried about what the fuck we was doing in Africa, as y'all call it, while they was over there in their goddamn caves. Don't tell me about that fucking Bible when it's biased to the shit that they do to us today. The fuck? Let me calm myself down with the fuck. Read that motherfucker and actually talk about what it is. A slave book. And then in your fucking 10 Commandments, they tell you on the Sabbath, let your slave reap. Kiss my ass with that shit.
Bang, bang.
The fuck? Let me mute my mic. Excuse me, y'all, because y'all know I get real.
Let me say this real quick, and I'm going to give whoever wants to floor. As far as y'all was speaking about the younger generation, I do consider myself a part of this younger generation. No, I don't speak for the all, but I can't speak for what I observe. We don't care.
Hold on, Josh. Hold on, please. You've been babbling. Hold on.
No, please.
I got to get back on topic with this brother. And you asked me about why would I file lawsuits. When you going after that motherfucking pocket, I didn't say deal with annuities. I didn't say go through the system in a certain way where they still controlling the outcome and the results. You go after them pigs' fucking pocket. Have you ever heard of common law, admiralty law, motherfucking case law, civil law? It's so many goddamn laws. What the fuck you mean? You figure out how to use that shit and get your ass out of the fucking system. You don't use that shit to keep staying in the system. And when you an admiralty law nigga, then you would think that we wouldn't win no fucking lawsuits.
Please, let me say this real quick.
First of all, let me stop right there. Let me stop right there. Look at the fucking laws. Google the shit. Don't tell me about no fucking Moors. I don't push that shit.
I don't Google.
Just like this listener stated, there has been laws put in place for a long time that needs to be fucking destroyed or looked at. So if you go and look at all of that shit, see the Moors, they teach about UCC codes. They tell your ass to go get a sovereign card. Fuck with your birth certificate. Get your bank account and go over here to the Federal Reserve and get locked the fuck up. That's not what the fuck I'm telling you. This is how I know you don't understand shit about politics. I know motherfucking more.
Yeah, but
I ain't come over here on no rhetoric, and I ain't wrote no motherfucking constitution.
It's your rhetoric.
Okay, that ain't fucking rhetoric. It's actually, how the fuck you gonna fight against something if you don't know what the fuck they using against you? It's not to identify with any of that shit. Malcolm even told y'all ass, read dictionaries, read books, define everything that's fucking around you, or you still dumbfounded. That's how I sum the shit up. So get the fuck out of here. If you don't know what the hell you talking about, you didn't even know what the fucking oath of an officer is. All these different things they have to sign, and they still following what the fucking system telling them. And you got the audacity to try to question me about what the fuck I do?
Yeah, though,
let me mute my fucking mic.
because you was calling everybody coons who was in politics.
And if you are in fucking politics, you are a goddamn coon. You done signed their oath to sell out your people. That's why them
really.
Hold on.
Depending
That's
on
why when you got people like Marcus Reed,
just because you said something,
and all these motherfucking black men we done had out here, when they out here, they our nigga. They play rap music and everything. Even Commandment Harris did that shit. But when them bitches get in that system, when they get in that motherfucking system and sign that oath, we no longer they niggas. It's about they job. Kill me with that.
I can care less about Kamala Harris.
You think he gonna choose?
But that goes back to the original. That goes back to the original statement, which is, if we gonna sit up there and be building a society, what standards are we supposed to be following? Are we gonna sit up there and try to go to war and be violent? Or are we gonna sit up there and try to change the system that we in?
What the fuck you mean? Was they not violent when they stole my people? Was they not killing motherfuckers?
Okay. So you say let's go be violent. You say let's go be violent.
It's by enemies motherfucking necessary. You might have to get your hands dirty sometimes.
So you say let's go be violent.
Ain't no
so the thing is that when you sit up there and you say let's go be violent, do you sit up there and you think that we are sitting up there
violence against anything?
This is why we don't have a fucking revolution, because it's pacified ass niggas like you who don't want to shed no fucking blood.
But that's the thing is that I sit up there and I wonder, the ones who sit up there and push that violent rhetoric.
If you want to shed blood, and if you tell everybody else ain't shedding blood, well, why won't you be the first one to shed the blood?
You don't know what the fuck I get out here and do. All the dry snitch and tell on they self.
No.
My motherfucking people.
You know, what
thing if I just gonna get on the goddamn YouTube and tell them what the fuck our plans is, you ain't doing nothing but dry snitch.
But wait a minute, ma'am.
Do them motherfucking crackers when they get up and burn they fucking crosses and put they goddamn sheets on? Do they tell you when they come in? No, they just pop your motherfucking ass up. So why the fuck we need to tell them? Who the hell you think you talking to? I ain't so many goddamn street. The fuck I'm a dry snitch on my motherfucking nation and we about to do it. The fuck? Read you some goddamn science strategies of war shit and learn something. Them goddamn ain't told nobody they were gonna hang them from no tree. They just hung motherfuckers. The police didn't tell you they were gonna kill George Floyd. They just shot his ass. What the fuck you mean? Do we need to talk about how we gonna fucking shed blood?
Oh shit!
Nandy,
wait a minute. Stop. How is that supposed to work? When you said I don't want my business out on the street, but then though you out there trying to tell people to do violent acts, you trying to.
You know what? I didn't know more than that.
No, ma'am.
I didn't know how the fuck you gonna ask me that question.
No.
Let me tell you what the fuck going on right here.
You back in that man's manhood.
Came over here with all the goddamn Twin Towers. They didn't talk to your bitch ass. They said in the name of motherfucking Allah. That's what the fuck they said, and they came and blowed the Twin Towers up. Them motherfuckers don't tell you when they coming through your motherfucking back door. So why the fuck should I tell them if we gonna come through there? With your drink, you sound like the motherfucking FBI. Oh, you sound like a motherfucking
FBI to the CIA.
Like a house nigga.
Yeah, house nigga.
Ass nigga. You gonna take all the information back to Massa.
Yeah, but you out there, you out there talking about man's masculinity, talking about though you're not a man because that's why I could go after you.
Hi, yeah. Please don't say that she's told people to go out there and hurt anyone. That's not what she said.
Right. Yeah, but MJ, listen.
Just hear me out for a second, okay? And I'll let you go. That's not what she said. She's just telling you if they have done certain things, why can't we do certain things? She's not out here saying that we need to promotely just go out there and start tearing stuff up. So I just wanted to address that You know, we don't want to put words into people's mouths about what they mean. You let them get a chance to address themselves, and then you can go ahead and respond after that, okay? Because that's being disingenuous when having this conversation.
And it's
ma'am. Do I have to go back? Okay, after tomorrow, after this live stream, I'm gonna go right back and watch this, and I'm gonna screenshot what she said, because she was talking to old boy from Mississippi and talking about if y'all ain't gonna do this and that, you know, when she was doing all that you ain't man enough to do.
Let me ask you a question. As you keep talking that bullshit, like you calling me out or something, let me ask your motherfucking ass a question. What did Martin Luther King and them marching ass niggas get out there with that passive we ain't gonna be violent shit, besides getting their goddamn ass whooped billy clubs and a faulted ass voting act that don't stand for nothing anyway today? What the fuck did we get?
When MLK kind of
mentioned, he was talking some real shit though. Still be hanging niggas in 2021. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, when he
you said it. You the one said it.
I'm sorry. I don't know which one was having that conversation with her. Was it Young Josh or Big
No. It was Big J.
Oh, Big J. Big J, you the one who said that you have a law firm, correct?
No, I ain't said I had a law firm. I said I had law books.
No, you know Young Josh ain't say that he had a law firm.
No, somebody else said they had a law firm.
So do you study law?
Huh?
Do you study law?
No, I did when I was in college.
Okay, so you do have some criminal law knowledge, or what type of law?
No, a little bit, but that's about. I ain't done shit in about 15 years.
Okay, all right, that's fine, sir. So the reason why I'm just saying that is because we are on a platform that is live, and we don't want to put out false accusations that she's out here telling people or promoting people to go out there and do harm. We're just having a conversation, and we're discussing things that is we can use as free use. We can pull up information and fair use and all that stuff. So I just want to just clarify, like, let her clarify herself.
But how can we have a conversation?
We should just drop the violence conversation anyway.
Yeah, but how can we have a conversation when all we hear is name call and people
I
shots
totally
be made up?
understand it, but I want you, like, you have to have a little bit of thick skin coming up here. And
I understand that. I understand about having thick skin, but at some point,
and I know since you don't know her and you haven't been familiar of how she speaks with her passion, you would tend to think that she's just like full blown just disrespecting you, and that's probably something that you're not accustomed to. But just give her a chance to address herself, because I'm sure that Sister Nandy is very wise and intelligent, and she is not telling people to go out there foolishly to go out there and tear things up and go against the government, and we don't want to give that impression to people that that's what she's saying. Okay,
you know, MJ, I know that you trying to bring peace and all that, but at some point you have to be old enough. At some point, you have to be old enough to know to show a little bit measured response. And you know, no, I know what passion is. That's not passion. That's not passion at all. That's just anger.
So we just gotta keep getting our ass. Well, Martin Luther King was passionate, and all he got was killed. See, that's what I say. I listen to these bitches. I'm starting to listen. I'm starting to hear these sisters now. It is some cooning ass, soft ass niggas out here who ain't gonna stand up for shit. I'm starting to have to listen. And that's not a disrespect. And that's not a disrespect to all the real men who understand where I'm coming from. But see, somebody call out some people like you.
Here we go. Gender war. You trying to gender war?
Your ass gonna be up under the bed with your Bible. What you gonna do? You gonna be reading scriptures when the shit come down. You gonna say God is judging the world.
No, man. I'm a Second
Amendment. Because let me explain something to you. If you
I am a Second Amendment rights person.
Look back in history.
I am a Second Amendment rights person now. I believe.
Well, is there any revolutions where it wasn't no fucking bloodshed? Now, I'm not saying let's just go out here and randomly. Hold on.
The Brazil revolution, only one person died. Only one person died during the Brazil Revolution.
You need to read. That's why you limited. Scholarship is limited. Scholarship is limited.
Really, I am.
Now listen to a master teacher. Now listen to a master motherfucking teacher.
Was shed, man.
If you ain't looking at all of the revolutions, I don't give a damn if it was Hitler or whoever, even if they were the enemy. And you didn't see how much of my motherfucking people blood was shed, shame on fucking you. These motherfuckers didn't ask. We didn't negotiate being slaves. We didn't come in and just stand there and decide that's what we wanted to do. These motherfuckers was murderers. They was brutal, and they killed us off, raped us off, and out of all their religious fucking scriptures, every last one of them would have blown some shit up or killed somebody. It was in the name of God or the name of fucking Allah. This is what the fuck the white racists do, and then the niggas get the same book and sit over here with a motherfucking bottle of Similac talking this weak ass shit. Make it make sense.
If I say anything about the Bible or Christianity,
it started. See, that's how I know you can't stay fluent. The conversation started out about religion and its effects when we trying to have black nationalism. Let me ask you a question. Do you read the Bible? You believe in Sky Daddy?
In what?
That's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so that's why you gonna sit your ass there and wait on the Lord to
No. I guess though you got me fucked up because you see now though since though you want to talk all raggedy and shit, I might have to
fine, talk your ass. You must not know nothing very well. I'm with all that shit. So let's get it. I'm without the bullshit.
How
Because I'm gonna make your bitch ass pop down like the shit you eat. Because you like being in the motherfucking pasture so goddamn much.
Really. Whose ass am I kissing, man?
Let's get it.
Whose ass am I kissing, man?
You kissing the white man.
Nobody's ass. See, you want me to kiss your ass, ma'am.
I don't need to kiss your ass. I don't need you to
like I said, I'm a Second Amendment type person, ma'am.
That's what you gonna learn to do.
I'm a Second Amendment type person.
Ass up here asking me these goddamn questions like you know what the fuck you was asking me. Now read your bitch ass. You want to go to crime like a little bitch.
So now though she just called me a bitch.
Call me a bitch. I don't give a fuck. I might be today because I bite, motherfucker.
She I
bite, motherfucker.
Hey, ma'am.
Do you realize the fuck I got to say?
Do you realize, man, that I gave you all of the respect?
I'm not ass nigga. So that shit you talking, it does not fucking bother none. The fuck you mean? Watch your motherfucking mouth.
Out of your name.
Don't get sensitive now, Negro. Keep running your mouth.
I said
like you were gonna scare some motherfucking body.
I said, man, that I'm pro Second Amendment. So for you to call me a bitch, for you to call me a bitch ass nigga.
Without a motherfucking amendment, I believe in security by enemies necessary.
Yeah, you got that right, baby. You got that right, baby.
What the fuck you talking about? You trying to take me back to some goddamn. You shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
How the fuck you gonna sit there and disrespect somebody?
You don't fucking reform me. That's the fuck you ain't.
No goddamn motherfucking self.
Yeah, wow.
You talking to? You sound like you about to catch a hold of your big bitch. You sound like you about to catch a motherfucking loss of breath. All that extra
sit there and disrespect somebody.
Put that same energy towards the goddamn system or shut the fuck up. That's what the fuck you need to do.
To your ass.
The fuck you think you talking
about your name? Did I call you out your name, ma'am? Fuck no, I'm all sorts of bitches and coons and everything else. I ain't called you out your name yet.
I understand you're frustrated. I really do. I understand you're frustrated. I just wanted to ask you a question, and I just wanted to change the mood a little bit. Okay? Is that okay?
I don't think you're gonna manage to do that.
I mute my mic.
I just wanted to
because this thing
BJ a question. So you're a Second Amendment believer.
Yes, I do.
The right to bear arms, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you only believe in bearing arms as defense or as also offense?
Both.
You do. Okay. So that means that you would, if we would, let's say for instance, if we decided to create our own utopia, you would be offensive to make that happen, correct? As a bears arm, right to bear arm person, correct?
No, depends on what's going on.
Oh, okay. So like what I mean is like, let's say if we needed to create our own utopia, a land where we're going to protect our children, we're going to protect our women. Are you offensive in, going ahead and doing what we need to do, whether if it's fighting for that land, carving a place out? Like, are you willing to do that?
In what way, MJ? Because that'd be some type of parameters. I mean, you mean like just conquering piece of land? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
By any means.
What I mean. I'm sorry. Yes. Like if we needed to actually conquer a piece of land, because let's say we no longer want to be a part of the system and we wanted to create our own system, we know that security will have to be the first thing that we establish, correct? And since you said
right.
You want to bear arms and you would do it offensive and defensive, would you do it? Would you initially help with that?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
Okay, then that's all I wanted to know. As long as you bearing you wanting to bear arms doesn't just only just defending, because you have to have something to defend, right? So if we want to create our own and you want to defend it, you have to have something first. And sometimes in this situation, you're gonna have to take, because it's not gonna be given to you. So I just wanted to know if you was up for that type of challenge.
Yeah. Depends on what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
I'm trying to understand what just went on just now, especially with the questioning, because I'm sitting up there hearing her say one thing about, oh well, she's passionate and this, but then I'm like, it seems like everything goes back to the original question, which is, if we call ourselves building a society, are we gonna sit up there and build a society where the unlawful things that some of us engage in, like the hustling and the street life, is that what's gonna sit up there and propel us to the top, being the ones known to do all type of crooked, unlawful shit? Or are we gonna sit up there and promote more scientists and engineers and politicians and try to change the system?
So I totally agree with. Is this Denny or Danny? I'm sorry, I can't really see.
Yes, Danny.
Danny, hi. Yes. So, though I understand what you're saying. Like the things that we don't like, that we would try to build like a whole utopia. That would be a discussion that we would have to agree upon. Like general, we have to agree. Hey, we're not going to do this, or we're not going to do that. But the things that you might believe that is unlawful is these were laws or things that are considered unlawful by people who placed it or said that it was unlawful. Now, if you have your own, and whatever you create as your own, you get to choose what is unlawful and what is lawful. Correct?
Right. That's correct, but at the same time, doesn't that sit up there and that contradict what you said earlier about old girl being so passionate, but she ain't sitting up there promoting to sit up there and go against the government and all that stuff there? I mean, doesn't that sound like that?
That was just her being. I was when I said passionate, I'm saying that she's passionate when she's talking about the information that she knows and how she's delivering it. So I'm
yeah, but I understand all of that. But the thing is that's that dynamic that I'm trying to sit up there and identify that seems to be going on within the black dynamic. You sit up there and you have those ones who want to be the gun-ho Rambo ones, and they want to sit up there and promote that type of idea. But then you have the other ones who sit up there and they want to sit up there and they promote the idea of working in the system and sit up there and change the system.
Calm down.
So which one are we sitting up there supposed to be promoting? Are we supposed to be promoting this idea that we want to move away from the group by any means necessary, or do we want to sit up there and take over the group?
Now let me ask you a question. You mean to tell me white people don't commit crimes?
I mean, that's here nor there about the discussion. That's here nor there about the discussion. That's here nor there about the discussion. That's here nor there about the discussion because we all know the answer to that. That's not even a question. That's not even a question. That's not even a question. Everybody commits crime. There's a level of crime in every society. We're not talking. That's not a question, and that's not even associated with the discussion, man. That's not a part of the conversation.
Well, like I'm just addressing, like I said, when I was talking about her passion, I was just talking about her performance as when she's talking in the conversation. If you believe that her performance is not something that you want to see, if we are talking about building something that is our own, that we govern, then that's something that you can address. But
no, because the thing is that she's very knowledgeable and very passionate. I hear that passion in her voice, and I hear that knowledge coming up out of her. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the two different dynamics that seem to be going on within the black community, which is one that sits up there and promotes this gun-ho, militant type deal, this revolution with violence type idea or whatnot. But then there's this other group that sits up there and they want to sit up there and infiltrate the system and change.
I don't think she's saying revolutionary with violence. I think she's saying violence is a part of revolutionary.
But let me ask you.
But either or.
Yeah,
either or.
So that discussion.
1 minute, MJ. 1 minute. I ain't trying to cut you off. I just want to say one thing to these weak ass men in the chat. Don't worry about how the fuck I do my presentations or how I talk. That's what make none of y'all so damn emotional. Quit worrying about my fucking mouth. I need to quit being soft and get a little more mouth and say the same shit to these white men that you try to impose on women, and we might be able to get somewhere.
I love this shit.
Fuck up talking to me with all that weak ass shit in this motherfucking chat. And every last one of y'all talking shit, Jamil X, Abdullah, all y'all religious ass motherfucking nuts, chauvinistic bitches. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Don't worry about how the fuck I talk and how I handle my motherfucking business.
That's how I know. That's why I know she's from Mississippi.
How you think people supposed to work with you when all you did is insult?
Man, she a general, man. She a general.
Let me answer a question.
Do I say something? Please go ahead.
I wanted to say to Brother Danny, I agree. We need more scientists. We definitely need more of our own technology, because we're saying that we don't have resources. But just like they build stuff, we can build stuff and invent stuff. We have been the inventors. We have created, and we've stopped. So we need to get back to that creating our own resources. Plus, there are people that have land. There are people who still farm. And so, basically we need to develop, those things that we do have. And, a lot of our people do have skills and talents. So basically, I think that, we should focus on developing our skills and talents towards owning and operating our own businesses and own corporations. And yes, taking over or, just having leverage for one. Because right now, like if we were to create what they want to say a utopia, we have to already have, a system or something in place for ourselves. So, we should work on creating, our own, system, our own economics, our own political structure, and those things. Then maybe we can talk about that utopia.
I think because the thing about it is that you've never seen one leader throughout history or one country or empire that has came to power through violence that has lasted long. I mean, usually they all either go nuts because they paranoid.
I don't think she's saying violence
collapse.
is the only way though. Y'all just honing in on the violence. I didn't hear her talk a lot
I mean,
of times.
I'm not saying anything about her. I'm saying violence because
you speaking
that's
in general?
basically what a bloody revolution is violence. Right. I'm not saying violence as she's promoting violence or anything like that.
Can I speak to my elders real quick? I'm gonna make it real quick and I'm gonna go back in the bushes. I agree with all y'all. But I do think y'all need to start paying more attention to the generations up under y'all instead of focusing on how y'all think each other act. Because it's a lot of like you got 9-year-old.
Oh, what y'all young children do is learn how to listen to the elders. How the fuck y'all gonna tell us some shit about what we already been through and still?
How I'm gonna listen to like?
So what you talking about?
Come on, man. We gotta listen to each other.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
I've been listening to y'all all day. Have I not?
You've been talking rhetoric all day, John.
Okay, you can say that, but I've been listening as well. Now I'm just telling y'all, if you ain't gotta agree with it. I'm just telling y'all.
That's a fact, though. That's a fact.
I'm just telling y'all that y'all should pick. You got 9-year-old neuroscientists. You got a 6-year-old farmer in Atlanta. Like it's a lot of young people ready to do this shit that y'all arguing about. Really. But I do agree with that. I agree with that. One more point. I do agree that some of us need to start listening to some of y'all. Because all of y'all are not worthy to listen to. Just like all of us are not. So once we make everything clear, I've been telling you the whole time, Nandy, I love your energy. Come holler at us with that energy. Because we used to hear women talk aggressively and with passion like that. So we ain't gonna really get too distracted by your tone of voice. Come holler at us with that energy.
I understand, but you know what y'all mean use that tone of voice. Y'all are using it against us, but let the white man say something. Sorry, Mouser. I understand what you're saying, sir. Officer, would you like my ID, officer? Y'all always kill me with this soft tissue and shit. I'm gonna start calling y'all the cotton candy niggas. Oh, cotton candy. Always talking that.
Hey, I don't care, man. That's how most of the women in my generation talk anyway. The Meg Thee Stallions, like I'm used to it at this point. I kind of like it. Go ahead. But I'm gone. I'm back.
White man call you niggas and bitches and everything out there. You walk with your motherfucking head down to that guy and them books and shit, thinking you know something. Follow what Master say. Then as soon as a woman step the fuck up and try to build you up, you want to tell me to shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that.
Stop instigating. Look, sister.
I'm not instigating. I'm just drawing the difference. Like I don't want to be grouped up with a black man.
You stop instigating.
Get me some goddamn cotton bill.
No, I'm just trying to separate because it's a difference of black men. It's a difference of black women, right? So it is important to distinguish. We all have our own issues, but the younger black men don't really carry the same mindset as a lot of the older black men. That's why I had to say it like that. I promise I'm not instigating, but I am.
That's why we got Lil Nas X's out here today. Cotton candy ass niggas.
Hey, now that is to address too.
Trying to get our sister to get back to her original build and calm down. But
okay, I apologize.
Bringing it back to those same points, we're gonna keep that momentum going. So let's still talk about something that's within the arena that like is not going to be a trigger for anyone.
Shit, I brought up indigenous American. That was a trigger.
No. Like we're talking about right now, we're talking about things that we can do to change our our state, our status or state within like the America from where we are right now. Like what can we do to build? How can we gain our economics? How what can we do to get?
I say create our own digital currency. This probably be the most reasonable thing because once we control our currency, I believe we can be able to have control of everything else. And now is the best time to do that. Everybody, like I don't know the government, whatever, we still gonna have to have security and defend. But I think
we make digital currency.
Now that I don't know, but it is some people out here that's into coding and all this stuff that can get their information. Black people.
I mean, there are exchanges, but I don't think that you will be able to have a digital currency here that the government is not going to oversee if you're going to do it on this land.
Well, there'll be another discussion how we go about doing it. But let me get this out, OG. My last point, I promise. 1 second. The reason why I said that is because as long as we use the US dollar, we're fucked anyway. Point blank period.
Why do you think that we're fucked? I'm sorry. I'm just repeating what you said. Why do you think we're fucked by using the U.S. dollar? Just elaborate.
Because they control it. How can we get it? How can we get away from up under them and still use the stuff that they control?
But the funny thing is, a lot of these other countries have used the U.S. dollar to build up their economy, whereas which is the dollar is way more than their currency in their.
But they're not trying to do what we trying to do, though. I understand it and I respect it, but they're not trying to do what we need to do and what we trying to do.
And if you haven't noticed, that if you try to leave the American dollar bill, they will come after you. Ask Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi.
But we can't be scared of that, though. We're just gonna have to deal with that when it comes.
I don't think that's the best way to go. I think that the best way to go is education. And when I say education, I mean bringing civics back. And if civics is not brought back to high school, I think that we should start focusing on trying to self-educate our own selves and our own families about civics. I think we need. Here's the story. I watch a lot of wrestling. I watch it because of the market and stuff. I like to watch how, somebody can start off and be nobody, right, and then all of a sudden end up getting something popping and end up becoming big. But one of the things that Mark Henry said when they kept asking him about there not ever being a black WWE champion up until who was the first one? Kofi Kingston. He said, what we gonna do is we gonna sit up there and we gonna take over the backside, all the business part and the administration part of the WWE, and then all of a sudden you're gonna see more of us on TV. Now what you see with WWE, you just saw way more black champions and way more black talent on TV with that was pretty much like one of the last havens as far as sport goes for the white man was wrestling and maybe MMA
and baseball.
But the Brazilians end up taking over that, But the thing is that we need to get those civics back in high school. We also need to make sure that we promote vocational programs in high school so these kids can have a choice and maybe even start making money when they're 16. By the time they get out of high school, they can sit up there and make their choice about whether or not if they want to go to college or start a business or continue in the workforce.
And that's why
ain't that the same old shit that we going through though?
Hold on, that's why I said pay attention.
I got something for you.
That's why I said pay attention to some of the good that's going on in the young generation.
Let me ask y'all a question.
You got some young kids already on it.
Let me ask you a question.
You didn't suggest anything that we ain't.
Brother Danny and Josh a question.
You haven't suggested anything that we ain't doing.
Who owns the school system? Who owns the books that we learn from?
I believe the Jewish do.
I mean, that's all true, but the thing is that you have to look at the progress and the wealth that Black America has actually sat up there and gained compared to blacks around the world.
What does Black America have?
Why do you think that? One of the questions my friends posed the other day was, he said, why do you think Africans are jealous of Black Americans? And I said, wouldn't you be jealous of somebody who you sat up there and you whooped their ass and then you took their people and you sold them off and then they end up coming back in a situation that you think is way more better than the situation that you in?
So let me ask you a question, Brother Danny. So you mean to tell me Black football players and basketball players that has a Jewish owner, Black rappers and Black celebrities and all this stuff, actresses and stuff that has Jewish owners?
That's a misnomer, though.
Where is the Black wealth that you're speaking of?
Hey, that's a misnomer, though, because I know rappers. All rappers,
Josh, wait a minute. Josh, the question wasn't for you. I don't give a damn who you know. We talking about what's beneath the surface.
I mean, have you not paid attention to
the Jews and the Arabs and the white people and all these people we talking about still owns everything that you think is your wealth? Where is the Black wealth? I'm not talking to you.
You gotta sit up there and look at the progress of the world now. Look at Atlanta right now. You don't have to sit up there and go to Hollywood and New York anymore to make movies and make music. You can go right there to Atlanta.
That's not a good representation of Black wealth. I'm in Atlanta. And all I see
why is that not that is a perfect representation of black wealth?
That's not black wealth. That's a bunch of flexing down here. These folks ain't wealthy. That's what y'all think. Y'all heard somebody say black Hollywood. Hold on. So, because you feel like Tyler Perry came down here and purchased the fucking military base that actually references one of these crackers that came through here and did the shit that they did to us McPherson, and he's actually making movies and capitalizing off the people. You consider that to be black wealth?
We're not sitting up there and denying that capitalism is not an exploitative system. We're not denying it. But what we're saying is that system has to be changed.
How long is it going to take?
And the thing is that I understand that I'm one of those people who I hate the.
Can you answer my question? How long would that take, though?
Hold on, and that's what I'm getting to. That I hate the incrementalism too. Don't get me wrong. I hate I'm asking the same question. How long is that going to take? But
a whole lifetime takes longer than a lifetime. Take over 400 years. We've been over here for 400 years trying to figure out the same fucking shit, saying the same damn solutions that you're saying, and they have failed us time after time because that's not a solution.
Yeah, because you can't do anything without using their resources.
Even the people they got black wealth. Let's talk about the black and wealthy. We got Tyler Perry, so-called giving out gifts for Christmas. He gave people $25 and some canned goods. Let's talk about Oprah Winfrey. She don't even deal with black people. Let's talk about all the black people that get up in the system and act like they ain't black no more. What the fuck does black wealth have to do with anything?
And that exactly is what the problem is. It's because, like I said, most of these black leaders that are out here right now and they pumping that black nationalist stuff, most of them have that conservative mind frame, that landlord mind frame. It's just like I said earlier, down south. Most of the black people that are in politics, yeah, they get you to vote for them, and then once they get in the system, they doing the same thing.
Black unity is a myth. Black unity is a myth. But go ahead, Sister QI.
But what I wanted to know, is there a such place where capitalism doesn't exist?
I mean, the thing is, there is, but the thing is, what they teach you in college is that they tell you that socialism and communism don't work in the real world situation. It only works on paper. The truth is that it's not supposed to work. And the thing is that eventually what happens with capitalism is that it eats itself. And that's the truth. And that's basic economics. You know what I'm saying? So what you have to do is you have to look at these Nordic countries. When you look at the statistics every year about the happiest countries in the world, they're the Nordic countries. And these countries, the reason why they're so happy is because they've developed systems that sit up there and the socialist ideas balance the capitalist ideas. The capitalist idea balance the socialist idea. You can't sit up there and invest back in your people if you're not making money.
But how can you?
And that's what those Nordics understand. They understand that they have to make money, so they need the capitalist side, but they also understand that they have to sit up there and reinvest back in their people.
Let me just ask you a question. If we got
that's by providing social programs through the government that is going to sit up there and give you education. That's going to sit up there and help you get a higher education. Are you trying to say that black people don't have education?
Are you trying to say that black people don't got education?
Proper education.
I'm not saying that black people don't have education. What I'm saying is,
why are you suggesting that we should pursue education as if we don't have it?
And then I got
I'm not saying that we should pursue education like we don't have it. I'm saying that we should pursue education that is valuable to us.
Why are you suggesting education as a solution as if we don't?
Because knowledge is power.
But we have education. Hold on. So how many?
Nobody is saying that we don't have education. What we're saying is that you don't have education. Most blacks don't have education and things that are going to sit up there and benefit them. Are we going to sit up there and continue to promote?
What kind of education do you need to benefit you?
We're going to go against the government. It's just like when you sit up there and you talk to a black conservative. Are we going to sit up there and we're going to sit up there and side with a man like Donald Trump that's gonna sit up there and give everything to. He gonna rob the country and give everything to business owners, and then he's gonna turn around and he's gonna use the excuse he's gonna use that excuse to sit up there and say that he's doing it for small businesses, but there's no small businesses that are gonna be able to take advantage of any of those programs.
So wouldn't that indicate that the system itself is broken? It's not the black people that's not participating in the system. It's actually the system itself is rigged.
And nobody ever said that black people weren't participating in the system.
Can I get a shot at answering Brother Battle X's question? Because I can answer it. It's not that we don't have like education. We do. But it's like we need to focus on certain aspects of our education, just like
exactly.
Like
what aspect?
Right.
Like politics.
I'm with you.
Okay, now how many black people actually is in politics? Like, do we have blacks in politics?
I'm not attacking black people, and let me answer your question, Brother Battle X. I'm not, here, trying to, like fight you or anything. But what I'm saying is like science. Like we need more advanced science. Like we were saying earlier about the DNA test. We need to be able to do our own DNA experiments.
And what would that help us though? Like what would black geneticists would do for us?
I think you're just giving examples.
I need to know. No, hold on, because I don't want to sit there and have these blanket statements or start shooting at blind targets. Because you guys are just thinking that you're suggesting something good. Before you can just sit here and just suggest something good, you should have the reasoning behind why they would be good and how they're going to be different and profound, and they're going to actually equate to the arisal of black people.
But that's just because you're
and genetics and genealogy wouldn't help our people.
I'm trying to ask you how. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that it is,
and that's the way that it would help you develop medicine.
Don't you? Then wouldn't we have a better understanding about things that affects our people?
No, I'm trying because hold on, because you just saying it. Listen, let me say this real quick. By you just saying, hey, we should have more scientists. He's like, what kind of scientists? Geneticists. You're like, and how's that going to help? We'll find out more about ourselves. You're like, and I didn't say what can you do with it. I say how can it actually help us?
It will benefit us more if we educate ourselves
about genetics and genes.
I would think that something in construction might help first. Something in construction and water and building, something like that, infrastructure.
Okay, so you're saying, that sounds a little bit more realistic. So you're saying, if we had more, hold on, man. So you're saying that if we had more Negroes that knew how to build a building, that would help us build buildings.
I think all of it would help.
Can I say something about it?
I think I'm trying to see. That's all you're doing. You're just being sinister. Because at the end of the day,
hold on. I'm not being sinister. Let me say this real quick. I'm not being sinister. What I'm doing is let me say this real quick. Listen, what I'm doing is I'm actually taking you very serious.
Who's the guy
what I'm doing is taking you serious, and then I'm trying to get down to like how am I going to actually put this into proper, realistic, and logical perspective. And you guys are failing to actually say that by just coming out with blanket statements.
Okay, Battle. Let me just ask everybody on the panel. I got a question. And Brother Denny, let me just ask my question. Today, because Battle X saying everything. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Thank you. Stop. Thank you. Let's get a hold of this panel, man. Too many people talking over each other, fam. Come on, let's start over.
I just want to ask the guy from Norway.
All right, let me ask the question then. Let me ask the question.
That'll ask Hush. Who's the guy who mentioned Norway?
I had the question.
And I'm dropping off after this. Who said something about Norway? There was a guy, the indigenous guy?
No, I said something about Norway.
You said that. Okay, that's what people get that mixed up. Norway is not completely socialist. They're mixed.
I never said they were completely.
You did say it was socialism.
No, I didn't. I said that the Nordic countries have sat up there and found a nice balance between socialism and capitalism.
Okay. Yes,
they understand that they have to make money and they reinvest in their people properly.
Yes, I'm sorry. Then I apologize because I thought you said it was a socialism because people get that mixed up, and they are typically happy and like they don't have a lot of crime because they're homogenous, which means they're mostly all white. So that's where that comes into because they're not they're not all mixed up.
Oh yeah, they don't let you immigrate into those Nordic countries.
I just gave you the reason. It's not because they're better people. It's just because of
no. I never said that they were better people. I just said that they.
I'm sure Battle Axe was about to attempt something weird.
No, I'm trying to get down to the bottom of this shit while you guys are sitting here just throwing out fucking empty ideas. I want to sit here and see, like, can your brain actually deal with the suggestions that you're talking about? I'm like, have you ever even thought this out? Because I want to ask you how.
Can I ask
because when I ask how, everybody just bugged the fuck out.
Let me ask you a question.
I think if everybody just stopped being so long-winded, they'll stop being interrupted. But I'm back in the bushes.
I just want to ask a question. I heard Battle Axe and the brother talking about capitalism, money, education. Education is important. You said how Black people learn how to build buildings and all of that stuff would benefit us. Ask yourself today, right now.
No, I didn't ask that.
Wait.
I asked how is people going to be geneticists? How is geneticists going to
even
build us up?
Even that, because if we get people that's really good geneticists and they are actually for our people, we might get better results than dealing with the white man that has a lot of scrutiny and hands and fraudulently giving us information that's not accurate. So then
how many times have you had to deal with geneticists or anything to deal with your genetics, like as in a
cut me off. Can I please
as in on a hands-on experience?
Battle Axe, can I please get my question out? My question to you is this: if none of that stuff is important, or you don't feel that it would benefit us, if today they go live and tell us in the government everything shut down and currency money that we see is no longer accepted of value, what would you do? You gonna go out there and stay in the country, or you gonna just swing off trees, or you gonna figure out how to build your own home? But let me say this: if you ain't got those skills or you didn't learn anything, then you would just be someone that's set up in the crossfire. So I ask everybody this: if capitalism, money, and all of this system just goes away right now, what do you have to stand on? What type of resources or skills do you have in order to rebuild yourself as a people?
We wouldn't have any of those things, and that's what would render geneticists, that would render scientists, and all those things that you guys suggested void.
No,
becomes useless. They will become secondary. They will become secondary because let me finish. Because at the end of the day, you would need a lab. You would need all these other things that comes after the primary things that's going to be needed for you to have a country, for you to
Black
actually
people have labs, man. We have labs.
So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying, so we already got labs. We already got Black people that know how to build houses. We already got Black people that are scientists, and we're still at the bottom. That's not a solution.
But see, here's another thing that we don't do. What we don't do is one of the things that once we get educated, and this is in Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro. One of the things that we do is instead of create, like back in the day when we were segregated, most of our families had businesses. And instead of coming back home and investing in our family businesses, you know, we wanted to go and get corporate jobs. You know, we wanted, instead of working and building our own businesses, our own corporations, we wanted to go and work for them. And therefore, and that's why we no longer, because back in the day when we were segregated, just look at it. We had our own laundromats. We had our own food. We had our own form of doctors or midwives or whatever you want to call it. We had our own, you know, our own system because we weren't allowed to go to their systems. And so that's sort of how we have to look at it. We need to be able to be self-sufficient. That's therefore all of these different areas that we've been lacking in because we've been busy looking at certain areas in terms of money and money and economic growth. For instance, you know, most children today might want to be a rapper. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But then we need more scientists. We need more, and I mean all types of science, not just genetics. We need like all, chemical. We need people who are
neuroscientists
and all types of scientists. We need, people that most of our people to get more heavily into science so that we can be self-sufficient. And that's what
and all of that is true, but the thing is that what you see is what you actually end up seeing is you see black people
self-sufficient in a country that doesn't belong to us. Are you trying to suggest for us to become self-sufficient in a country that doesn't belong to ourselves?
Hold on, Battle Axe. Can you let him finish what he has to say?
I heard her already. You don't have to repeat her. I heard the lady.
I'm talking about the gentleman.
I heard the lady. So now I'm saying, you're trying to say that we should become self-sufficient in a land that doesn't belong to ourselves?
So you know something? That's
it may not belong to you, but it belongs to me.
And then that's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't belong to you. It actually belongs to white people.
No, it doesn't belong to white people. And if the white power structure, I'm sorry, sis, just 1 minute. If the white power structure felt like, oh, well, if it don't belong to us, how we gonna make a difference? They wouldn't have took our shit. They wouldn't have came up with a system or a way to manipulate us or put us into slavery and do the things that they did in order to get our resources. See, that's the problem that I have with a lot of people. The white man don't own a damn thing. He just controlling it. And until we build this, it's just like Brother Suave today. I'm sitting up there looking at his show, and he looking at land, properties, buildings big enough for the people. We get something like that, we can become self-sufficient. So I'm trying, you could bring your resources. Somebody could bring canned goods. Then we decide what currency we accept. We can actually debunk the currency. If we decide to take 25 canned goods for 14 tomatoes, that's standards that we set in our place where everything is accessible and affordable. Capitalism does not live everywhere because the barter trade system is what this country is built off of. They bartered niggas and they traded us. They bartered our resources and now they trading it, even on Wall Street and things to speak of like that. So if you have no control over the things that's around you and thinking in a mindset like that, that it belongs to the white man after all the historical shit that has been taught about how they took our shit, manipulating our minds, actually fucking up false contracts, predatory lending, and so many other things that they came up with, then we would never get nowhere like that with brothers thinking like you. Suave sitting up here thinking about land, and you sitting here talking about what the hell self-sufficiency gonna do. Get the hell
I think the older generation got a lot of information, and so I think y'all will be debating, and the younger generation don't know nothing about a lot of this shit. So I think we just really just look at shit and just use it. Like we don't really know all this information y'all know, so therefore we don't sit and like debate when it comes to like that's why a lot of us didn't even have to think twice. We seen that the Democrats weren't doing shit since we've been alive, and as soon the first chance we got, bam, we voting against Democrats. But if you look at the older generations, they still in there.
Can I ask her a question real quick?
Go ahead. Yeah, come on the team.
Who makes the rules and the regulations to the country that you're? Who makes the rules and the regulations to the country that you're in right now?
Let me say this, and let me answer it without you.
Hold on, I need her to answer that question, man. Who makes the rules and the regulations? Who makes the rules and the regulations to the country that you're in right now?
To respect the panel. You asked me your question. You were very redundant. I heard you 3 times. Now
but you never answered.
You know what? I'm gonna let you talk. Say your
question. Who makes the rules and the regulations to this country that you're in right now?
Now, can I answer it without you interrupting me? Because you don't tell me how to answer my question.
Just answer the question.
First of all, it doesn't matter who make those rules.
So you're not going to just say the honest question? The honest answer?
You know what?
You're going to sit here and give us a dishonest answer?
I'm trying now.
Just answer the question, man. We all know the answer.
Fuck up and I will answer the motherfucking question.
Then give me the fucking answer without this fucking teaching shit you do.
If you run your goddamn your duck mouth.
I'm tired of you always thinking that you gotta teach.
Y'all motherfucking ass
just fucking answer a question.
You running shit. You don't run a motherfucking thing. And
just answer the question, all right?
Get the fuck up and let me answer it.
Answer it then.
Just like I said, we are free people already. Bootlicking ass.
Who runs the country?
bootlicking ass niggas like you
who makes the laws to the country that you're in right now? Why are you not answering the question? That's why you're gonna lose on every fucking debate you have.
It's not all white.
That's why you're gonna lose on every fucking debate you have.
That's the answer to your question. It's not all white.
That's not the answer to the question. The answer to the question was almost a rhetorical question.
Let me tell you something. You redundant.
The question was almost rhetorical. It didn't even require an answer because we all know the answer.
I don't know no answers.
But you sound like a motherfucker.
Who makes the rules and the laws in the country that you're in right now?
Answer the damn question.
I don't even want to ask you. I want to ask this man because you're not even answering it.
Shut the fuck up because you know what.
Who makes the rules and the regulations? I don't want to answer this. I don't want the answer from you.
It's about who abide by that shit. Country ass nigga.
No. Anyways, hey, brother, who makes the rules and the regulations to this country that you're in?
If we think free, it's not all white bullshit. Hold on.
So who makes the rules and the regulations?
If you a heat to them,
we gotta do better, y'all.
This lady gotta stop yelling, man. She never wants to deal with anything directly. Everything that she does is slippery.
We are in
Every question that you ask her is a slippery ass answer. You can't even get a direct answer from this lady, man. She yells and screams, call people out their names. It's like everybody knows who the problem is.
What's your slogan ass? Like you said, you sound like a reforming ass house nigga.
Anyways, everybody knows who the problem is. That's why the chat.
We don't have to
live chat be
by
getting on
those
you
rules. That's just what the slave system put in place. Fuck what they created. It's about how we get away from it. I don't give a fuck.
Hey brother, can you answer my question?
You love the white man. We don't give a fuck about.
Hey brother, can you answer my question real quick?
We better our own.
The same question I asked her and she didn't answer.
I don't think that the laws of the land today are made by just white people.
Who
was it? Who was it majority made by?
Majority. Yeah, it is on white men. Majority is all white men.
So doesn't the majority rule?
Let me ask you something.
So the majority. Can you stop?
If you want to
excuse me.
Excuse me.
There's two people talking.
Who wrote the fucking laws, which was a nigga. A fucking
there's
nigga.
Two people talking.
So what the fuck it matters about who wrote the laws for?
That is so true.
How you gonna talk about the white man laws when the damn black man is the one who introduced him to this bullshit?
I told y'all white and black people been in cahoots since the beginning.
Do you know about the fucking Cornish proposal?
What color was Thomas Jefferson?
You know about the Continental Conference? Do you know about
what color was Thomas Jefferson?
And you talking about motherfucking laws? These same cooling ass niggas like you who wrote this.
What color was Thomas Jefferson, man? Without all that
Thomas
shit.
Jefferson.
Listen.
He was the first person to enforce no fucking law.
Why don't you stop yelling?
Why don't you shut the fuck up? Because I've been trying to.
You have no idea, man.
You always coming up here with that bullshit.
Battle X.
You make this.
Maybe y'all just need to
platform.
stop addressing each other. How about that?
Listen, man, you are actually. Hold on, let me say this real quick. You are actually lowering the integrity and the value and the quality of this platform by doing what you're doing.
Come on, let me answer your question because you're taking it off somewhere. Let me answer your question.
No, this lady got to know that she is literally having negative behavior and it's consistent.
Send her an email.
It's kind of like, damn, man, I don't even really want to be on here when I see her on here.
Let's stay on topic, bro. It's a good build, okay?
Right.
All right, now let me answer your question because you asked a valid question. We are in a democracy. It is we the people for the people. So we actually make the laws. Like the problem is,
hold on. We make the laws or do we? Do we vote for the law?
And I'm gonna shut up. The problem is we don't participate. Like when I first started this conversation, I was like, one of the things that we need to do is get a lot of these old antedated laws off the book. Like the 3/5 of a human law is still on the book.
Now, can I respond to that? So first you said that we make the laws, but then right after that you said, but we don't participate in doing it. So by default, we don't make the laws even according to your understanding. That's out of your, no, hold on. That was your logic that I'm just using against you. I used your logic.
Hold on. First of all,
about we as just in black people. So
don't and can't are two different things.
About as in the population, the general population makes the laws. What you're saying,
right? So what I'm saying is, Black people. I'm talking about black people. We all know how democracy works. I'm saying who's making the laws? Who actually puts these laws on the bill? It's not black people walks up and says, hey, this is the law that we want you guys to actually consider. That's not how that works.
Martin Luther King.
No, listen. You may say we have, but let's say what's happening and what happens. What happens is that's not what happens.
Let me answer your question.
You guys keep on taking these isolated events and these small little individual ass incidences and saying, look, there it is right there. You're like, that's not how it happens.
And what
you're doing is being so intellectually dishonest and cheap and desperate.
Come on, let's stop the insult. And that is true, but I'm gonna answer your question. And the answer to your question, is it's not exactly. You would think that the answer would be. I think Swall got something to say, y'all. I think the man of the platform got something to say.
No, I was just saying let the brother go right quick. Go ahead.
Okay. You would think that the answer would be the white man, and you would think that an alternative answer would be, no, it ain't all the white man. It's some black people and some other colored people up in there too. But that ain't the case. And to the sister, that's just another misguided thing too, is that it depends on really who you ask what form of government is over this country. Because if you ask a Republican, he's going to tell you that this country is a republic, and a republic is different from a democracy.
I didn't ask about what I didn't ask you about what branch of government do you actually agree on. I asked about what color are they.
The thing is that the color is mixed, because at the end of the day, these laws are mostly made by big corporations that have a lot of money to sit up there and push in laws through lobbying. A lot of these companies
color are the people that owns the corporations.
They ain't just white.
But aren't they majority white?
It depends on what country you're in, I would get.
Well, I'm talking about the country that you're in, the one that you're in.
Majority here now, I would say they white.
I know. Thank you for being intellectually honest. You know how hard it is to find somebody that actually will do that? Now, let me ask another question. So majority rules. That would be that. So that would mean that whoever actually calls the shots has the most responsibility to claim that spot.
Yeah, but the thing is with American politics, is all about perception, and perception is really
American politics.
Okay, all right. Anyway, so now that we all kind of got the understanding that we are in a white-dominated country, this is not black people's country. We didn't make this one. This is not ours. We just built it through slavery. Against our will. This is not a
whatever.
No. I'm just gonna talk. I'm not in Africa. I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about this one right here that y'all trying to say we need to get more scientists and geneticists and fucking schooling. And I'm like, in this one,
rather us not do anything. You would
rather I didn't even say all that. All I'm simply saying is,
how about you tell us what you want us
to get down to the bottom of what you're saying? That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get down to the bottom of what you're saying.
This thing is that the United States was built on change and revolution, but they also developed a form of government that sat up there and it's written just like a computer code. It has to have back doors. It's got those loopholes. That's what we call it. We call them loopholes. You know what I'm saying? And in that system of government that we have in the United States, we can make changes to our laws. We can sit up there and we can make changes to our system. We got freed as slaves because we changed the system. And usually what happens is you have a lot of individuals, even poor white people, who sit up there, and what they do is they vote against their own personal interests because of whatever influences they done received their information from. You know who mostly sit up there and praise Obamacare, and I hate to call it that, but you know who praises Obamacare the most? Is poor white people, especially poor white people in Kentucky. You know who don't get the chance to take advantage of Obamacare is poor people that have moved into Republican strongholds like Mississippi.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, because
I don't have Obamacare and I don't live in Mississippi.
because states operate on their own. Like Mississippi is a sovereign state. Therefore, they don't have to follow about federal laws. You know, it's their choice. They don't have to accept federal.
The thing is that the way the United States works is that every state has sovereign power, and that was the excuse that was used by Southern people to sit up there and do the Civil War. Was, oh, well, you infringing on our individual state sovereignty. What was that? What did you want to use that individual state power to do? You wanted to keep slavery in effect. That's what you wanted to use it for.
Or keep your poor while your rich get richer.
Exactly.
Okay, let me make a final statement, and I'm gonna get off.
I'm loving this information.
Let me make a final statement, and I'm gonna get off of here because I don't want to just mess up what you guys are trying to do.
No, you good. You good about it. Actually, let people talk. I like all this information coming.
I'm just gonna give a final statement. What you guys are actually doing is you guys are playing into a grand scheme, which is keep your black asses right on here, living right next to the white man as a fucking talisman.
Oh, here we go.
So no, that's you're falling under a grand scheme, which is do not identify yourself with leaving the white man. Do not identify yourself to going back to Africa. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Can I? I said I'm gonna make a final statement and I'm gonna get out of here.
Why would I leave?
I said I'm gonna make a final statement and then I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you. What you're doing is you're falling under a grand scheme, which is keep you from going to Africa. That's what this is all about. These white folks is willing. Listen, these white folks is willing
back to Africa.
Hold on, these white folks is willing to tell you anything.
Why would I leave my own land to
somebody beat the
Let me say this: these white folks is
going back to Africa.
Can I just finish my last statement? Damn.
Beat the drums, first battle axe. Beat the drums. We going to Africa.
These white folks is willing to tell you anything and have you believe anything to make you stay here. That's the whole reason why these people are perpetuating the Mormonism.
The same battle X. The African government has the majority of white people controlling it, or Asians for that matter of fact as well.
That's not the truth at all. That's not the truth. Hold on. First and foremost, that's not the truth. You see,
how is it not the truth?
Hold on. Let me. Jeez, man, why is it so hard to be able to say something? This is incredible.
But it's what you're saying is ludicrous.
It doesn't matter. Then let me
okay, go
get
ahead,
all of that when I'm done.
Okay.
You feel me? Let me get all of that when I'm done.
All right.
So no, that's not the truth at all. Africa has already regained themselves back from majority white rulership, and if you don't believe that, just go and do your own research. That stuff is everywhere. Secondly, what you saying is, well, there's white people are over there, but there's more black people over there too. So it makes it look like you're trying to say you're trying to choose the greater between two evils. It's like, no, that's not what it's the dilemma. The dilemma is not the choosing between the greater of two evils. That's not what this is about.
Hey, you need a question about
black folks need to end up. Black folks need to go back to their own country.
Have been infiltrated by the white man. That's a
long ass time ago, but as of right now, you can go back.
Not today.
You can go back. You can go back today.
Go back to what?
To any country, and there won't be nobody white stopping you.
What?
Maybe be somebody black.
You even got you got to talk about laws and all of this.
Oh God!
You just got to talk about laws and all of that. Don't you need to pay? Hold on, don't you need clear? 1 minute, sis. Let me just ask them a real quick question. Don't you need clearance, a passport, or something? You got to be able to be in certain type of things validated. Now you got to get vaccines and shit before you can go back to Africa. The white man don't have no hand.
No, you don't have to ask Africa's permission.
I ain't talking about Africa. We talking about this white man over here. When you leave in the United Snakes of America to go to any other country, to go anywhere around the globe, they don't have a hand in deciding how you travel, where you travel, what you need to travel, and a little book called the So what the fuck you mean we ain't got to ask the white man to go back?
I said you don't got to ask the white man to go back to Africa, meaning to go into Africa, there ain't going to be no white man that's going to try to stop you.
When are you gonna
Even over here in the United States, you can have a felony record and you can still leave this country and go to Africa.
Wait a minute. So you think you're not going to? You think you're not going to be stopped or questioned or look for papers with the African governments in their countries? Because when it
comes down to the immigration process, yes. When it comes down to the immigration process, yes.
And not everybody
that's when you are trying to join their country and obtain a visa or do citizenship. But if you're just going there as a tourist,
go over there and build some shit. Then
if you're just going there as a tourist, they're not going to ask you anything.
Land and just start building without question. That's what you tell me.
You can go to Africa and go. You can go to Africa and you can go and apply for a visa or dual citizenship, and you will obtain it.
Why we need dual citizenship
to go to certain countries?
You can that's what I say. You can either ask for a visa or you can just say, "Hey, I want to just abolish."
We need to ask the white man for any damn thing in Africa hours.
You won't be asking a white man.
You said
they will be black.
You said that Africa has been pulling away from the white man and all this stuff here, but who still controls the currency in most of those African countries?
Exactly.
Who controls the currency?
Who still controls the
variations of currency? Some of the people
that's what I said. Who still controls
some of those people have their
in the most of those African countries?
Some of those people have their own currency.
Who has their own currency over there? Because Gaddafi tried to get his own currency and they killed him.
Tanzania, Rwanda.
None of that currency is controlled by France.
No, it's not controlled by France. No, it's not.
And it's not, and their economy is not tanked. Because last time I checked, Tanzania had like $1 million bills over there.
No, Tanzania don't got $1 million bills. Tanzania got Tanzanite. That's what Tanzania is all about.
Tanzania has $1 million. Tanzania economy got tanked.
Just like
most of those countries in Africa,
richest countries.
Their currency is controlled by France. They've been trying to pull away
is one of the richest countries in Africa.
Most of those countries' currency is controlled by France and by Denmark and by the rest of Europe. Now, when you go to Eastern Africa, most of those countries over there have started to do business with the Asian, but the Asian ain't doing nothing but sitting up there, coming over there, building faulty infrastructure just so they can suck the resources out of it. And then once they get finished, they gonna leave and they ain't gonna have nobody there that's gonna be African that's gonna be able to sit up there and keep up with that faulty infrastructure, and it's gonna fall, and they gonna still have to sit up there and pay for that faulty infrastructure with their own resources.
Why do you think that black people cannot maintain that infrastructure?
Don't get me wrong.
Hold on, man. Why do you think that black people can't maintain that infrastructure?
Is that you should be able to sit up there and
go on, man. You said something. I need you to answer that. Why are you saying that black people cannot maintain that what you're calling a faulty infrastructure when they actually have
because part of the agreement. Because part of the
need Chinese or white people to help them with the infrastructure. Why didn't the black people that's in power create the infrastructure by themselves?
Because
the black people over there, those people are still under an aftermath effect of what has transpired through colonialism. So as of right now, they're actually in a recuperative. They're in a recuperative.
I just want to ask one question, Battle. Let me ask you a question.
Hey, man, I can't hear you, but I can't hear you because too many people is trying to get it in at the same time.
I was just saying that then you have to be honest that they're still under white supremacy, and even some of them still have ties and things that they have to pay for the other European countries. So
yeah, but who has? Okay, I'm gonna take your logic, but who has it? Who has it more? Who has it more?
What do you mean? Who has it more?
Who has white supremacy dominating over their landmass more? Tanzania or United States?
It's equal.
You're lying now. You're lying. You're lying. Did you know that 99% of Tanzania's government is African?
But yeah, but like I said, ain't Tanzania economy tank?
You think just because you see a black person in government that you don't think that there's someone that's operating or he's working with someone or he don't have somebody above him? You think just
99% of their government, 99% of the government is black. 99% of the 99%. 99% of the population is black.
White Europeans. You're not telling me anything.
Listen,
99% of their government was picked by white Europeans.
You're lying. No, it wasn't.
The sister is a queen for that one. She is a queen.
She's not a queen for that one, nigga. Hey, man, be quiet, man. Let me have a conversation with her. Hey, can you be quiet? Let me have a conversation with her.
I'm telling you because
can you stop yelling?
No.
Can you stop yelling?
I'm telling you because I know, and I'm only yelling.
Can you stop yelling?
Because everybody else was yelling, and you raised your voice as
well.
Are
we gonna have a conversation, or are you gonna sit here and scream and say the same shit over and over?
You was screaming, and that's why I raised my voice.
I didn't scream at all. I actually hate being online because of this shit right here.
We hate you being on here.
Your voice the whole entire time. When I asked you a question, you raised your voice. Is that not yelling if you're raising your voice?
No, I didn't yell at you, man.
Well, it's peaceful now, so let's talk.
Then I'm sorry.
I just got one question, Battle Axe. If Africa's so good, why the hell are they people trying to come over here?
Because they're actually using their dollar. They're using the American dollar because it actually manifolds over there. It actually multiplies over there.
Really?
And that's why they want.
But I'm gonna tell you this too, though. I'm gonna tell you this though too, though. Hey, that's actually a lot of them are not trying to get over here. A lot of those people are actually working on their own issues. It's only just a small percentage of what you're actually seeing making it over here that's trying to get over here. A lot of them people they got their own thing they doing.
And they running from stuff too.
No, a lot of them people out there in Africa. When I say a lot, I'm talking about like most of them. They are very interested and invested in Africa. They have no desire to be in the United States.
Why they come over here?
I will agree that there is a movement going on the continent of Africa where they are trying to be more self-sufficient. However, the issue is that they're in contract, heavy, deep contract, blood contracts with the Chinese and the European countries. So
they're doing that willingly. Their systems of governments are extremely corrupt.
Yes,
they're doing it willingly though.
The government that you see there, whether if they're fully black, they literally are the puppets of European countries. And you can even ask the people there, speak to some of the people there in those countries. They would tell you that their government is corrupt. They would tell you that their government is selling them out. Them to work in these factories in decent wages, and they just letting all these other foreigners buy up the land. So
okay, now let me respond to that.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I ain't saying that Africa's perfect. That's not what I'm saying. So yeah, you're going to see some discrepancies, and you're going to see some issues and some points of contention that you're going to see within that continent. That's the reason why. That's the reason why we're needed over there. There's going to be a necessity for us to be there. But at the end of the day, though, you sitting around here wishing on a star in the United States. That is a failed attempt.
Is it not
once again that we have done over and over and time after time?
Is it not pedophilia going on in Africa? Sex trafficking going on in Africa? Slaves being sold in Africa?
This happens here too.
Not going on. So what's the difference between Africa and
it happens here too? The difference is
what's the difference?
I'll tell you the difference.
I'm trying to tell you, you're gonna have. When it comes down to us, let's say if the main goal was to move to the continent of Africa, to whatever country that we choose, we have to come with our own system. We have to come with resources, and we have to come with infrastructure. We cannot just come over there and try to join into their country and think that we're not going to be at the bottom. Because let's be really clear.
Hey, so let me respond. That's what I'm saying. I've been saying that. I've been
They
saying
do
that.
have a
Oh,
movement
hold on,
in
man. Don't cut me
Africa
off,
right
man.
now.
Hey, brother.
That
Hey, brother.
is,
Don't cut me off. I'm talking to the sister real quick.
And black people
We've
not
been
at the
saying
bottom.
that over and over, time after time. That's what I've been saying. You can go back and look at any timestamp. I'm constantly saying that same shit. Like, hey, we got to build our own system up. We got to go to Africa and have our own. You can buy land yourself. We don't have to. We don't have to sit there and spread ourselves out. Then we can actually go there. Hold on. We could go there as a group with a group effort and actually purchase a large.
Over here and stop pedophilia.
Can I say? Can I say it though? Can I say that? Can I say this? We can make a. Can you please stop cutting me off? We can make a group effort and go over there. When I said make a group effort, I'm talking about grouping up here and then going there. We can make that group effort though, and we can actually purchase enough land to where we can actually have control over our own affairs, including excuse me, I wasn't done, including obtaining the rights to the mineral resources.
Well, let me ask you a question. How many times you done took your ass to Africa, battle ass?
Why would you ask me that fucking question?
How the fuck you gonna tell you just like Marcus Garvey? How the fuck you gonna tell me to go somewhere you ain't?
Because with the hold on, because with the let me say that to ask that question right now is let me answer her question real quick. Let me answer her question real quick because we got a lot of people laughing. Hold on, sister. Let me answer her question because we got a lot of people that's trying to laugh.
Here's a question posed. Battle ask one question. So like,
hold on, let me answer her question real quick because we got people that's scoffing and laughing. So I want to address that.
Then it's on you.
All right. So the Africa thing about me not going to Africa, I've been there virtually. Now that we got the internet, I don't have to get a plane ticket to go and see Africa.
Oh my God!
I don't have to sit around there with the government to know how the government works in Africa.
But Battle X,
oh my God!
I actually been to Africa, and
What part?
And I've been to Ghana. And I also
that's one part. That's one part.
One more than you have.
Listen to me for a second. I've been to Ghana. I actually been to the hordes of Africa because I was stationed there. And I'm telling you, what you think you know, internet-wise, is totally different by you actually being on the continent and actually being within that culture and in that country, whatever country that you choose. Now, I don't think your plan is a bad plan. I think if as an end goal, it would be great to be in a predominantly Black area. I really do. I do agree with that. I'm not wrong with you with that. But I think that the infrastructure and creating a strong foundation, like you said, needs to happen in America. And I think we need to do a trial and error first here before we decide that we're going to bring it over there. Because what's going to happen is we're going to end up having what's going on in Liberia. And Liberia is are expatriates, ex-freed slaves that went back to Africa, and they and they took over that African country from the Liberians that were actually there, and it's very corrupt. It's high in crime. It's high in diseases. They have, and mind you, Liberia has the most richest land. And when it comes down to resources, but it's so corrupt there, it's one of the poorest countries on the continent. So
let me respond.
So I do believe that if you want to do that plan, we have to build here first. We need to create a successful plan here first, do it for us here first, and then go over there to do that.
But that's what us Israelites is trying to tell y'all is that you gotta build up your mind. Building up an infrastructure. Hold on, let me say this. Building up an infrastructure here is not the goal. A lot of people is going to romanticize with that infrastructure. Like a lot of people are saying, oh, I own 200 acres of land over here. You're romanticizing with your property. At the end of the fucking day. At the end of the day,
one more question.
At the end of the day, we all can't move to that.
You say you're an Israelite. Have you ever went and took your ass to Israel?
I think
Israel is in Africa. I don't need to be in the land of Israel. I don't need to be in the land of Israel.
You ain't went over there and paid homage.
No, I ain't never been over there. That ain't the land.
Oh, okay.
But Battle X,
I think Sister Q, I got a question.
Battle X, aren't you the one that said that you were moving to Africa so that your son could marry an underage girl?
I said I plan on I plan on being in Africa by the time my son is 14, so he can be married at 14. Not so he can marry an underage girl. He will be underage himself.
So you believe in pedophilia?
How am I saying pedophilia? I said a 14-year-old.
So you gonna go over there and sell your child off to the highest bidder? What type of fucking father are you? Let me be my.
What are you talking about? Ain't gonna be no highest bidder, man. I'm trying to see that. That's what I'm saying. Like if you want to have a conversation with me, we can. But if you want to just sit here and just like use these
conversation like that,
listen. If you want to use these, if you want to use like certain things that I said in the conversation. Hold on. If you want to use, hold on. Let me finish saying this to her. If you want to use things that I'm saying to try to attack me, you don't have to speak to me.
Okay, let's not get personal. But look, BetX, I got one question, please. I'm out the way. Why is this so important for your 14-year-old son to be married at 14?
Because when I was 14, I was getting involved in a lot of bullshit.
And if you was married,
and one of the things that I realized while I was going through the bullshit is that me hanging out with all these dudes and not having a girlfriend made it to where I didn't find nothing but trouble.
So at 14, are you going to be able to teach your son how to be a husband at 14?
Yes.
Yeah, that's that Pan-African stuff.
I'm out of it though. This is my final question.
That's that Pan-African stuff. Look. The thing is that if you sit up there and you pay attention to the continent of Africa, what's going on in the continent of Africa right now is that, in part of it, especially in the northwestern part, they are trying to unify. They've been trying to unify since I think like the 60s. You know, Gaddafi wasn't the only one that had that idea, which was get your own currency. You know, start putting your own satellites up in the air. Start building your own car companies and stuff like that. But the thing is, with American blacks, being that we went through slavery, we went through a long, sick genetic experiment where our biggest and our brightest sat up there and were able to sit up there and reproduce more. That's the reason why you got so many athletic blacks and so many smart ass blacks now. And what that African continent is trying to do right now is push this notion where now they want to pretty much try to get us back. You asked I think MJ asked, she said something about the assets that American blacks have. The asset that we have for the African continent is our genetics and the simple fact that we come up in the United States capitalist system. So most of us financially are doing way better than most of the people in the continent of Africa.
Thank you. That's why I said black
Ain't
people
nobody
are not
talking about who's doing better in Africa versus America. We know that America is the fucking most richest country in the world. We already know that. That's not what we're saying. That's not. Hold on. That's not even the topic. The topic is about. The topic is about.
You basically saying that you're gonna cut me off, man. What the fuck is your problem over there? And we're gonna use our wealth and our education to sit up there and
I let you talk, man. And what you're doing now, you're just cutting me off every fucking time I speak. You're doing it every time I speak. No, I'm talking to this brother on here. Every time I speak, you cut me off.
Married at 14.
But yeah, the thing is that
the thing is every time I speak, you cut me off, and that right there, is some bullshit.
I'm trying to give you an educated
No, you were already done, and I was trying to respond. Hold on, you were done, and I was responding, and then you cut me off.
You've been on this Pan-African topic for the longest. And the
excuse me. I wanted to respond. I wanted to respond to what you said. I wanted to respond to what you said, and can you please hold your nerves and stop interrupting me every time I say something?
While you responding to what I'm saying,
can you please?
How about you respond to this?
Can you please stop interrupting me every fucking time I speak?
Can you respond to this question too?
No. Listen. You made it. You made a whole fucking spill. You had a whole spill, and I was quiet and patient. At the moment it was time for me to speak, you allowed me to speak, but then you heard some trigger words.
All right, well, go ahead. Just go ahead and speak.
So what I was saying is it has nothing to do with the comparison of America economy versus African's economy. We know that African is being exploited. We already know that. But at the end of the day, it's cheap and it can be ours if we just actually pursued it and made effort to obtain it. Instead of sitting around here trying to fucking stay in the United States as if these people is one of these fucking days going to have just a epiphany change of heart and then say, yeah, you know what? Let's love these niggas and let's get them the upper hand and let's bridge this wealth gap. That ain't never going to fucking happen. But this place right here doesn't offer any of the raw resources and material to us actually even get inside and make our own currency, because currency is backed by something. It's not just you because you made it. It's backed by something.
Yeah, currency is backed by faith. That's it.
No, it's not. Currency. No. The American dollar originally was backed by gold. Then after they took it off the gold standard, it's after they took it off the gold standard, now it's back.
Fiat currency.
What the fuck is your
niggas like
what is your problem? Hey, what is your problem?
You want to talk about the fact that you tried to get your child married at 14? I'm gonna stay on your ass about that.
Hey man,
with your thick ass.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, Nandy, stop taking the conversation and reducing it to bullshit.
I'm reducing it to shit. It's no motherfucking other way to look at the fact that you.
Nobody's talking about.
You want to go to Africa, and the only reason why you want to go so you can marry your son off at 14.
No. That's not the only reason. That's not the only reason. You just
explain to me why you want to marry your son off at 14 and out.
Don't even fucking worry about it. You ain't got no fucking kids.
We gotta worry about motherfuckers like you in the circle.
Don't worry about it. It ain't none of your business.
If it wasn't my business, your ass wouldn't have said it on you.
It ain't none of your business. It's actually none of your business, and it's not on topic.
Off for a fucking dollar.
It's none of your business, and it's not the topic. And only thing that you can do is try to fucking like over exaggerate me.
Or may I say your little girl is?
Like, listen, man, I'm trying to talk with the brother. There's two men talking.
You don't want to address this real shit, cause that shit done stuck in my.
I really don't feel like talking with you because we're not dealing with anything.
You don't want to talk to me because you know you ain't with I ain't with all that bullshit. We talking about this 14-year-old.
All right, okay, I heard everything that you said. Hey, hold on, brother, hold on. Let's let this lady get this shit out.
That type of talk might get the channel stroke. That P word. Talk about younger girls and all that. They might get the channel strokes. We might need to relax on it.
Yeah, so just leave that topic alone and just stick with the fucking topic.
Hey, but I do want to ask though, because I brought up the point that all of us should move to one region of America, like the South. So if it's because I heard a couple people or some, well, I ain't gonna do that, but some people act like okay. That makes sense to go to Africa.
I can't get my mic unmuted fast enough. So, Josh, we can talk about Polite, we can talk about Dr. York, we can talk about all the pedophiles, but we can't goddamn address this pedophile on the goddamn camera.
No, I'm not fucking pedophile. No, look, I'm
fucking mic.
No, I'm just saying be careful of how y'all talk about it. The same way y'all talk about
the
violence.
Nobody be careful about all the other shit. How the hell can you be careful with a sensitive topic like somebody trying to sell their child, their 14-year-old child over in Africa? Hey, well, but that's what it's all about. What you think? You gonna find Israelite royalty over there or something? Huh? Yeah, that's what you looking for. You take your baby.
No, I'm looking for my son to have a woman that's not like you.
Oh, and what is a woman like me who's strong? Who can stand on her own 10?
You think that talking shit and being disrespectful is strong?
And swing out motherfucking trees? I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking about.
I'm talking about how you're clamorous and you talk a lot of shit. You see how, look, I'm trying to answer your question and you're just constantly cutting me off.
What can a 14-year-old little boy be doing with any type of coaching or being responsible for a fucking wife any goddamn way? Fuck what type of damn woman I am. I'm fucking grown. I'm fucking grown. What can your 14-year-old do with his little 12 or 13 or 14-year-old motherfucking wife besides play with blocks and crayons and shit? What the fuck is you talking about?
All right, can I respond?
Talking that weak ass shit.
Can I respond? Can I respond? See, the weakest thing is about somebody that actually can't hold their decorum. You're weak.
You can't hold shit.
The weakest thing is somebody that actually can't. Somebody that can't actually conduct a conversation without cussing and being disrespectful.
And you just laid a sour ass egg in the motherfucking head, coop. Talk about you gonna marry your child off at 14. Shut the fuck up talking to me. You talk all that shit and you done cut everybody off. You don't know shit. All your motherfucking information biased. You weak as fuck, and on top of that, you're a pedophile. Shut the fuck up talking to nothing.
Okay, can I ask him a question?
I can't wait until God destroys a person like you.
Hey, look.
Your sky ain't already been destroyed your motherfucking mind.
I'm just serious. I can't wait until the world is gone. I can't wait until the world is a better place because people like you ain't on it.
At 14, I don't want shit to do with your God.
Okay,
I don't want you to be anywhere around me, man. You are the problem to black women. You make black women get real bad reputation.
I'm not a black
people
woman.
like you.
I'm not a motherfucking black woman.
You're the reason why black men marry white women.
I ain't.
Yes, you are. You're the reason why black men goes and marries white women.
White women.
Please don't.
And you're the reason why. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me get this bitch. And you're the reason why a lot of women out here turn gay. You the type
you're
of
the reason.
Woman.
You're the reason why black men.
And
you're the reason why black men don't have nothing to do with black women.
Your wife that she didn't know she was a lesbian because she fucking with a straight bitch. Let me mute.
At least I have a wife.
Okay,
you can't stay the same. You don't have a husband.
Or is it a tranny?
You can't keep nobody around you because you're poisonous.
Let's get back on topic. Let's
deal with the topic. Let's deal with the topic. Let's deal with the topic.
Okay, look.
Let's deal with it. Nandy, if you was married at 14, you probably would have had you a husband by now. Since you was able to grow up, since you was able to grow up and thinking that you're being strong by running your mouth, you're gonna die single.
Let me tell you something. That's why your roaching nuts ass, your motherfucking prune nuts ass gotta go all the way to Africa to find a motherfucking woman.
But you're still gonna die single. You're gonna die single.
I don't give a fuck about none of that shit you talking.
No, but you're gonna die single. Just know that. And it's because of your mouth. Nobody can stand your mouth.
I don't give a fuck about that.
That's the reason why that dude left. The last dude left
we was having
because
a
of your
good
mouth.
conversation, y'all. We really was.
She the one that wanted to take it down here. She the one that wanted to take it down here. You want to go down here? I'm gonna go down there with you. You're single because of your mouth.
Let's get back to it.
You're a victim of domestic violence because of your mouth.
Bitch, I ain't single, but I will got there before the
dudes that rung your bell all your life because of your mouth.
Nobody cares about this.
You had your bell rung because of your mouth.
Fucking single. I fuck with men. I don't fuck with no weak.
No. You're single because people would rather ring your bell than to live with you.
And I ain't got a swear to find my motherfucking happiness either more than
how many times have you been hit by a man?
Man, y'all is wigging, dog.
How many times have you been a victim of domestic violence?
Your shit by a real woman, you will shut the fuck up.
How many times have you been slapped by a man?
Come on, y'all, please.
Come on now, okay?
I'm just letting the lady know about the truth. But she's single because of her mouth.
Let's have some self-control.
And a lot of our sisters is out there single because they're learning from people like her as role models, thinking that that's being strong.
Okay, well let me ask the question. Let me ask the question real quick. Better you a Hebrew, right? I'm just trying to change subject. You a Hebrew Israelite. Salute to that. Do you believe that a woman can teach a man?
No.
Now, as women on the panel, do anybody?
I believe that she has the ability to teach, but I don't believe that it is proper.
Why not?
Because they don't know how to handle it.
Oh, well, the women don't say
that. That's that Pan-African again.
That's that religious book.
That's that Pan-African again.
Just look at the example. Okay, check it out, brother.
All that comes from is religion demonizing women throughout the
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're trying to say that religion? Hold on. Let me say this then. That sister Nandy, she is not religious.
Let's keep it off Nandy. We talk about women in general, bro.
Hold on. That sister Nandy is a perfect example on why I will say because they don't know how to handle it. Because when they start thinking that they actually got something to say, when they start thinking like they got something to say, look.
And you a perfect example of a bitch. The reason why women go against black men like
but I never called her out of her name.
I don't give a fuck. I ain't with all that sister shit.
I never tried to degrade her.
That indirect shit. Just because you trying to talk indirect don't mean you ain't trying to be insulted. I catch that.
I never said indirect. I said your name.
Talking to me. Keep my name.
How y'all supposed to teach my generation
I was talking
anything,
specifically about you.
Why should I listen to y'all as my elders?
Can we like not do the personal attacks? Like let's try to move the conversation into a different different scenario. Now you said that you don't think that is a good thing that women teach boys to become men.
No, I didn't say boys. I didn't say boys.
He said
he said
be a
men.
teacher at all. He said that women shouldn't be teachers at all.
No, women can raise kids. Kids come in male or female. She can raise kids. But her sitting around here thinking that she's going to be the leader of the congregation or the professor of the class, shut that shit down. We don't need it.
Why do you think that?
Because for one thing, some women are actually a little too attractive to keep people focused on the topic at hand.
So you're trying to say that a woman being attractive wouldn't garner someone to pay attention to her outside of her appearance, not by what she said, because they'll be too focused on her appearance?
No, a lot of the times when I had a teacher that I was attracted to, all I was really just doing is seeing.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. So we should all move to Africa around topless women, though. So we all should move to Africa around topless women, but we can't stand a teacher who's beautiful.
Africa is not running around with topless women. That's a lie.
I mean, they're not covering themselves up for the most part.
Yes, they are. African people.
Man,
I'm talking about on whole are dressed fully. You got to run out into the backwoods, into the thicket.
You're talking about small tribal communities that's in Africa. Most of Africa is very modern. They are wearing dress. They have their own dress clothes and head wrap. So yes. So yeah,
right. The whole submissive woman thing is a religious thing.
No, it's not. It's actually okay.
The whole submissive woman thing is a religious thing, just like the whole restriction against eating pork is a religious thing.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
No, that's actually
what is wrong? Let me ask you a question. What's wrong with a woman being submissive?
What's wrong with a woman being a teacher?
Yeah.
No, don't ask me another question with my question. I need an answer because you already made a statement. Hold on, he made a statement.
Okay.
And I want to see if this dude has a reason behind his statement.
If a woman
vilify beautiful women, I just feel that you kind of vilify beautiful women, saying that they couldn't be taken seriously.
Hold on, but sister, hold on. I needed to get. Hold on, okay, we'll deal with that. But I needed him to actually answer my question.
Fuck all that, man.
I will answer your question. I mean, the thing is that
whoever that is down there mad as a motherfucker. Go ahead.
you sat up there and you said that. What did you say again? What was your question again?
He said, "What is wrong with a woman being submissive?"
Yeah, what is wrong with a woman? I mean, I think that's an individual preference. I mean, if you want a submissive woman, then you're able to go get that.
I think a woman would naturally submit to if she's seen the God.
I mean, why would you?
If a woman seen you
want a fully submissive woman.
I'm asking you, what is wrong with a submissive woman? You never told me.
I mean, a fully submissive woman. What's wrong with a fully submissive woman?
I didn't say a fully. Why does she got to be a fool?
Yeah, they got to change shit, man.
I would like to know.
Nigga can only answer the question.
I don't think there's
anything
wrong with a submissive woman, but I want to know, why do you think that is a requirement?
Somebody answer the question. Don't go on to another question.
And what do men do that will give them the right to have a submissive woman? I want to ask that question.
Right.
Well, man is what has to actually be, you know what I'm saying, going about these things maturely. And not try to be an oppressive ruler over his wife. So when somebody says a submissive woman, they're not talking to about being submissive to a freaking tyrant.
No, but
they're talking about
the thing though, when you say submissive, the word submissive is the sense of authority. And when people have a sense of authority, they have to have done something to have that authority. So if you cannot explain to me what do a man have to do to have that type of authority over women, then you shouldn't be asking what is wrong with a submissive woman.
There is no rite of passage for you to actually have authority over your wife. God selected that man to be a man, and that let me finish. And God made that woman to be a woman on purpose. He made that happen on purpose.
But there is nothing God never wrote and said, and and you have to tell me where He wrote and said that He gave women to be under or in a submissive level to man. Where
I don't care if God said that anyway.
Are you sure? Are you sure you're gonna ask me that question? You think I ain't got the answer for that?
I know you're going to say something biblical, but I don't believe in that. So
Well, then don't ask me for it because you know it's in the Bible.
I want to
The Bible said that He made the woman to be the man's help.
Listen, I don't follow the Bible. So
Then don't even ask me a question about what the Bible says.
Hold on. Hey, my bad. Hey, Aratazar, watch your mouth, fam. Don't play with me, my nigga.
What I say, King?
What I say, King?
You know what?
What I say?
It's sad, but let me tell you.
Don't talk to me like you running shit, bro.
Wait a minute, sis. Let me
What the
tell you
fuck I say, bro?
The only reason why I was asking
You call me out like that, tell me what I said. Because I can say what the fuck I want, nigga.
Relax, bro. It's all
if you're
good, bro. It's all
saying
good.
that this is a unspoken type of rule, then I wanted you to provide me some other evidence that shows that this is some unspoken rule that needs to be followed outside of the Bible, because not everybody follows the Bible.
I'll answer that because I had the source in the Bible like you first asked, but you didn't want that because you didn't think I had it, but I do. And then secondly, I'm gonna tell you through nature. Nature, if you look in nature, at least at the animal kingdom, that'll tell you also it supports that the man has the authority and that the woman is his helper.
Wait a minute.
But we ain't animals, though.
No, hold on. But the same person that made the same entity that made animals made men.
But we still ain't animals, though.
The same entity, that made animals made us.
The male in the animal kingdom. What do you see in the animal kingdom of the male that they have authority of?
Damn.
Say like with the lions, they have authority. They have authority over the land. Like with the lions.
Why are we comparing humans to animals, though?
For the land animals.
But Nandy had a question, though.
I want to ask you a question. You always talking about that Bible. I never really hear y'all talk about Psalms. And I'm going into my notes. Isn't there a scripture in Psalms that tells you to seek wisdom? Seek her with all your might, because without wisdom there will be no world or no earth. Let me find it. Is there a scripture like that in your Bible, Balance?
Hold on.
When they tell you,
hold on, somebody called me. I didn't get to hear.
No, wait a minute. Y'all talking about all of this stuff in the Bible. Let's talk about Bible scriptures. Is there a Psalms that tells you to seek wisdom? Seek her specifically with all your might.
It wasn't talking about a woman. It was talking about the nurturing attribute of wisdom.
So wait a minute. If it wasn't, why did they put her in there? Now we understand the Bible
because the nourishing attribute of wisdom, the nourishing attribute.
It said wisdom. And it said by nurturing. And it say nothing about no baby bottles. And it say nothing about changing no pampers. It said the wisdom.
Yes, it is. You just never read the book. It was talking about the nourishing aspect of wisdom, how it actually will keep you out of trouble, will actually maintain your safety, fatten up your bones, and have you making right decisions like a mother. Job is to teach the child to do.
Let me ask you another question. Who was Esther?
I did
Who was Esther?
Interrogate niggas.
Who was Esther?
Shut the fuck up, man.
She was a woman, but once the men got into position, she stepped down.
Ass nigga, you been in the cut talking shit all night.
Fuck up,
Let nobody give a fuck about that weak ass shit. Fuck you,
question after question, circle of reason having that.
Y'all religious mess. Y'all motherfuckers ain't got no identity without hide behind no books and no motherfucking dresses. Y'all
man, nobody ain't hiding behind shit.
Everybody get
right here.
Everybody get
y'all hiding behind illogical reasoning.
With all this mouth.
But I wanted
you
to
shut
say,
the fuck up.
But
this ain't nothing personal.
Sounding like you 500 pounds.
You know, battle.
Get your ass up, nigga. Get your motherfucking ass before you sound like your breath stank.
Animal kingdom.
I just woke up, boo. That's all good.
I know. I'm sure we smell your breath way over here.
Is in control and runs the pride, right? But do you know who gave him his position, Battle Axe? You don't know who gave the male lion his position?
God gave him that position.
That's his natural position.
Better your audio kind of off.
It was the woman. It was the
No.
female.
She chose to have sex with him, but she didn't choose for him to actually pick the land.
That's the only reason why he became the leader of the pride, because of the woman. If they're choosing with him, He would not be the leader of the pride because they all had beta males in the pride as well. She had to choose one.
That's not
so
true.
She was already on a throne.
That's not true.
She was already on a throne where she had to choose between amongst the men
Better
in
fix your
that
audio.
particular area.
Yeah.
That's how the
All right,
animal kingdom goes.
brother in the cook.
Yeah, I thought so.
No, I think better. Get that. Yo. Everybody still here? Or my mic down or something?
No, I'm here. It's just that, but I just wanted it up, because he's saying that it's his natural position. It wasn't his natural position because the female had to select him. The female had to select him. So you want to bring up submissive women and submissive this and submissive that. But truthfully, it was always the women on the throne that had to select the men, even in other kingdoms.
The thing is that I always notice about men who promote that submissive woman thing is the simple fact that they sit up there and they want to sit up there and defend the notion of having a submissive woman, but at the same time, they don't want to be demonized for pretty much saying that they want a weak woman. They want a yes man, pretty much. Because in my mind, that's what a submissive woman is. She's just a yes man. She's going to sit there and she's going to let you do what it do, and she ain't going to say that.
A submissive woman is really supposed to be a agreeable woman, like someone that you can work with, right? But the way how they have it in their twisted type of mind, they use it as the authoritative, tyrant type of scenario.
I think that the way
they're really asking for when they say those words, and they wonder why that word is so triggering. Because if you wanted just an agreeable woman, you can have an agreeable woman that you will compromise more with than have confrontation with. But you're asking for servitude, and you think somebody's stupid.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was trying to get at, because it's basically a mixture of both of them. You basically want somebody who's going to lay down for you, and you try to cover it up with the religious thing and all that. But at the end of the day, you just don't want to be demonized for what is you truly asking for.
I mean, but what do y'all expect when they book teach you that you are the weaker vessel and you are nothing but a helpmate?
That's still religion.
I know, but I'm just saying, what you expect from them?
What you expect from them? There's no way that the woman can be the weaker vessel.
And we not. Suave, can you share my screen, please?
Men's body do not contort.
Okay, Suave laying down or something.
Breaks up and splits to bring life into this world. You cannot even endure that. Your body's not built for that. So don't tell me that we are the lesser or the weakest vessel. That's bull crap. Our vessel is very strong. Our body can conform. It transforms. And it always in evolving.
See, that's the thing is that I think that, the thing is that there's nothing wrong with a strong, opinionated woman. Right. You know what I'm saying? But just like with anybody, it don't matter if you're man or woman or black, white, when you sit up there and you overly opinionated, or when you just pretty much, like he said, falling into that tyrant area or something like that, or you becoming too masculine, that's where the problem lies. You know what I'm saying? And they sit up there and they try to speak in these absolutes where they're saying that all black women are becoming like that, or all women, in the younger generations are being like that. And I don't think that's the case. You know what I'm saying? You have some women who are still traditional, but I mean, that's probably not a good thing or a bad thing, because times change and you have to change. So there's nothing wrong with having a strong woman and a not submissive woman. The problem is that when you sit up there and you have a woman who sits up there and she tries to control things, and you pretty much are not a beta male. And that's what you have in a lot of these situations is you have this alpha male female who's basically, you know, trying to make a relationship work with an alpha male male. And a lot of times it's not going to work.
It'll be toxic.
Can I just add something? Can y'all see the screen?
The words a little small, but we can see it though.
It's time to, you know, these people with these Bibles, you have to go up and stuff. He tried to misconstrue the scripture. Now, I was wrong. It was Proverbs.
Right.
4, 6, and 7. Do not forsake wisdom, and she will protect you. Love her, and she will watch over you. The beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom, though it costs all you have, and you will get understanding. And there's more scriptures in here that references the woman being a strong woman. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, why is he sitting here saying this? Like I asked him, who was Esther? We got Esther in the Bible. We got different women in the Bible that was also warriors and doing stuff in their book. So how is he going to come in one voice and say that the woman should be submissive and bow down and do all of this stuff when your own scriptures is telling you without the woman, you don't know shit anyway?
And the reason why that happened is, and I don't really like to dive too much into religion because it's just systems of control. But the reason why is because most of those systems were you know, created and controlled by men, and they were created and controlled by European men as that. And a European man has never had any respect for his woman or any other woman for that matter. They always just pretty much seen women as property. You know,
I wanted to say something about that Esther. Esther was never a warrior. Esther was somebody's wife. Come on, stop it.
And let me ask you a question. What did Esther do since you got so much to say?
Esther, all she did is just gave a speech to the Israelites.
And she did what else? She did what else to the Israelites? And what else she did? Something
and she
that
talked,
Israelite
and she talked to the king of Persia.
Israelite men couldn't do. She went all the way up in there.
Are you not going to allow me to answer your questions? Like, see, that's what I'm trying to say. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with the way you conduct conversations, man. I don't understand why you do it like this. It's not like that. You don't have to be like this.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Esther.
Esther, all she did is she asked the king of Persia to, you know what I'm saying, hey, look out for my people. Let them niggas go. And then after that she went and then she just did a speech and did a prayer. So Esther was not a warrior. Esther
she didn't cut his head off.
No, Esther did not do that. It was actually a harlot. It was actually a harlot that was in the tent that the king ran into.
Was it not the plan of Esther? Was it not the plan of Esther though? What were they fasting for? What were they actually doing all of that stuff for? What was her plan?
They fast so they can actually get God back on their side. That's what it was about. That's all I was saying. She did a prayer.
God on their side for about her ass.
So they can go to war and win the war.
Go to war with the same king that got decapitated. But let me pull it up.
But she didn't war. She didn't pick up that one sword. She didn't even want to go.
So
when they first went to go war, they're like, "Come with us." She's like, "Nah."
Oh.
And they're like, "Come on." They said we ain't gonna do it without you. And she was like, "All right, if that's the way y'all feel like you ain't gonna be done without me, I'll go." But she didn't fight.
Okay, so what was some of the context of this speech she gave? I ain't actually feeling verbatim.
God doesn't save through shield and bow. You know, so he delivered.
Who was she talking to?
She's talking to God.
So she gave a speech to God?
She gave a prayer.
Oh, okay, so at first you said she gave a speech. So I'm just trying to.
It was like it was an open proclaimed prayer.
Okay. I thought you said she was giving a speech to somebody.
It wasn't, I'm sorry, it wasn't an assassination plan or an assassination plot where she was trying to get rid of the king and the king falls in love with her and makes her.
No, she didn't. She didn't kill the king that she married. No, that didn't happen. She didn't kill the king that she married.
I was trying to finish the scripture, but go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk, and then I'll finish when you're done.
She did not kill the king that she married.
I didn't say she killed the king that she married.
She didn't marry an Israelite.
Beauty was one of the things that she used to get next to the king during the time of war, was it not? You didn't let me finish, was it not? That's a yes or no question.
I didn't hear your whole question.
Was her beauty not what the kings and the soldiers and everybody was fascinated with, for her to be able to get all the way to the tent where the actual king that they had war with Was.
Yeah, there was 100. There was 100 women that they were all impressed with.
Okay, but which one that had the most beauty? Was it Esther?
Yeah, he chose Esther.
Oh, let me mute my mic. I found that.
Well, that doesn't do anything. It's like, okay, she looked good. A lot of people recognize that our sisters is good looking, but it's the mind that drives them away. It's the mind. Our people are like clean sepulchres, whitened, painted sepulchres. But you know what I'm saying, on the outside they look clean and beautiful, but it's the inside is where all the rottenness and the corruption takes place. Our people are filthy on the inside,
including yourself.
No, I used to be, but I actually
so everybody else but you.
I conform to a higher power, and I stopped being my own God.
But you say
I allowed something that actually stood longer on earth than me.
So you
actually, help me with this.
Okay, so you saying it's everybody but you?
No, everybody. No, I'm saying everybody but Israelites.
So there's no Israelites. So there's no filthy Israelites.
No, there's filthy Israelites, but the people that you're going to find that are not filthy, they will be Israelites.
That's false.
Are Jews not filthy? Because that's what y'all is, some Jews. I'm sick of this Israelite shit. Are Jews not filthy?
Jews are not filthy. Real Jews, a real Jew is not filthy.
A real Jew. So
real Jew
you admit that
is
y'all
not
Jews?
filthy.
So you admit y'all Jews?
We are the real Jews.
Oh, what's the real Jew? It's what?
The real Jews are the actual people that is not claiming it just through practice of the laws, but actually through the lineage and lining up with the prophecies of the curses. That's the real Jews.
Just because y'all claim that y'all are cursed. Basically.
We don't claim that we're cursed. There is a list of curses that lines up with what we already know about ourselves.
Right. So the question is all black people in America all African Americans in America Israelites?
See, it wouldn't be fair to speak definitively and say like all and encompass all, because just throughout the period of time, there's a lot of other people that came over here that were on an appearance looking black, but they have nothing to do with the slave trade.
Like the Jews.
Anyways,
and
so a lot of people,
Jews.
The Jewish people and the Arabic
people.
Arab
Jews, that's right. Y'all look like us, but your damn show.
There's no such thing as an Arab Jew.
The confirmation. I just want to go there. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay, there's no such thing as an Arab Jew.
Oh yes, it is. I've already proven that. It's a such thing as both. It depends.
No, there's no such thing as an Arab Jew.
It depends on what you following.
No. If you are an Israelite and you are practicing, if you're Israelite and you're practicing Islam, you're not a Jew.
So you practicing Islam. So you're an Arab Jew.
I said if you are an Israelite and you are practicing Islam,
is what you follow with your.
I'm saying it one more time. I said if you are an Israelite,
is the book that you follow not Arabic? Yes or no?
I think Swall trying to talk, y'all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to say the first converts to that Islam stuff in the Lockmean stronghold were Arabs. They were Jews, and they was converted to Islam.
So once you can convert to Islam, you're no longer a Jew. A Jew is somebody that practiced Judaism.
What I'm saying is
that somebody that actually keeps the law, statutes, and commandments.
What I'm saying is that there are Arab Jews. There are Arabs that are Jewish.
Yeah, but
you don't have to be Arab in Islam.
No, an Arabic Jew doesn't exist because a Jew is determined off of what laws you keep. That's why people that wasn't from the tribe of Judah, they could be from the tribe of Zebulun. Hold on. That's why people that was from the tribe of Zebulun can come over to Jerusalem and learn the law, statutes, and commandments and will be considered as a Jew.
Being Arab,
you didn't hear what I'm saying because you cut me off. So how you gonna try to say? Hold on, how you gonna try to say it ain't got nothing to do with it? You didn't even hear what everything I said.
I did, but you went.
Can you repeat what I said then?
You went in another direction.
No, but can you repeat what I said?
What I'm telling you, what you said that some people was able to come around and adopt the culture, the laws. What I'm telling you.
No, that's not what I said. I said that there was people from the tribe of Zebulun that was able to come over to Jerusalem. And when they were practicing the laws, statutes, and commandments, because they wasn't doing it in Samaria. So when they were practicing the law, statutes, and commandments in Jerusalem, they would be considered Jews.
That's exactly what I just said. You said,
but only based off of their practices.
Okay, like I said, there are Arabs that practice Judaism. There are Arabs that are not Muslims that are Jews.
But that doesn't make them a Jew.
There are Arabs that are Jews, bro.
No. An Arab is an Arab.
Show my screen? Can you show my screen?
An Arab is just an Arab. An Arab practicing Judaism is just an Arab practicing Judaism, but there's no such thing as an Arabic. Or I mean, there ain't no such thing as an Arabic Jew or no, a Muslim Jew. Or
but you don't have to be Muslim. You don't have to be Arabic to be Muslim, and you don't have to be Muslim to be Arabic.
Yeah,
but you can't be on both. You can't be an Islamic. You can't be an Islamic Jew.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Nobody said there are Islamic Jews. We said Arab Jews. All Arabs aren't Muslim.
No, we wasn't talking. No, if you go and do the time stat, we were talking about Islamic Jews and Muslim Jews.
She literally
you changed it into. You changed it.
Battle Axe, stop. You're wrong. She asked you, "Are you Arab?" You said there are no Arab Jews. That's what you said.
No, she asked me, "Am I Arabic?"
Battle Axe. That's what I just said.
and I said, "No, I'm not an Arabic." That's all I said. I didn't say Arabic Jew.
Battle Axe, go back and listen and come back and apologize.
You go back and listen. You got the timestamp. You can literally pull it up.
Already know.
Then prove me wrong.
Go back and listen, and then come back and apologize. You good? That's
what. So, I'm on the cell phone. So you're asking me to do something that I can't do.
On the cell. No, I'm telling you, get off the panel, go to the YouTube, rewind it back, and listen to you say there are no Arab Jews, and then come back and do your thug-ism.
No, there ain't no Arabic Jews.
Okay.
If you are an Arabian, listen. If you are an Arabian.
Bro, stop trying
to say this one quick.
Out of conversation. No, this is useless. Did you hear you just said there are no Arabic Jews?
Yes, I just now said that.
Okay. Are all Arabs Muslim?
An Arab, that's your nationality. Muslim is a religion.
So can you answer the question? Are all Arabs Muslims?
No, they're not.
Okay, are some Arabs black?
No, I don't know about any Arabs being black.
You never heard of no black Arabs?
No, I heard of it historically, but I don't ever see any.
Yeah, that's your problem, man.
Are you looking at the screen?
Can you show me a black? Can you show me a black Arab then?
Oh, I will. Are you looking at the screen?
There are Arabs that are Jews, bro.
Where are black Arabs at?
I'm gonna show you a picture.
Controlling the slave trade in North Africa.
Where? Can you show me a picture of one of them?
No, I can't.
I can. I'll pull it up for him.
Are y'all talking about dark skinned Arabs?
Yes.
They're definitely dark skinned Arabs. Come on, Better X.
That's where the whole
I ain't talking about dark skinned Arabs. I'm talking about black Arabs. I'm not talking about Arabs that got a dark tinge to their skin.
Well, I don't know what black.
I'm talking about what is considered as a black person, not a straight haired.
That's what we.
Not a straight haired or not a wavy haired.
You're not
Arabic.
listening. You're not listening. You're not in the conversation we're having. You're replying to whatever is going on in your head. There are dark skinned black niggas that are Arabs, not the greasy haired motherfucking black. African looking, African American looking Arabs. And there are Arabs that are Arabs that are Jews, bro. Stop being wrong and be right.
No, there are Arabs. No, those are Arabs that are practicing Judaism.
I'll pull up a picture for you since he feel like he got amnesia or something.
Those are Arabs practicing Judaism.
You see this already right here where there's plenty of articles and also documentation where there's Arab Jews. That's the first thing that you should be able to see on the screen. And let me go pull up your picture. It's a such thing as an Arab Jew.
I know it's definitely dark skinned Arab Jews because that in Memphis, they in our stores and stuff. I done seen several of them, and some of them look just like us. No cap.
Just like us.
They are only practicing Judaism.
Man, you don't
They are
know
not
that shit, man.
They are not actual Jews. And if they are actual Jews, then they were never Arabs.
Man, what the fuck are you saying, bro?
You can't be the same.
Bro, Arab is a nationality. You just said that.
Right.
Arab is a nationality. Arab is not a religion. You could be a Jew.
That's what I'm saying.
Arab. You can be a
That's
Jew.
what I'm saying. So
can you see the screen swap?
You can be a Jew and be an Arab.
Yeah.
What's that?
No, the Jews are actually. Okay, listen. All right, you may be talking about some type of
a black
other kind of Jew, but the modern Jew.
Are you looking at the screen? You asked for a picture of black Arabs. What you see? What you see? Black Arabs. What you see, bro?
Those ain't Negroes.
What?
Those ain't Negroes.
So these are not black Arabs?
No, these ain't Negroes.
So they not.
Those are just the original fucking Arabs.
When the Arabic slave trade happened and they were stealing women from Somalia and impregnating those women, what you think came out?
These dudes.
Okay. Okay. So that means they're black Arabs then.
These dudes.
These dudes right here are not full black. You can look right at them and tell they're not full black. You can look right at these people and tell they're not full black.
We know they're not full black, but you said that there's no black Arabs. We know that because Arab within itself tells us they're not fully black, but they are black.
They ain't black like us. That's what I meant.
Oh.
I'm not black, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm
you
brown
a
skin.
Hebrew and you a Jew.
All I'm saying, it don't matter what complexion. You ain't black like that.
Let me show you.
If we talking about skin tone, but if you talking about
no, I'm talking about your characteristics. Period. You're not black like that.
He's talking about phenotype.
Don't the
so now it's
dude
not
in the white, don't the dude with the white turban, don't he have the same type of features that a lot of African Americans hold?
No.
Good question, sis. Good question.
Let me see that picture a little closer.
Let me blow it up. Let me blow it up.
But Bella X funny as fuck, dog. Oh,
Can you see it better now? Can you see it better now?
I'm wrong with Bella X though, bro. God, I do. I'm wrong with Bella
I don't know. I see a lot of African, features going on that page.
Nah, these are mixed breeds, man. These ain't real black
we
people.
know that. That's what I was saying from the beginning. The same thing with the Hebrew Jews.
Shit, to be honest, we mixed breeds.
We're not.
We ain't 100% African over here.
You don't have to be 100% African.
So what is a mixed breed?
But we ain't. But we ain't mixed breeds.
Well, what you call it?
Just like a pit bull ain't 100%. Just like a pit bull ain't 100% bulldog. You know that? But he can be a full-blooded pit bull because of that stock that has been maintained and replicated over and over has became its own breed.
Black Jews?
I get what you're saying.
Let me pull up some of these pictures.
So why aren't the Israelites? So why aren't the Israelites trying to go get their shit back from them folks without being too, wordy with it? Why y'all not?
Nobody wants it because at the end of the day, nobody wants it. Most Israelites that's thinking that the Middle East is actually their homeland. They're waiting for God to turn that into a magical oasis. They're waiting for white folks to get bombed and eradicated over there, and then it turned to a magical oasis, and then they'll say, "Oh, then we can go." And that all plays into the y'all niggas is better never go back to Africa. We'll let you believe anything that you want to, just don't go to Africa. You can sit there and think that the Middle East is yours, but you ain't gonna dare try to set foot on there until something actually fantastic happens.
They took the real title and the real heritage and gave y'all some shit in a book that don't really make sense. And then they got y'all out here looking like crazy black men while they walking around looking like sophisticated rulers of the world. How did that happen? And y'all so cool with it.
That's called a false cause correlation. We got defeated. These people didn't even start claiming that they were the Jews until 1948.
My point is,
I'm talking about as in a world revelating type of fashion. Those people wasn't even factors on nothing. At the end of the day, and they didn't even choose that spot at first. They were going to use Uganda.
Okay.
Initially. So those people, they're nothing but just a bunch of frauds. And this is all just to perpetuate. You Negroes better never go back to Africa. That's all. Don't go back.
That black Jew on my screen. He look just like
Stay in America. Stay in America and try to be geneticist.
You see that black Jew right there with the beard and everything. Got the hat on. Look at the black Jew. Look just like y'all people who trying to go back to Israel.
We was
but nobody said that he's an Arab. Nothing says that he's an Arabic person.
I just showed you Arabs. You just didn't want to see him.
No, but I'm talking about that picture that you're showing me right there. Nothing says that he's an Arab.
I'm showing you what a Hebrew is.
You got a lot of Eddie Murphy is a black Jew. Eddie Murphy is a black Jew. That don't mean anything.
Eddie Murphy is a black Jew?
Yes, Eddie Murphy is a black Jew. He practices because go pull up Eddie Murphy and then pull up and then put the word Yah, Y-A-H. He got the whole song with him sitting on there with a menorah singing about Yah and all kinds of stuff. He's a fucking Jew.
Now, by the way, now you just said Eddie Murphy is a black Jew because he practiced Judaism.
No, he practices Judaism. I'm talking about just Judaism. I'm not talking about the real Jews. We're the real Jews.
Is he a Jew?
He's an actual. He's actually of the bloodline of the real. I'm gonna answer your question. Just stop trying to, force me to have a certain type of response. He is an African. He is an actual real Jew person or a real bloodline of the Jews, but he practices Judaism. So you can catch him. You can catch him with the 6-pointed star. You can catch him with the phylacteries or the little dangling things off his shirt. You can catch him with that type of stuff.
My point is, if you could call him a black Jew, why you can't call the Arabs that practice Judaism an Arab Jew?
Right.
Yeah, under Judaism, they're Jewish, but they're not. When I was saying it, and I'm gonna say it again, and the conversation was clear too when we actually had it. We were talking about the real, actual Jews. That's what the whole thing was about. Is are we the real Jews?
Oh,
that's what this was all about.
America. The black people.
The black people, the black folks in America are the real Jews. Just because you practice Judaism doesn't make you the real Jews.
So what makes you a real Jew?
Your bloodline. You identified with the curses. That's how you know who you really are. You're the real Jew.
Wait, is it your bloodline or you identify with the curses? Which one is it?
Your curses tells you what your bloodline is, and your bloodline will solidify if you're a Jew or not.
Okay, so because I'm coming from an ignorant standpoint, I don't know nothing about this. So how can a curse tell me about my bloodline?
Because he says in the book of Deuteronomy 28 and 44 and 45, he said that all these curses will come upon you and overtake you.
Okay, so the Bible,
and they will be upon you for a sign and a wonder upon your seed forever.
So really, the Bible determines if you're a Jew then, because if all the information is in their Bible, then the Bible is what determines if you're a Jew or not, right?
Ain't that the same thing?
Information? No. Just the Bible contains the information that you got to use. The Bible contains the information that you are to use to gauge if you are an Israelite or not.
So there's nowhere outside the Bible where you can get the information.
No, there's plenty of there's plenty of other things. You got some people that go about it through the genetic. You got some people that likes to play that game. Me myself, I'm not interested in it. But we got other Israelites. We got other Israelite brothers that would love to sit there and take you down that road and prove to you even genetically that we are.
No. I think Sister Nandy got something to say. I'm just collecting data. Go ahead.
I mean, we know y'all the real Jews. Thank you for claiming your set, because we all know what Jews is. And I asked you a question. You didn't hear me. Isn't that the same thing Farrakhan teaches? People are cursed because of their tone of their skin. Light bright, white is right. Our hair wasn't kinky. It wasn't.
No, we don't teach that you're cursed because of the color of your skin.
Oh, well, what you teach?
We saying that we are cursed. We're saying that we identify ourselves by the curses. And you're gonna look at the curses, and one of the curses that we have that nobody else. One of the curses that we have that nobody else shares is that we're gonna have an evil eye. We're gonna have an evil eye towards our spouses. and that we're going to actually leave our kids. We're going to abandon our children.
All I'm asking you was a question. You've never heard Farrakhan or Elijah say that we was cursed because of the color of our skin. We didn't have kinky hair. We didn't have.
I don't listen to Farrakhan. I'm not a Muslim. I don't follow that. I don't follow Farrakhan.
As well, B. You still dealing with Islamic teachers through the Arab.
No, we're not. Listen, the Islamic teachers. There's nobody in Islam that tells you that you got to keep the Sabbath.
Let me ask you a question. You read the Bible, right?
Yes.
What was the script of the Bible? Was it Arabic?
No, it was in Hebrew.
What was Hebrew? What is the Hebrew language, or what is the Hebrew writing?
The Hebrew language is not Arabic.
It's
no,
not?
it's not.
It's Yiddish. It's Yiddish.
Okay.
No, it's not Yiddish either. The original Hebrew, the original Hebrew writing is neither one. It was pictorial, and it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with what they're doing over there with Islam. Islam was more with their language, the Aramaic. They were using snakes and things and references. Their alphabet was used in references to snakes and serpents, while the Hebrew, they use all kinds of different variations of the human body or things that you deal with in farming to make their language. So they like the S is actually two front teeth. When you see the S, it's actually it used to be two front teeth in the pictorial graph form. As the same thing as when you see the letter Ka, CHA, it stands for a ladder.
Oh, I'm going in my archives. I'm finna show you what your language is.
Hey, so real quick, because you said.
Let me ask a question. 1 minute, Josh.
Go ahead.
What is Semitic? What is the groups of Semitic language?
What are the groups of the Shemitics?
Semitic.
The H again.
I know. There we go. Like what? I don't even know what you mean. What are the groups? There's a lot of different Shemitic people. White people are Shemitic.
Are Arabs and Jews and all of that stuff included in their language?
Arabs are Semitic. White people are Semitic. Moabite people, which some Israelites, a lot of Israelites say that those are the Asian people. Well, that would make them Semitic. Like being Semitic is not the coup d'etat into the kingdom. Nobody cares about Shem. Big deal, Shem. Wow. He said that salvation shall be in the Jews. Salvation is of the Jews, not of Shem.
Of the Jews.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna mute my mic while I bring up my information. Go ahead.
All right, real quick.
Salvation is of the Jews, and the so-called black man is the real Jew.
Okay, real quick for Sister Nan to come back up. All right, so you said that you can only identify a Jew, the real Jew, by the curse, correct?
Yes. That's what the Bible tells you to do.
All right, so about you an Israelite, right? Say for example, I come to you. I say, hey man, I think I'm a Jew. How can you tell me I am or I'm not?
Well, if you're a black man, I already know that you're a Jew, and I'll say,
but
well,
you just said, hold on, but you just said,
I'll say, are you aware on how you came? I'll say, first question I ask you is, are you aware on how black people was brought over to the Americas, or how?
But you just said all black people in America are not.
This is what I'll say. I'll say, are you aware on how black people arrived to Americas?
And I say no.
First asking.
And I say no.
And you say no. I'm saying, so you don't take any account to the transatlantic slave trade?
I say I never learned. I'm only 13, 14 years old.
I'm like, and you never learned about slavery?
No, sir. I'm only in the 8th grade.
Man, come on, man. What are you doing, man?
I'm trying to get you to identify.
Everybody learns about slavery by the time they're in the 5th grade.
Bro, well, you can't say that about everybody. Nigga might be in CDC.
That's
so
the school curriculum. That's just the curriculum. You learn about slavery by the time you're in the 5th grade. Big deal.
Okay, so the curse and knowing about slavery is how you identify somebody as a Jew. That is
no,
bizarre.
but what you know about slavery, there's the beginning of your footprint trail that you need to follow. It's like, let's do
it like this then. Let's do it like this then.
Okay.
I'm a dark-skinned Arab, right? I moved to America. I'm in the 8th grade. I learned about the slave trade. I look just like an American over here. And I come tell you I'm a Jew, and you ask me the same question, and I give you the information you want. Now I'm a Jew.
If I know that you're Arabic, I'll say, what's your last name? And if he says his last name is Ali, or Muhammad,
but what if you don't?
If he said his last name is Ali or Muhammad, I am not concerned about his salvation. I guess the fuck what he looks like.
But what if you don't know my? What if you don't know my? What if you don't know I'm an Arabic? Because I look just like one of us. So you just have.
Then I'm gonna always ask you. I'm gonna say, do you know how black people came over to the United States? And if he says, yeah, through the transatlantic slave trade, but I wasn't. My people wasn't in it. Then I'm gonna say, what's your last name? And if he says it's Ali, then I'm gonna say, hey man, you're not the people that I'm.
Hey,
I have to talk to.
I ain't gonna deny it because this y'all stuff. But I'm just gonna say that's a weird way to find your lineage.
That's the sure shot way that you can find your lineage, though. Outside of all the technology and all the tricks and all the schemes that the white man can add to it. See, because we are not in control of the labs when it deals with genetics. We're not in control of that. So I'm not going to just rely on genetics. None of us is running around with a ready-made genetic lab in our trunk so we can just bust that test out on everybody. So I'm not going to lean on that. But I can have a book. There's even got Bibles that fit inside your pocket. So that's my genetic lab right there. All I got to say is, are you aware of how we came here in the Americas? And as soon as they say slavery, I got them. Okay. I can reel them right on in. Okay. I can say, hey man, are you aware that black people have this single parenting household at a disproportionate level compared to every other race? Oh yeah. They'll say, yeah, all my homies ain't got no pops except for one. I'm like, yeah. You're like, did you know that is actually a punishment that God puts on us for not being obedient? He makes it to where we won't have any power. Once you remove the man out of the house, your people group becomes neutered when it comes down to them actually being the masculine people.
Hey Josh,
the man is gone, which weakens you guys' people group. You can look at, and here it is in the Bible. He says, if you don't keep the commandment, this is what you're going to be identifying yourself with.
I want you to look up something because I don't want to disturb Brother Suave. Can you type in Google 7 things you need to know about Hebrews? Because we was talking about the language, and I want you to look at it for yourself.
Hold on, you said 7 things you need to know about the Hebrew?
Yeah.
Hold on. You need to know
7 things you should know about Hebrew.
What are you talking about? The language?
Hold on a second. My Jewish learning. 7.
Are you talking about the language?
7 things you. Oh, there we go. Bam. Hold on.
Is this talking about the language?
Yes, it's talking about your language. We finna break it all the way down, so you don't have to say that I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's see.
Well, I'm just looking at. I'm like, are you trying to?
Hold on a second.
Like, I'm just trying to see why you're bringing up the language when we're talking about the people.
Know what they worship and they just following stuff.
We don't worship the language.
Brother Josh, can you look at number 1 and number 2 about what is Hebrew language?
Hey, please, I'm telling you, my sister, my eyes bad. I would love to, but
I'll read it.
On my laptop, these words kind of small.
Let him read it. Let's see. Let him read it. Okay, go ahead.
It says the alphabet called the Aleph bet, and that's not even what it's called.
Oh yeah.
Oh, let me go full screen. I'm tripping.
Has 22 letters. There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. In addition, the language includes 5 final letters. When the letters Kaf, Mem, Nun, Pei, and Tazat are the last letters of a word, they are written differently.
What does number 2 say? What is it?
That right there was just like no big deal. Secondly, it's related to Arabic and Aramaic. That doesn't mean that it came from it. It's related to it.
Can you finish reading?
And originally had no vowels. Big deal.
Okay. It's not. It is a big deal because you didn't even know what language it was in. So how can you be sitting up here talking about Hebrew stuff?
It said Hebrew is related to Arabic and Aramaic. It didn't say that it is.
You told me I was wrong. I don't have to go back and forth. I appreciate it.
I didn't say that you were wrong. I just said that it wasn't the same. Okay. That's all I said.
How is it not the same?
Because they're not even saying that it's the same. To be related doesn't mean that you're the same.
So we related, but we not the same. We don't.
Yeah, just like I could be related to you, but we don't look the same.
I'm related to my brother. We don't have the same bloodline or the same foundation.
What's the relation?
There's going to be some things that's going to overlap, but you guys are not the same. No.
What's the relation between
read the relation to the Arabic and Aramaic? Read that. Read number 2.
Hebrew is a Semitic language, like Arabic and Aramaic. That's the relation. Like most ancient Semitic languages, its alphabet has no vowels. Big deal. However, sometime the middle and the end of the first millennium, rabbis known as Masoretes or Masoretes, I don't know, instituted a system of dots and dashes. That wasn't done by us. It was done after we got our asses whooped time after time. Instituted a system of dots and dashes to indicate how words were to be pronounced. Big deal.
Why guys people
Torah scrolls
That's crazy.
and most contemporary Hebrew writing are still written without vowels. Big deal.
What you mean, big deal?
Big fucking deal.
But now we're gonna go and look at how Arabic.
Well, you really showed me what I'm worshiping.
We're gonna go in here and figure out how Arabic languages are written.
I'm just saying, like, you try to point this up, you try to bring this up as points of
I'm just
contention.
trying
There's
to show
nothing in
that
there.
you be talking and you don't even know what you're talking about.
There's nothing in here to know.
Agendas. You want us to go back to Africa you ain't never been. You want to have.
There's nothing in there to know.
You teaching us religions that you don't even know shit about, that you don't even know where the language come from to even understand the language.
I don't need to know where the language came from, and I did know where the language came from, and you actually try to say that they're the same, and I'm saying they're not.
Can you read in Hebrew?
And even in your documentation that you pulled up, it didn't support what you were saying.
Are you able to read in Hebrew language? Yes or no?
I'm able to read in English. I don't need to read in Hebrew.
So how you know it's translated correctly?
I don't need to know if it's translated correct.
You'll go back and look at the Blue Letter Bible and all of these different languages. You don't study that.
I don't need to know if it's translated correct. There is nothing in there that's controversial. I can just look at it. It says, look, it says thou shall not kill. If it said thou shall not use pink markers, listen. It said thou shall not kill. But if it actually really meant I shall not use pink markers.
If you can't even read Arabic.
Can I say this then? I'm going to tell you. Because if it said thou shall not kill in English, but it actually means in Hebrew, I shall not use a pink crayon, I'm going to still rock with the English because it's a better principle that we should stick by.
Hey, with all due respect, you just a Christian then if you can't read Hebrew.
You can't, right. You're not a Hebrew.
No, I'm not. No, because it has nothing to do with knowing the language to actually do the practices.
How can you be a Hebrew and you don't even know what they telling you? You don't know what the language is. You can't identify the English scripture to the Hebrew language and be able to say that this is accurate about what they're teaching you. So how do you actually?
Because you can go to the program.
Let me
go to the program called the Blue Letter, and you can go and do a double check to see if it lines up with the English translation.
Glad you brought that up. Who wrote the Blue Letter?
White people. White people.
So you mean to tell me that the white man can give you a book and you can identify with your Hebrew culture or your Hebrew genetics and all of this stuff you saying off of what the white man say?
Well, no, a lot of the Hebrew words that's in the Blue Letter actually has the Aramaic translation of that same word, and they show you how they are actually closely related to the translation also.
But how you know the white man telling you the truth? How you know the white man telling you the truth?
Because there's Arabs that's still here today. There's Arabs that is still here today that knows that same Aramaic language that would be able to put up any type of fight against it because they know Arabic. And they're not saying anything.
Still argue with Brother Slav at this point to say there's
and then y'all even said that there's Arabic Jews. So that means that there's people that actually knows Aramaic and the Arabic language.
Jesus was an Arabic Jew.
But yet, they ain't even saying that there's anything wrong with the Blue Letters translation of what the Arabic supports.
Really?
Show me the Arabs that's saying the Blue Letter.
Hey, was Jesus an Arabic Jew?
Bring me today. Hold on.
Was Jesus an Arabic Jew?
Huh?
Was Jesus an Arabic Jew?
No.
Okay.
So when we get down to the principles that's laid out in the book, there's nothing wrong with them. You got to be wicked and you got to have an agenda to sit here and fight this fucking hard against the principles. Because yet, still to this day, you guys can say all these other things, but I can say, I always ask you, what's wrong with thou shall not kill? Nothing. What's wrong with you shall not lie?
It's not that nothing. It's not that something wrong.
What's wrong with you shall not be a pedophile? What's wrong with you shall not sell a child at 14? What's wrong with that? But you still feel like that's something to follow. Pedophiles.
What makes you think that nobody never said
take your child somewhere at 14 years old to get married? What the hell is wrong with that? It's a lot of shit wrong with it, but is it in a fucking book?
What's wrong? Okay, let me ask you a question. Did you ever have a boyfriend when you was 14?
No, because my mama would have whooped my ass.
So you didn't. Okay, let me ask anybody else on this panel. Okay, let me ask somebody else on the panel. Anybody else? Is anybody?
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I lost my virginity at 13, but I'm different. But go ahead.
Okay, he lost his virginity at 13. I lost my virginity at 13. Is there anybody else that had?
Hey, but I did not want a wife at 14. Go ahead.
Did anybody? You don't even know because you didn't have one. And
let me ask you a question. Did your mama sit down, your dad sit there and help you have sex at 13?
No, man. She didn't.
Okay, I didn't think so.
All right. Let me say this.
Hold on. And neither did the girl. Neither did the 14-year-old girl parents do that either. So.
No, they didn't do that because you're in the Western world. But did it happen? Yes.
Thank God I'm in the Western world.
Did you? No, hold on. Did it happen? Yes. Did you? Were you a willing participant in that behavior? Yes. Yeah. So let's stop. Cut the charades.
Hey,
people at 13 and 14 years old. Hey, listen.
If you want to.
People at 13 or 14. Okay. But yeah, people at 13, before you shut it down, people at 13 and 14 is ready to rock.
Hey, man, I'm gone. Salute y'all.
I'm going to file off too. Thank y'all. Thank you, Swab, for having me on the show. I'll see you guys later.
13 and 14-year-olds is ready to rock hard.